I am back, sir.
Awesome. Awesome.
So Lafile's back in the car after 182 laps.
Yep.
Pellegrino, somebody we haven't seen in the number 17 yet, and Anufriev still in front of Kamziuk in the number 5, which is interesting.
Notice the gap.
Yeah.
Down to 12 and a half. But so far, it's been holding at that 12 and a half seconds. Last lap, Lafile able to set a 144, and now down again to 427. So I'm waiting to see for Pellegrino's lap time to update for lap 182. And there it is, a 785. So Lafile about 0.3 faster the last 2 laps. As I look at this, actually only about a tenth last lap, but over 0.3 faster on lap 183. So if that holds, that gap's going to continue to open up again.
So the lap averages, now keep in mind the deltas are going to be a little bit different because their pits are kind of like 1 or 2 laps off cycle. 144.8 over 4 laps for Lafile for average. Pellegrino 145.1 over 10 laps.
Gotcha.
So Lafile does have a little bit of pace advantage, but he hasn't been in the car long enough yet for that good average to start mounting and growing that delta between him and Pellegrino. So we're just going to have to keep our eye on it. Again, the temperature is going up. We are at 37 degrees on track, so we're going to break the 40-degree mark before noon, I bet, which is wild. It's also interesting that Lafile gets in the car, puts a 44.4 down with it being 37 degrees on track. That's wild.
Just keep going up. I want to see tires roasted.
I mean, you might not have to wait long.
I know, right?
It's going to be one of those things where you're going to need to make a decision about which dipping sauce you get with your fried tires.
A quick check-in on Retro Coffin in that 937 Porsche. Currently sitting up in the P21, up 6 spots today. So still a successful race for Coffin, even with a little bit of trouble at the beginning. And again, as you said, keeping that Porsche under control for 12 hours by himself, not an easy thing to do. Who was our Jan Barth? Let's check in with Jan Barth. Jan Barth, our other solo driver. We lost the third one.
I think we lost Jan as well.
No,
If I'm correct, although actually he was in the pits for a while. He might have been,
Jan's still driving.
Dealing with the nature. Nature might have
665 seconds in the pits. I'd say Jan had something to deal with. But still racing, right? Still out there.
Yeah.
Currently sitting in P28 and doing this whole 12 hours by himself.
Drive-through penalty for the 666 car. That's going to hurt.
Laszlo pulling another drive-through. That will be his first. However, he did have a stop-go 30 already once today.
It's got some damage on the front of the M6 still. The problem is he cannot go to the pits, take those repairs, and serve the drive-through. So he's got to serve the drive-through before he can go in and take the repairs.
Looks like he's going to do repairs first. Maybe not.
Faking you out, psych.
Yes, swerved in and swerved back out. I don't want to do it. Changed my mind. Laszlo losing 2 spots.
Maybe he has
however.
the stream up, in which case, thank you for watching. Also, glad we could keep you informed. Man, Luke Andrews, I'm watching him in the 75 now. So he's taken over the Aspire Racing McLaren. 5/10 up on their previous best lap. He does have Yannick Kurtz behind him, who is ahead of him, and he is letting him go. But it does look like Luke Andrews might have a little bit more pace in this car than Hemming. Okay. Might see him start to build that gap on the number 7 machine. Let's just wait and watch that as that develops.
Looking up front now, Jeremy Lafile opening the gap to 14.5 seconds. So that's going up 2 in about the last 2 laps. The deltas are getting wider. I mean, 7/10 last lap and now 6/10.
He's putting in 44s.
Yeah.
He's putting in 44s like it's his job.
Just consistent 44s. I mean, look, Pellegrino hit a 44 as well, but a very high 44. So again, that delta just opening up each lap. Six and a half hours remaining. Jan Barth, it says, listening to you guys while I'm driving. See?
Fantastic.
Fans everywhere, you and I. It's amazing.
Yes. We are well known. We are. I would call us the North American casting establishment. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
No, he's like, no.
We should be. No, I'm saying we should be.
Yeah.
I think we should be.
So one development that I'm kind of like paying close attention to right now is Pedro Marzan in the 321 SOP Motorsports M4. He is currently P6, a little bit ahead. Well, I mean, he's almost a lap ahead of Kurtz. Mm-hmm. And no, excuse me, he is 47 seconds ahead of Kurtz, but he is slowly starting to gain, chipping away at the 59 seconds ahead that car 789 is, because I believe there's a pit stop delta involved here. So
okay,
keep your eye on Marzan, because like P4, P5, P6, they're all close enough where a pit stop and you could see the order of those three like swizzle. And Marzan's moving pretty quick. 44.9 last lap. He's putting in some quick ones. 44.7. So he's putting pace down that's kind of equivalent to Lafile right now. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be interesting to see where Pedro Marzan in the 321 M4 ends up.
Absolutely. I was trying to see, and it looks like they spread back out. We had a little bit of a come together happening back here with Antal and Edward Lester. But that has now opened back up to over 2 seconds. Luke Andrews, yellow flagged and in the dirt. Hello, cameraman. When I said, whoa, 2 cars. Luke Andrews off, as well as Jens van Ovlen, looks like. Luke back on track now. Enough gap there. He doesn't have to worry too badly about it, but Istvan Antal trying to close in a little bit. Who will soon have to worry about Edward Klester right there. So with that, I'm actually going to leave you right here, sir, if that's okay for a few minutes.
Let me pull up the stream so that I can...
Drinking my water, and it's... How do you not watch the stream?
Oh, no. I watch everything.
Oh, okay.
It's just which window's on top.
I have it in like 3 windows right now because I got pit. Yeah. It's actually open on pit wall. I don't know why, because now I can close it. And it's on my other screen over here just so I can monitor it, make sure it's working well. And then it's on OBS on the top screen, so I'm like watching. The game is literally running on 4 screens right now.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Same deal. So you got me tuned in on Antal. Yep, all right, fantastic.
That number 7 BMW. Edward Klester right there, about 2 seconds off. They were closing in. It was down to about 1.5. And then Antal able to open it back up with Klester doing a less than favorable lap last lap with a 147.5. So we will focus.
Going to be
right
interesting.
There.
Yep. See you in a bit, sir.
Yes, I will be right back. Thank you, sir.
So, Istvan Antal, he's in the Boots and Gideon M6. Where have I seen that name before? Stavan Antal. Where have I seen you before? That name sounds so familiar. Anyway, 1.8 seconds between him and Klester. So Bursanev in the 29, 6.7 seconds back from Klester, and then we've got Laszlo in the 666 machine, 8.5 seconds back. So while on paper we're looking at about, what would that be? About 15 seconds between 14, 15, 16. You guys have seen this on stream already. anything can happen. That 15 seconds could go away, could go out the window with one off track. And also we've got some race leaders starting to approach. We've got the 640 Project Reborn Fezza looming large in the background. 6:23 left in the race, 10:17 a.m. Let's take a look at the temperature check real quick. We do have some pretty warm temperatures, 33 degrees on track, or excuse me, 33 degrees ambient, 37 on track. We get to that 34, 35 degree mark ambient, it's going to get toasty on track. Yes, it is. How are you doing, Chief Blaze? It is a wild whelp cakes. I'm hanging out here with Molson. We're watching the 12 hours of Barcelona on Box3 Motorsport. Does look like the 640 does clear the 693 Porsche. So that's going to give Esteban a little bit of breathing room, just for a little bit. Although it looks like the 693 is actually hanging with Lafille. Might use this Ferrari to creep up on the back of Esteban. Thank you guys again for joining us for the 12 hours of Barcelona on Box 3. It's been a long race. Still got the back half of this show to get through. Jeremy Lafille behind Esteban going through La Caixa. The M6 does have a little bit of damage, so I think Lafille is going to have to play it cool. Wait for the right moment. M6 goes out wide. Okay, 6-4 is going to try and move underneath through Europe car. And it happens. Which, that back off right there just brought him into the clutches of Klester in the Weber Racing Porsche 911. Last lap from him was a 46.7. Last lap from Esteban was a 48.0, excuse me. So definitely Eduard Klester has a definite pace advantage. Temperatures here at Barcelona probably going to start to affect these drivers as they get further into those stints. I would love to see the tire data from one of these drivers. Show me your little tire overlay, and let me see how cooked these how cooked your shoes get. What I tell you about that gap between 14, 15, 16, it's 15 seconds. It is. But they've got to get around Esteban Antal as well, who is slowing up the show.
Well, at least it looks like I left you something good to watch as it closes down.
It does, it does. So the 640 Fezza, the Project Reborn in P1, had to navigate his way around this this fight.
Okay.
Pedro Marzan's going to have to do the same here in a moment. In 321 SOP Motorsports M4. Exiting New Holland right now. I think that M6 is carrying some damage that is definitely affecting its straight line pace, because last lap for Esteban was a 46.9. Meanwhile, it looks like Klester had a 46.8 last lap, getting held up a little bit. Pedro Marzan, 45.2. Wow. So Pedro's really going to want to get around quickly. Looks like Retro's in the pits. $191 laps in the book.
That's because Retro got another stop go 30.
That's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. I'm still going to make fun of him for it, but it is unfortunate.
Ooh, the Big Brain Racing Audi in the middle of this mid-pack fight. Gonna want to probably let that gaggle clear.
Yeah.
He's just like, you know what? Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I don't need to do anything here. Chief Blaze in the chat. What's going on, sir? How are you today?
Looking around to see if there's another fight that we need to be mindful of, but right now this is the closest action on track between Esteban Antal and Eduard Cluster. Porsche just can't get close enough to the M6. Even with the damage, the straight line advantage of the M6 is just gets out, stretches its legs, and it's gone.
Now, is this one of the situations you kind of talked about earlier and touched on where sectors 2 and 3 are going to be at Cluster's advantage because he's in that Porsche?
Yeah, I mean, you can already see it right now. Going through this, what is probably a medium speed corner through Repsol, now headed downhill towards the Seat hairpin. This right here is where the Porsche is going to start to shine. There's going to be a brief straightaway on approach to the hairpin in Sector 2, where the M6 is going to get a little bit of an advantage. But then when we get into Sector 3, it's all about mechanical grip. Oh, the M6 goes wide. See, he just can't hold the corner through Worth Curve uphill towards Campos, and the 693 just skates right on around the outside.
Lester able to sneak right through, and we lost somebody. I think
attrition is real.
It is. I think we dropped somebody because everybody just bumped up a position, starting with P8.
Ooh, with P8.
Lost, yeah, right behind Alex Whidbey.
Oh, was it Marzan? I think it's Pedro Marzan.
Oh, it does look like it, yeah.
In the 3-2-1, that is an unfortunate circumstance because he had some serious pace.
Uh-oh, Retro Coffin now in our chat. Looks like we lost Retro on the board as well. He decided he is done.
Brutal, to say the least. What's the fastest lap of the race, and by who? So the fastest lap is going to be Jeremy Lafile in the 640, and that was a 43.945.
Speaking of which, we continue to watch that gap open up over Pellegrino, now up to 20 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, look at that, 5 seconds. Like, how long has Lafile been in the car? Like, he's already made up 5 seconds. He's been in the car for 14 laps. Pedro's game crashed. Just ACC things. I mean,
that's terrible.
Can't wait for Rensport to come out, so we'll have 2 games with the Unreal Engine to bomb out. For all the crap that people give iRacing for running on DirectX 11,
she's pretty solid.
Don't crash. It don't crash.
She's pretty solid, I got to admit. I think I've only had that game crash once, and it was the UI. It wasn't in race.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, real check. Again, track temps now up to 38C. As they continue to climb. And as we discussed earlier, that delta is opening up. It's still only 33C ambient. The sun is starting to heat that tarmac up.
I'm telling you, we get to 34, 35 degrees ambient, and these cars are going to be sliding. It's going to be like somebody poured oil on the track.
The delta continuing to open up between P1 and 2. talked about it earlier, still running, you know, we're seeing everything from 3 to 9 to 1.7 seconds to 7/10. Now the last lap, 0.8 of a second faster for Jeremy Lafile.
So Antal lost the position to Cluster, but is hanging with him. 8
That's
tenths.
why I've stayed there, yeah, because this hasn't
That
really
is wild,
spread out.
dude.
But that's all it took, right? It was that one little mistake on Antel's part that gave Cluster the opportunity, and now he just has to hold on to it. But Antel, obviously with pace, if he can hold it and keep up with him through this.
I think it's going to be tough. I really think Sector 2, Sector 3 is going to be tough with the damage. I mean, the M6 is already not a nimble animal, but you put some front end damage on it, it's going to be tough. Duran in the number 10 Audi just continuing to climb slowly up the ladder up to P17 now in the SRA machine.
Up 5 spots today. Those guys are having a good race.
And that's after getting knocked to the back on lap 1. So that's some head down recovery if I've ever seen it. Where is Anufriev? He's moving through the field right now. He's behind Kurtz.
Just about to the halfway point of today's race here at Barcelona. And what fun it has been.
It has been a lot of fun. I've been up since 4 in the morning.
Hey, me too.
I'm practically hallucinating.
Oh, come on now.
It's not gonna lie. Feel a little tired, but the let me tell you, stewarding sure woke me up.
Oh, there you go. That'll do it every time.
Watching the some backmarker traffic here. So Anufriev got to deal with some backmarkers. He's got the 911 machine that he's navigating around right now. He's got car 11 and the 31 of Yannick Kurtz in front of him. And they all managed to get through without killing each other, which is, you know.
Pedro Marzan showing back up in P21 now in the pits. Let's see if we can get these guys back out there.
So he's going to show up. He's going to have some control lock. If he's in the car first, that makes me want... I mean, it's 3-2-1. It's a 3-2-1 car, so maybe it's okay.
Pedro jumping back in, hopefully able to get something done here with the rest of this race. Again, only halfway over. Plenty of time to move himself back up.
So he's sitting with controls locked. I'll keep an eye on him. In the meantime, I'm going to look through some pit wall information to try and figure out what's in store. The pit stops between the top 3 right now have really kind of flopped in a weird way, where P1 taking the longer stints of anybody. Now kind of offset late, so he's got 17 laps under his belt. Pellegrino's got 23 laps under his belt, and then Anufriev has 29 laps under his belt. He's about to come up on a stop, probably I'd say in about 5 or 6 laps. I just saw Jonathan Reed in the car. It just dropped off the jacks. He was the car that started the race, the driver that started the race. So I think he had to be the first one back in the server.
Okay.
Just waiting to see if there's like some sort of like desync between the broadcast data and the actual driver car information. We'll see if that updates here in a second.
That should update again when he crosses the Sector 1 line. Should be an update for that, hopefully. Usually.
So Jonathan probably somebody had to get on the bat phone and give Jonathan a call so he could like swoop back over to his system, jump into ACC.
And yeah, there he is. Jonathan Reed now taking over that 321 BMW SOP Motorsports. So if you're the 640, if you're running that team right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's your strategy for the rest of this race? Because obviously you have a weaker link, right? In the team, which is, again, nothing against the guy. I'm a slow driver myself, so you're allowed to be slow. How do you?
I'm not going to put a 46 down. That's for sure.
Exactly. So he's faster than I am. But how do you strategize that? Are you going to leave him to that 1 hour stint? So now we've got Lafile in the car. He's 32 minutes in. He's going to run for another hour and a half. We bring the other Jeremy back out, which I'll know here in a minute.
Yeah, I would say so.
Donadue. You bring Donadue back out, right? Or I'm sorry, Mamed. You bring Mamed back out, or do you put Donadue in the middle for another 1 hour stint?
I think so. If we're looking at the clock right now, and let's use like divisible hours as like the that's not how their stints are breaking down, but let's use that for an example. So we've got Lafile or Lafile for 2 stints. We got Mamad for 2 stints. We've got Donadue for 1 stint, and now Lafile's back in the car. So Lafile's done 3 stints in the first 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So Jonathan Reed's back in the pits. I think that's to get the swap so that he can get Pedro back in the car. Hopefully that works out. Hate to see these guys have to retire the car. They're 6 laps down, but at the same time, there's still a lot to learn, a lot of fun to be had in racing with your buddies.
That is a shame.
So with Lafile being in the car for 3 of the first effectively 6 stints of the race, I could see Donadue going back in the car for another stint.
After Lafile.
I would push Donadue out as far as I could get him. Basically, in cars like that, I've been part of teams like that where I've been the slowest driver. And my whole goal is to be the guy that you can give the car to. I can get it through the stints without wrecking it. And I'm there really to give the other guys a break.
Yeah.
That's my whole point. Like I'm not out there to like race people. I'm not out there to set the world on fire. I'm out there to survive and give Lafile or give Mamad that time to, not have to race. Now, for Lafile's benefit, it's been almost 3 hours since he's been in the car. So him getting back in the car for this stint is good. He's probably had time to rest and relax a little bit. If he puts down 2 stints in the car, they're going to have to figure out how to handle the remaining 4, possibly 5 stints, depending on how things work out. It's going to be a challenge, but they've got a fast driver in Lafile. He's opening up the gap to Pellegrino. Maybe what you do is you take a look at car 17, car 991, figure out where's the slow driver in their chain. Let's match Donadue up against him.
Gotcha. So
that it minimizes that loss as best you can.
And that's kind of what I was wondering was, how do... Well, I want to say, how do you line that up? Because again, with the offsets, Lafile's going to be in the car longer than Pellegrino or Vasily. I can't say his last name. I mean, Vasily's 31 laps in right now, 56 minutes. He's going to have to flop in the next 10, right?
Yeah.
They're all about 10 minutes off from each other. Pellegrino 10 minutes after that, Lafile 10 minutes after that. And again, unless these guys double stint, which I think we will see Lafile do.
It does look like SOP is going to back out. which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, attrition has been pretty high here, but it is a 12-hour race at Barcelona. It's a track that I feel like does not get a lot of respect for how challenging it is. And with the conditions we're racing in, with the heat that we're racing in, it's gonna be a tough race. It's not gonna be easy to get through it. I mean, we're at the halfway mark, and we've got what, 24 cars left.
I think 27. Yeah, 27. We're sitting at right now.
27 cars, and we started with what?
36.
Yeah, so the attrition rate is high, but again, the part that's great for the folks at home is we've gotten there through some really hard racing. We've seen a lot of hard racing on track. There've been some difficult moments. There have been some really good, hard, clean fights. And I think that the part that is going to be the entertaining bit for the true motorsport fan is the strategy aspect. How do you survive 12 hours when the temperatures are going to start to crank up? It's going to be a big deal. I think the temperature is going to be the thing that we've been talking about for the first half of this race, but the fans and the people that are watching really aren't going. They may get it now. They may be well aware of how a car behaves with a 38-degree track, but the people that may not know, they're going to know. They're going to find out. We get into the back half of this race. We break that 40-degree mark. We get close to that 35-degree mark for ambient. It's going to be a factor. It's going to be the one car on track that you didn't know everybody was racing, but they're actually racing.
Yeah, right. Looking here, Berzanev now dropping back off Antel. And Antel off Edward Klester a good bit at this point, dropping back 6 seconds. That was our last battle. Everybody else right now pretty well spread out. Huff in the chat asking what happened to SOPs. Yeah, they Pedro from SOPs game crashed. They got back in and ended up coming in 7 laps down and decided it was a good time to let it go as Antal heads into the pits now.
I mean, they fought all the way back up to P6 in what they said, the 6 hours of Barcelona. Hats off to them. It was a good race for them up until that point. They were definitely had solid pace. I was looking forward to seeing, could they make it to the Iran Racing Ferrari? And I think they had the pace to do it. But this is how the cookie crumbles sometimes. One more point I want to make about the temperature, just to try and drive this home for the people that are watching, if I haven't hammered it into their head hard enough yet. There is not a single car on track with a positive delta.
No.
Every single car on track is losing pace relative to their fastest laps because the heat is starting to have a factor. I'm looking at Jeremy Lafile. Yeah. He is 0.8 down on his fastest lap right now.
Well, and that's the thing. I've been watching as well. And for the last, he up until lap 198 was running the 144s, maybe a 196 was a 145 in there. But since lap 199, he's been steady in the 145s ever since then. But it's not just him though. To your point, so is Pellegrino and Vasily. They're both slowing down as well.
Yeah, the heat is starting to come into play. Sam Bowden's a second down on his previous fast lap. I mean, we're looking at times ranging from 0.3 all the way up to 1.3 seconds of swing in terms of people losing pace in these cars. The heat is just going to. This is going to be tough. This is going to be one of the toughest races I think I'm going to get to watch, and there's still 5 hours and 59 minutes of it. The drivers that get through this race at the end and get the result that they were looking for and meet the goals and things that they wanted to achieve, they did something.
Yeah, they did.
So,
and as you said, we have hit that halfway point, ladies and gentlemen. Just under 6 hours left to go here in Barcelona today. Well, Kicks, thank you again, Patrick, for being here. Thank you.
Not a problem, man. Not a problem.
We're going to be joined around 2 o'clock by another commentator from Box 3 who's going to jump in here with us, which will be great. We can spread the load a little more. I want to thank Huff Manic as well. Well, actually, you for doing double duty because you also helped live steward this today. And Huff Manic, Kevin Huffman in the chat, taking care of stewarding duties with you today. And I thank you very much for you jumping in and being able to do that. Because if, you know, like he hit us up yesterday saying, hey man, I had an emergency work, I gotta work. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be busy. Like, I don't think I can live steward at the same time. That's not gonna work. So it's one of those things, man. I appreciate you jumping in with him on that.
Not a problem, man.
Don't forget, guys, if you like endurance racing, check it out. 949 Box Motorsports and Trackalicious Sim Racing coming together for one more race this summer of our 6-hour endurance series at Mount Panorama on August 20th, 4 p.m. UTC, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Absolutely a fantastic time will be had by all. I cannot wait for that race.
I mean, I can't. I'm gonna be on the mountain in the Lambo. I'm gonna die a lot. Gonna happen. Like, that car is so softly sprung so that I don't die on the mountain that I hit some bumps and then I die on the mountain because it just like launches me. It's like a trampoline, just like throws you into the wall.
Yeah, I cannot wait. It's gonna be fantastic.
So more stop go 30s coming in. I think for pit lane infractions. Also, I'm just looking around. I'm trying to find.
I would say a whole bunch. Drive-throughs. I mean, in the last little bit here, we've had quite a number of penalties.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's going to be tough. It is going to be tough. So Villascusa, 9/10 back from is it Marion Zink? Which actually there's a request in chat if we can get some on board from Marion in the 32 AMG.
Oh, I missed that from Marion.
So
well, let's go on board with Marion.
Let's take a look because Marion's got a fight coming in the Franks Racing AMG. Trying to pull away from Villascusa in the 182 Scusa Palooza Lexus.
See it right there in the rear view too, coming up.
Yeah, so the AMG is definitely going to have some good grunt out of the slow speed corners, but when it comes down to the straight line speed in this middle straight and down the start finish straight, I suspect the Lexus is going to start to gain some ground. And we got a slow Maka on track.
Yeah, two slow cars right here. Looks like Wasabi. Yeah, Miriam Zink just got ahead of Seamer. Villascusa coming around as well. Max Wasabi now right in front.
Interesting. So Zink will have gotten around Wasabi, but I believe there's a lap delta between those two. I think there's like 2 laps down.
Yeah, these guys are 2 laps down. That's where I was getting my confused look on my face. But yeah, Zink and Villascusa able to get around Seamer. Pick up 2 spots right there.
Through Sector 3, it does look like Marion Zink is keeping the Franks AMG nailed to the floor. Coming across the line with a 47.912.
Oh. Josh Frazier losing at least 1 spot to Luke Andrews.
Interesting. I can keep an eye on this battle if you want to switch over and take a look at what's up with Frazier. I am going to keep my eye on this Marion Zink.
If you could, because I'm not getting gaps for Villascusa or Seamer back there. I think software starts to lose its mind when there's so many laps. As we watch Frazier and Andrews trade places back and forth for P10. Frazier with that inside line on Luke Andrews. Able to hold on to it coming out of P3. Dylan Dunn in the chat. So Josh Frazier able to get around and just lights it up. Frazier now
we do have some
quickly.
We do have some blue flags and 3 wide into turn 1. Villascusa, well, actually, it looks like the 801 is going to slot in behind. Villascusa is really trying to clear the 167. And the car 29 getting nailed with the drive-through. I believe that is the Row Racing Machine. And that's got Orlov in it now.
Wow.
So he had a moment coming out of Sector 3 because he just cleared a lap. It just ticked 1 counter down. So something must have happened on the exit of the RACC chicane for him to get that drive-through. Nicholas, hello. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, Nicholas?
I know how to use Google Translate. He says, hi, all.
I'm glad you were able to do that. I had no chance because I was just taking a look. It looks like our 991 car, Boris Garflin, now behind the wheel of that, has gone into the pits, came back out number 3. We're waiting to see where Pellegrino and Lafile drop in.
So Pellegrino is going to be the next one probably to pit. And he's probably got maybe 1 to 3 laps. Because the 17 Fezza has been short stopping. They've been pumping in about 34 laps a stint. So if you think about like the math of it all, like if you can do 36 laps on a tank of fuel in the Fezza in 65 minutes, not a full tank, but whatever 65 laps will get you, then if the way the stints line up, you can short stint yourself a little bit because if they're leaving like 2-3 laps on the table over 6 stints, that's anywhere from 12 to 18 laps that still have to be accounted for. It could be short stint at the end. It kind of all depends. We're assuming even numbers right now for stints. It may not be the case. We'll have to wait and see. Villascusa trying to hold up the 801 right now. And the Honkers Audi is, a few laps up to the 182. And behind the Honkers 801 Audi is the 789 Iran Racing Team Audi. And the 801 is just going to let him go. He's not even going to bother. Smart move.
Yep. Let him go.
Smart move. 5 hours and 49 minutes left. How are you holding up, sir? We're in the back half.
I'm good, man. A little tuckered, but that's all right. I know how to wake up here in a little bit.
39 track temperature. 34 degrees Celsius ambient.
There it is.
We're gonna break the big 4-0.
It's not even noon yet.
Yeah.
In Barcelona. Not even noon yet. Checking on Marion Zink, able to pull away from David Villascusa at this point. Putting a pretty good gap there. Again, I don't have a time for it. I don't know why, but there's definitely a gap opening up there.
Pellegrino in the pits after 34 laps. Called it.
So yeah, same as they ran last time, right? Last stint, 34 laps and done, and dive in they go. So we'll be waiting to see who comes out.
So Lafile, 29 laps in, 44.8 was lap times at the end of his second stint. Average lap time, right?
Yeah.
45.1 right now. So 0.3 on average he's lost. between second stint and his third stint, which is actually stint number 6 for the 640. So the pace is starting to drop off as the temperatures go up.
And as you said, not just for him, but for everybody. So
yeah,
Samuel
Pellegrino
Villa now out in the number 17 Ferrari.
Yeah, Pellegrino. I mean, kind of same deal, right? They were doing 45 twos. Now he's up to a 45.6 on average. It's gonna be tough. Pellegrino in the pits, 1 minute 12 on the pit stop. Left a lot of time on the table. A lot of time. Meanwhile, the 991 M4, 108.5. So that is more of the kind of pit stop you want to see. So we are really getting in there in terms of lap counts now. Really getting in there.
209 laps down so far today, and we are just halfway through.
That's crazy too. And I mean, take a look at the pace from the 640. Like P5 is 207 laps.
Yeah.
Like that
is. These guys are so spread. I mean, we got drivers, in the top 10 that are 3 laps down right now.
Yeah.
And they're in the top 10. Just the pace is just unbelievable. I am looking to see if Josh Frazier, Josh Frazier has had some great pace today. I know we've seen Bowden in the car. I don't know that we've seen Tom Bird or Chris Reardon, the other 2 teammates, in this car today. And I don't know if they'll be there or not. But Luke Andrews down to 11-second gap there. I'll be curious to see if that continues to tighten up or not.
Yeah, the field is definitely spread out. We're definitely hitting that moment right before the next round of stints come in, where you'll start to see a little bit tighter gaps after pit stops happen. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. 10:54 a.m. on track. We're gonna punch through 40 degrees track temperature before we hit noon. It's gonna be wild.
Adam in the chat. Aspire Racing struggling, but hang in there, hoping for a top 10.
Good deal, man. Good deal.
Keep her going.
If it rolls, get her home.
That's right.
SOP Jim Boy Horn, absolutely gutted for the SOP game crash. Same, man. You guys were doing great. You had really good pace. I wanted to see if you could take the fight to the 789 Ferrari of Iran Racing Team. Maybe even take it to the number 5 Feza. Right now, Kamzyuk is in there. That is the Motorland Racing Ferrari 488. Pace was there. Trackalicious, what's your favorite color? Random question, but yellow. The color of madness, Eric? That is the color of madness.
Eric, he's asking that question because that's what he does. He's an engagement artist. He engages with people. He's good at it. Until he just randomly goes in and goes, "What's your favorite color?" And everybody's like, I don't know. Why are you asking me that?
My favorite color is puce.
Puce.
Because it is a fun word to say. Puce.
Is it puce because of the 1980s Santa Claus movie and you want a puce lollipop that makes you fly?
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure about that. I just know that as a color, it's not particularly that good to look at, but the name sounds cool. So, puce.
Puce. Amir heads into the pits now in that number 789 Ferrari. Yannick Kurtz should be able to pick up a spot here, I believe. Can't remember what was the delta on them? I can't remember now. It goes away once they hit pits. So.
Yannick Kurtz. You're looking for the delta between him and Kazatarash.
Yeah, Kazatarash in the number 789.
Well, Kazatarash is just now exiting Campos, so he's in the heart of Sector 2. Hasn't even cleared Sector 3 yet.
Okay.
In terms of the raw gap, it says 1 lap and 97 seconds, but
wow.
with not to Kamziuk. That's the gap relative to the leader. Before he went into the pits, I would put it at around 68 seconds.
Okay. So these guys he's rolling out now, so this could come very close. Kurt's just coming through the chicane.
Yeah.
So not going to be too bad there. And Kurt's already took this stint down.
Well, Kurtz has got probably another 7 laps, maybe another 6 laps to go in his stint before he hits stint 7.
Okay.
A 1 minute 14 second pit stop for Kazatarash in the Iran Racing Ferrari. So that is leaving upwards of 6 seconds on the table.
Yep.
And those are going to add up. They're really going to add up.
Arash Azami coming out now in the car.
Although, to be honest, the 31 car has had a couple of clean pit stops, but most of the time, we're looking at 113s. What was their first stop? Their first stop actually was pretty good, I think. Yeah, it was a 109. So they've had a couple of mistakes in the pits, but I think that the 789 in particular has been leaving a lot of time on the table.
Ludovic Deffing now into the pits, coming back out in that number 86 Audi. Luke Andrews able to pick up a spot during that one. Again, we sit now. It looks like if it holds, about 3 more laps before Lafile comes into the pits. Now, I was talking about it earlier while you were gone. If you look at the 640s stints, right? And how this is run, they've all been about the same amount of time, an hour 2, hour 3 minutes, right?
Yep.
Well, Lafile and Mammon both able to do 36 laps, where I can never remember this. Donadue only able to run 35. And it was again about the same amount of time, right? 101.59. I mean, it's a 102. So it's interesting to me that we lost a complete lap of there, and it just goes to show that pace difference between these guys.
Yeah, it will. It will. The faster guys are going to put down more laps, just as a matter of course. And again, like we were talking about at the very beginning of this race, the car that gets the most laps in 12 hours is effectively the car that's going to win. So it's kind of might seem obvious, but what is the subtle thing that the people in the audience might be missing is that, don't get me wrong. Like I'm looking right now, I'm actually tuned in over at Yannick Kurtz right now, right? He's trying to catch Azami, but he's not racing Azami.
Yeah.
He's racing Azami, but he's not racing Azami. He's racing a clock.
Yeah, he's not racing Azami yet. Not until he catches him. Until then, he needs to get the distance in, right? That's the goal.
Yeah, he's racing the clock, because the thing is that if he can get past Azami and put more laps down in 12 hours, he's going to finish higher than Azami. But as much as he wants to get close to Azami, pass him on track, do all the things that, activate racing driver lizard brain, that's what we want to do. It's the clock that matters. So Azami, for example, not racing Kurtz right now. You're racing that 6 seconds that you're leaving on the table every time you go into the pits. That's what you're racing, because you do that twice, you've left 12 seconds. I mean, there's going to be, you got 5 pits in this race so far. They're on stint number 6 for Lafile right now. If they left 6 seconds on the clock, that's 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Total. Like, that is a lot of time. It matters. Same thing with all the track cuts, stop goes, drive-throughs, every time you get into a collision, have to take repairs. You're just letting that time go. It's like letting air out of a balloon that you can't put back in.
And if you look too, as we talk about this, I mean, most of their pit stops, it seems, were okay. If we're talking about the 640 car, 108,
yes.
110, but they've got 113s and 112s in there too. They're kinda, they go everywhere from 108. They step their way up to where their last pit stop was 114. So
Donahue had a pretty slow stop. Most of their pit stops, though, have been pretty consistent in the 107s, 108s. Actually, 110. They had a 110. Mahmoud had a 110.
Yeah.
Oh, and Lafile had a 112. Probably when they were doing the driver swap. But
here we go, though. Bourget's taking it to Edward Klester downhill into T1. I always knew Audi beat Porsche. Thank you.
They're both Volkswagen, though. No, I'm just kidding. A Volkswagen on a Volkswagen.
So it's a Florian Bourget taking up P11 now from Edward Klester. A little bit of action.
We can do what is it? Digs on brands all day. It's oh man, it's a Porsche, it's an Audi. Which one's going to fail the diesel test first? So. 18 seconds now, Bourget's is going to have to do to catch the 75 Maka piloted by Andrews right now, who's 22 seconds back from Frazier. Frazier's someone you brought up multiple times in this race. Having a pretty good run so far. I mean, getting up into 9.
Yeah, P9 up 6 spots today. And just, I think what I've seen with Frazier is the consistency. Every time we focus on him, he seems to be moving in the right direction, right? Applying pressure where he has to, backing off where he needs to. Seemed like very little trouble from that drive today. And Lafile into the pits now.
So Lafile pitting now. I want to take a look and see what we're looking at in terms of a stint timer there.
Hour and 3. So again, 36 laps. These guys have a strategy pretty well set.
And that is another thing. I'm not experienced. Don't know your level of experience with endurance racing and with the audience's experience with their endurance racing. Coming into the game with a strategy and sticking to it is a challenge, especially when things are not necessarily going your way. You know, you're lower in the order than you want to be, or you're not beating the driver that you thought you would, or other things can creep in. But the one thing about changing strategies, you have to be very, very careful about changing strategies, because once you put yourself on that trajectory, you might lose an optimum result for your car.
Yeah.
If you change strategy and it continues to not work out. A lot of times when I see this in racing, it's going to be when drivers start saving fuel all of a sudden. And it's like, well, you were already losing, and now you're going even slower. So, you know, that sort of thing, it's a challenge. But sticking to the game plan, that's the critical part.
So here's the interesting, where our strategy kicks in. So first of all, that 640 team at Ferrari, a little over a minute 8 on their pit stop. Okay. Donahue back in the car after a single stint from Lafile.
Yeah, I think they're offsetting Lafile just to try and keep that gap to P2 as far as they can take it, and use Donahue to break up Lafile's and Mahmoud's stints to try and save them for that moment when they need to, extend, defend the position, all those things.
So
it also gave Donahue a break, and who knows, we may see Donahue start punching in some good numbers.
Yeah, and we have hit 40C on the track, by the way. We're there. 34 ambient.
Fantastic. What is that in freedom units again?
Freedom units? I don't know. 40's got to be close to 100, if not over, so on track. 34 is definitely warm. I wouldn't want to be outside in it unless I'm in the pool. So let me ask you this then. You put Donahue in, there's about a 30-second gap. Now, after this stint, there should be 4 left for that team? So
thereabouts.
So at that point, then they could drop in, I mean, really, what are we talking here? Drop in Mamad for another double, and then Lafile to finish for a double? Is that what you're thinking the strategy is here?
So, yeah, putting Lafile in for a double and Mamad in for a double probably wouldn't hurt, but there's still going to be 30 minutes on the clock that they're going to have to figure out what to do with.
But at that point, I can drop Donadue back in if I've spent 4 hours opening up that gap, right?
Yeah.
I can drop Donadue back in for that, call it 30, 35 minutes at the end of the race. And he is, and again, like you said, when you're the slower member on a team, your job is to stay out of trouble, not crash the car, right? So if we hand you a 35-second gap, nobody's making that up in 30 seconds, at least not what we've seen. They're making up time, but they're not making it up in 30 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it is going to be, it's going to be interesting. You're right. 30 plus seconds, 35 seconds towards the end of the race is going to be hard to make up inside 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. But also, you got to think about it from the perspective of the track conditions at the end of the race. Yeah. Because we're probably going to be dealing with the hottest temperatures inside that last 3-hour window. It's going to be a challenge. We're going to have to just wait and see how the drivers react to the rising temperatures, because them being over 40 degrees right now on track, hitting the 40-degree mark, we're going to start seeing it. It's going to start having a serious, noticeable impact on cars. You're going to start seeing track cuts more often, might see more stop-goes, more drive-throughs, might see more collisions. Yeah, this is going to be the toughest part.
Absolutely. So we're going to keep an eye here on Donadue. Samuel Villa running in P2, that number 17 Ferrari right now. And Boris Garofalin in the 991 BMW. Just trying to keep an eye here. So looking at 740, Donadue coming across this lap with a 146 and call it flat 080. Both Villa and Garofalin faster. By quite a bit, 0.8 of a second that lap for Samuel Villa, and the 991 0.3 faster. This is going to tighten down very quickly, especially if Villa can maintain that pace. This is going to go down very, very fast.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But, the one thing that Donadue's got on his side is that the track limits, the traffic, the temperature, same for everybody.
Mm-hmm. True.
So it's going to be tough, but it's not impossible.
And I wonder if we cross a point at some point during this stint where Donadue, because of the slower lap times, again, call it by 0.8 of a second, which he just did now dip down. He took a full second off, or half a second off his last lap, 1:45.5. But if we talk about for a minute, if his lap times are slower by, say, half a second, even 0.7, is that enough to where as they get towards the end of the stint, and as we saw on the last stint, the time started slipping, right? Do his slip less towards the end of the stint because he's just being more consistent?
It kind of depends. I really feel like tire wear is gonna be, you could call it a high tide that rises all boats. Mm-hmm. But in actuality, it's going to be a problem that everybody's going to suffer with, the tire degradation. The life of these tires are not going to be the same at all.
Yeah.
Compared to Donadue's first stint in the car. And that's going to be the same for like the number 5, the number 17 Fezza, Zami, the 991 BMW M4. They're all going to be struggling with the tire degradation. It's just going to become real. The part where Donadue's got to really knuckle down is he has to get close to his lap average, and he has to stay there. Mm-hmm. That may mean drive slower at the start of your stint, drive faster at the end of your stint.
Yeah.
Like don't kill the tires. Tire management now, with us breaking that 40-degree mark, is going to be critical. The time for going out and thrashing the setup is over. That door is slammed shut.
Yeah.
It's just going to be interesting because like I said, I'm looking at the deltas over here, and there's not a single car that's positive. Oh, incorrect. Curtis Lee in the 11 has 6/10 on his best, which is a 45.59. If he did that, he would bust into the 44s.
Yeah.
But he's also hitting Sector 3, and I'm watching that delta just go to nothing.
Giovanni Maria Filibert into the pits. Seemed like an odd reason, but was that a drive? Nope, that was a stop. 31.9. So definitely sat there. And I do not see a stop go 30 listed, so interesting stop time. Samuel Villa continuing to drive. Those last lap times at 1:45.2 to a 1:45.2. So things evening out a little bit. The 991 car on lap 218 then higher. So, you know, we'll see. Donahue doing well, holding his own. Still a 28-second gap, 28.7-second gap. Back to Samuel Villa.
So if I'm looking right now, the let me switch actually over to the broadcast because I want to actually pull up on my end.
I'm actually
so you've got Boris.
Just so you know, I kicked it up in Discord, so you can go watch it there. So there's no delay if you want.
Gotcha. So Boris Garofalin in the BMW, the 991 machine. So I'm looking at him. It's going to be interesting to see because if you think about what we were talking about before about the stints and like offsetting so that you can give your faster drivers a break. I'm looking at the M4 right now, and I'm thinking it almost can make it to the end of this race on full stints alone.
Really?
Like no monkeying with like splash and dash, none of that stuff.
Yeah.
I do think that they are on track to get home on full stints. The one thing that's going to be interesting though is I think they're either going to maximize their last stint or they're going to take an extra stint. So basically, I'm right up until the point I'm not anymore. Gotcha. So it's just going to be interesting because I'm looking right now because Garofalin, he's got 16 laps on his current stint. Meanwhile, Donahue has 5, and that's only going to continue to grow. I think that gap between the two. So it's just going to be interesting to see where the 991, the lone M4 in the top 5, because it's the one that has been most consistently like stopping on almost hour boundaries, which is kind of strange. It's going to be interesting. Average lap times from Boris right now, 45.525 in comparison to Donahue's 45.555. So Donahue has really stepped it up in the car.
A lot quicker right now. And I've noticed that. I mean, the gap has kind of stabilized, right? When he came out, he was about 30 seconds. We got down to about 29.5 real quick. And then down to about 28.5, 28.7. Since then, it's kind of stabilized the last 2 or 3 laps and hasn't changed a whole lot.
Yeah, it's going to be this part of the race. Like, I would be shocked if we get very many big fights that we're like focusing on. I hope we do. Love to watch fighting on track. I think this part right here is going to be us focusing on cars that are moving through the field pretty quick, are having positive deltas, or have like just really good strategies. Like right now I'm looking at the 991 and it is coming up to a gaggle of back markers. And there's just nothing he can do about it. He's got to navigate the back markers. Look at this. He looks like he's going to split 2 cars.
Yeah, that does not look healthy at all.
No. They're definitely...
And nobody in here is in competition with each other right now.
Yeah. They're all just navigating around back markers.
Yeah. They're all just navigating around each other with nothing on the line.
And everything on the line at the same time, which is kind of interesting for folks like, for example, Garofalin. Like he's P3 right now. He's got a lot to risk getting involved in a collision. So caution is definitely going to be the better part of valor in that situation.
Absolutely.
And it came out ahead of the game. Done. What is this bottleneck?
Right.
Barcelona, man. Sector 3.
we got to play
traffic.
for P12 right now, though. Adam
Yeah.
Penn's coming together with Stefan Frenz. Penzis.
Let me go jump over and take a look at that. So I mean, Sector 3, and traffic. Name a better duo. It is.
I guess.
That is the peanut butter and jelly of Barcelona. It is very much about traffic management here.
Stefan Frenz again looking for opportunity, but these guys are about to catch up to some more traffic right in front of them.
So I'm looking at this traffic. So Villascusa is going to get around the number 12 Aston. The number 7 M6 really wants to get around too. Going to have to take it on the inside. And that's going to be tricky. The 693 of Friends getting an assist with the number 12 getting out of the way. Really heating up.
Jan Barth in chat saying, you know what, got to take a 5-minute break. Jan, you've been driving this whole race by yourself. I would suggest you take a 5-minute break. Take 15-minute break if you want to. We'll still be here when you get back. Again,
done. First of all, jelly is trash.
Oh my lord.
Disagree.
Unless it's grape jelly. Grape jelly's not trash. If you're eating strawberry jelly, there's something wrong with you. I'll tell you that right now.
So
here we go.
As somebody who's worked in the food industry,
dump you out of this chat so fast.
No. I'm not gonna happen. I'm not gonna. So the one thing I will say is, in terms of flavor, grape jelly is delicious. But in terms of what it actually consists of, it is trash.
I would not disagree. I am 100% sure I should not put it in my body. But it wouldn't stop.
It is delicious. It is delicious. Throw it all in the dumpster.
Why is he yelling in chat? He just barely got out of bed. Like, who has that much energy when they just wake up?
Somebody who's got opinions about jelly.
I guess.
Don't disrespect peanut butter like that. So what do you include with your sandwich and peanut butter? Are you just like, you know what? I'm a plain peanut butter kind of guy. The
bacon.
The vanilla of sandwiches.
No. If you want to do a peanut butter sandwich right, peanut butter and bacon.
Peanut butter and bacon. I have to give that a shot.
Absolutely.
And see, that's the thing. I'm not scared of eating anything. So
honey would work too. Yeah, that's a good
work too.
Chief, you're sweet enough. We can't be giving you honey.
So let's look at so Friends again, and the M6 of Penzis. This is the fight to watch on track. Lots of back marker traffic for them to deal with. Although I think Friends has got the inside line going into Worth Curve.
He does, and is it Friends that we watched make this dive earlier?
He made it at the Seat hairpin, and it wasn't him. It was Fraser.
Oh, that's right.
Now, I'm surprised the M6 held the corner like that on the Porsche. Down the straightaway, the M6 should stretch a little bit. He's going to have to take a defensive line. He can't let the Porsche get inside on him on the hairpin, and he doesn't. Line's compromised a little bit on exit. Man, this is close.
Yeah, it is.
See, this is the Porsche. This is what the Porsche does in Sector 3. It just nips at your heels. Like a very angry small dog.
He's looking for his friend's looking inside hard coming into that corner.
See, whenever I look at that corner from the aerial shot, don't you just wish we had the MotoGP circuit where you just don't even bother with the stupid chicane at the end?
Yes. Just go. Now these guys getting broken up just a bit by that number 11 Audi of Curtis Lee. Curtis going wide and giving friends the opportunity to catch back up here.
I'm going to step away for a moment, sir, and refresh my beverage.
Not a problem. I'll be doing the same when you come back.
Fantastic.
Will there be interviews? Apple 51 asks. I'll be honest with you, Apple, I'm not 100% sure. Possibly. But I will tell you this, after 12 hours, it's really hard to stick around. Because at that point you want to finish up and close up shop and go sit for an hour or two doing nothing. So we'll see. It's entirely possible though. We're gonna have Dunn in here soon. We've got Whelp Cakes, Mr. Phillip with us. Mr. Cakes. As we continue to watch Adam Penzis defend against Stefan Frenz. And Frenz very, very patient today in the action we've seen him in. Has been able to really stay calm, keep it together, not cause any problems while looking for his opportunity. Jan Barth heading back out on track. Jan, so happy you're sticking around. We know you're out there solo. That is not an easy thing to do. And yeah, at this point, get out there and have some fun. As Frenz pushes up the inside, we got some door banging going on. Frenz sticking the elbows out. Thought we were watching a hockey game for a moment. Able to secure that spot now, about 0.8 over Adam Penzis. I believe we just lost another driver. Yep, Florian unfortunately has disconnected. Everybody moves up. Luke Andrews taking up P10 now. Stephen Frenz and Adam Penzis 11 and 12 respectively. But watch Frenz here, as he already cleared by over a second on Penzis. Taking a look up top, Samuel Villa has closed that gap down up to Jeremy Donahue, down to about 26.5 seconds now. So again, we continue to see it come down. It's not going to be completely sealed off during the course of a single stint, but certainly something we're going to keep an eye on as this continues. As we said, Jan Barth back out on track. Great to see a solo driver who can stick through all the way. And I understand why other people drop. I get it. You know, we had others, Retro Coffin ended up dropping, and the other, our other single driver. And I can understand both. I can understand why they drop, but I do love that Jan is sticking around for the entirety of this race, even needing to take breaks. Jan is the driver in Ricky Bobby. I made my chicken sandwich and make a phone call. I'll be right back. How is Jan still alive? Nobody knows. For all we know, it's Sugar Rush and Speedballs. Justin Scheffer back in that number 31 BMW, continuing to do the things that Justin Scheffer does, along with his partner Yannick Kurtz. These guys sticking together and just, again, the consistency and their ability to stay out of trouble has gotten them into P6 today, up 3 spots. No major incidents. And continues to work their way up.
So something that could be worth watching here, as I'm looking at Jeremy Donadue in the Project Reborn Fezza, we've got Azami in the 789. Now, that car is a lap down from the 640, but is gaining on Donadue. Now, letting this car around you is effectively putting it on the same lap as you. So do you fight it here? Do you let it through?
Listen, I'm just going to go by it, but given what we have seen thus far, okay? Donadue, one of those drivers who, again, to your point, he's out there for a purpose. He's part of the team, but he's a little slower than his peers on the team, right? So if I'm Donadue, it's still an entire lap. I think I let him by. If pretending for a minute that is the job, that is my job on the team. Survive, don't screw around, don't crash the car, drive as fast as you can while maintaining control, all those things, right? I think I let him by. Why do I want to play battle? That's only going to slow me down. And right now, my goal is to keep that 26.5 seconds. My goal isn't to fight this guy. I don't know.
Makes sense.
That's just my thought on it, because again, I've got another entire minute and 45 or minute and 46 seconds between me and Azami. I don't need to worry about fighting him right now. Let one of my peers fight him if it comes down to that. Because he's still got 3 other people to get through to really fight me or to fight my team.
That is true. Yep. It's gonna be interesting to see how this all plays out over the course of the remaining 5 hours and 11 minutes. But yeah, as far as pace goes, and we've talked about how Donadue is slower than his counterparts on the team, but in terms of like average lap pace,
he's doing excellent right now.
He's not doing bad. The trick is that it's just the front of the field is that good where being on the average of 5/10, 6/10 slower than the fastest guy right now, which is, although actually he stepped it up to where he's faster than Boris Garofalin. So pulling away from P3, it's just Samuel Vila in the number 17, the Glitch Motorsport Fezza.
Even that last lap, he was a little bit faster.
Yeah,
just
on the average,
but
on the average, he's about 4/10 slower than Vila, but that's still really good pace. It's just that 4/10 is going to add up. It's just gonna add up over time. So it's going to be interesting how the team strategy functions with the Project Reborn Fezza. I'm just watching him drive around right now, and he's being super conservative on his approach to lines when he's reaching back markers and stuff like that, which could make up for a lot of the time that he's losing. He's getting through. We do have a yellow flag on track. I'm trying to look and see if I can figure out where, though. Switch back to green.
Huff, you'll have to give me actually, Huff, you're probably not at your PC, are you? Let's say if you wanted to go in and do it, you'll have to give me a bit. I got a message. Old whelp cakes here on the side, on the slick.
Well, let me open up Discord so that I can see it. I have to take away one of the many windows that is showing the race. Douglas Mitchell with the huge comeback. Indeed.
I don't know where to see that information, so.
The top 5 teams in the order right now?
Yeah, the team names is the thing.
I'm like in pit wall?
Yeah.
It's not in pit wall. That's just once I've read it and said it.
You've memorized it and you're weird.
Yeah.
Okay, you're one of those. Gotcha. Yeah, if you just send them to me there.
Yeah, I got you.
Set it up. Yep. I continue to watch here, but so Arashi, I mean, we're not there yet. Arash Azami not quite caught up to Jeremy Donadue yet, but we will get there. My dogs are about to go nuts because my wife just got home. All right. I love it.
You can set me up with a fight, and I'll
Yeah, I will be stepping away here in a moment. Then no real fights right now. Everybody pretty well spread out. We do have possibly here coming up, though. I'd have to look at the times, but Quentin, LSL, and Emmanuel Real, about a 6.3 second gap. Stefan Frenz stretching out over Penzis at this point, 7.4 seconds. Orlov in that number 29 Porsche with Laszlo about 5.6 back. The time's starting to slip again a little bit for that 640 car. Back into the 146s. The gap down now under 26 seconds back to Samuel Vila.
You're enjoying this race. You're looking forward to more endurance racing.
Love it.
We got a lot of good endurance racing action coming up. Got Bathurst.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have got the Glen.
I think we're doing the July 31st Watkins Glen.
That's going to be awesome.
It is going to be awesome. I can't wait. It's going to be fantastic. I love Watkins Glen. I live about 5 hours away. I really need to get down there one year for a race, and I just haven't done it.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Team names.
And the myth, the legend.
Digging into the data a little bit for the folks at home. 145.892 for Donadue. Holding down P1 for the 640 Feza. Trying to pull away from Samuel Vila, but Vila's got about 4/10 in hand, probably closer to 5. Garofulin, he's dropping back. He's putting numbers down that are more comparable to Donadue.
Yeah, I see that slipping he's got going on. So
same way with the motor load 488 that's sitting P4. That is Kamziuk on the number 5, 45.805 average lap time on stint number 7. He's got about 35 minutes in stint number 7, so he's got, I'd say, probably close to what would that be? About 25, 28 minutes before he's going to have to take his next scheduled pit stop. Arash Azami, 46.754, so definitely losing out in terms of pace relative to the rest of the field. Losing ground. Everybody's just slowly pulling away. Although I'm kind of curious, let me throw Kurtz in the mix, because I'm kind of curious between Azami and Kurtz what we're looking at.
So while you're taking a look real quick, the poll is up for today's winning team. Ladies and gentlemen, go get your votes in now. Project Reborn currently leading. Jeremy Donadue driving for them. Glitch Motorsports with Samuel Vila behind the wheel right now. Boris Garflin in for BMW Sim Racing. Maxim Komasuk in for Motorload Racing, and Iran Racing Team with Arash Azami currently behind the wheel, sitting in 5th place.
Right now, I mean, I feel like Project Reborn is going to be tough to beat. Pace is really solid when they've got Lafile or Mamad in the car. But I'm very interested to see what the situation evolves into, because we're at 34 degrees ambient temperature, 41 degrees track temperature.
Yeah.
and it's 11:37 a.m. So we're about to bust. We're about to bust noon. It's probably going to be 42 degrees on track. It's going to be tough. Again, deltas are very low across the board. In terms of people being able to match their bests or their deltas. Although for session best, Johnny Monerm in the Franks Racing AMG just laid down a 46.607, which is 0.3 faster than when he started the stint. So he is going a little bit quicker, but the fastest lap in that AMG was a 45.672. So that should give you an idea of how much pace has just bled away from them as the temperature's gone up. It's over a second.
Yeah. They're getting shrunk down real hard so far.
Yep. It's going to be tough. It's going to be an endurance race. But sir, you said you needed to step away, and I want to open the doors so that you can walk through it.
Thank you. And I'm going to put you on Quentin LSL because, as I said, I was watching this gap come in, and Emmanuel Real right behind is down to 1.5 seconds. So I'm going to leave you right there, and I will be about 4 or 5 minutes.
See you in a bit.
All right, sir. Be right back.
Thanks again, everybody, for coming to hang out and watch or participate in the 12 Hours of Barcelona. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, just talking about some happenings on track right now, some close battles, as close as we can tell from the data. I'm going to go take a peek real fast. Does look like we've got some people in the pits for perhaps some scheduled stops or maybe not scheduled stops. Just taking a look to find the deltas that are close. Field's pretty spread out. It's going to be tough. So let's go to we were on LSL. Let's go back there now. In the 801, the Honkers Audi, currently behind the Iran Racing Team 488, but has who is that? That is Emmanuel Real in the FBL Racing Team 333. Where is Real? Real's team, Pelone. We've seen Pelone put some really good moves out on track in the 333 Audi R8. Cue the sound of Molson walking into a closed glass door. You're ridiculous, Dunn. So yeah, Rivas, the number 10 machine, currently P15. Tough race for them, man. Got knocked back pretty far on lap 1, but steady climbing the ladder. Got some good pace in the number 10 SRA Audi. Yeah, Quentin, he's going to have to get with it. He's got 7/10 disadvantage to Emmanuel behind him. Keep the belly button talk in Discord. Yeah, don't let the people read this. All right, so the 801 had a bad exit out of Lakaicha, and that's going to give 333 the opportunity, but around the outside of Bank Sabadell is not the way to get it done. Slots back in. On approach, I think that the 333 needs a really good exit out of New Holland. Get a good launch down that start-finish straight. It's Audi on Audi, so in terms of straight line speed, they should be comparable. Could be down to like small setup differences. So Real comes across the line, sets a 47.707. 47.692 for Quentin. So Quentin has picked up the pace, which he's going to have to maintain if he wants to stay out in front. Hang on to this P7. Four hours, 57 minutes left in the race. 12 hours of Barcelona. 42 degrees on track. 34 degrees ambient temperature. Sunny conditions. It's just going to bake. We're all just going to bake here. As soon as we get some Audi on Audi action. A little shake and bake. Oh, that's ridiculous. You guys. Is that a step Audi? Wow. Wow, Eric. That's a terrible joke. Oh, 333 all over the gearbox of the 801. Again, stuck behind him through Banque Sabadell. Europe car, RACC. It's tough. The lunge on the inside is going to be not a smart move here, I think. A curb on the inside is very aggressive. Same with RACC. You saw. Trying to break the draft. It's just not. A little bit of weaving. Don't really know if that's kosher, but, you know. Turn one's got a pretty wide entry. There's lots of opportunities for the 333, and they come together into the braking zone. That's probably going to get a flash of the headlights and maybe a sternly worded letter.
Sternly worded letter. A little bit of a ding there we had.
Yeah, I can't tell if it was the draft that got him or what, but yeah, Emmanuel wants to get around Quentin in a pretty bad way.
Today's winning team, we only had a couple votes in there. The 3 for Project Reborn, our current race leaders. I see again that gap has come down a little bit while I was away. Hey, Dunn, I like your message there about my wife getting you confused with Bubs because I was outside and I said, by the way, Dunn said hi. And she said, which one is that? And I said, that's the good one. And she said, oh, so not the bad influence. I go, yeah, not the bad influence. That's the good one.
You're not a bad influence, even with all the belly button talk. So the cat I adopted.
Oh, and a slide right there. I don't know if we had another ding. Let me change this. Let me switch this up and back it up real quick to see as we come into the chicane. Yep, there's a ding right there. Emmanuel Riel taking Quentin LSL out, coming into it. That's too bad. Hate to see battles go like that.
Now, not putting on my stewarding hat for this one, Huff, so don't ask. But the reason why I'm doing it is I want to highlight something very, very different. Actually, give me 1 second. My cat's about to go murder my drum set.
Okay. Don't let that happen. Touch my drumsticks. He's about to go stepbrothers on the cat. Josh Frazier now in P9 into the pits. So Donadue now down 23 laps out of the what looks to be about 35, 36 laps for that team. Garafulin, though, 35 laps in. Those guys have been averaging about 36, although Anu had a very short stint of only 23 earlier. Everything else has been 36, so I think we can expect to see him in soon. And Samuel Villa sitting at 31 laps. Again, this team tending to roll 34 laps for each stint, a couple at 36, but most of theirs hitting at 34, so we should expect them in as well very soon. As Luke Andrews continues holding on to P10 right now.
Apologies about that. So I have an electronic drum set, and the pads are designed in a way that cats love to get their claws into them.
Oh, gotcha.
So I'm like, nah.
I was telling Chad I thought it was going to be a whole Step Brothers thing. You were going to have to yell at him about touching your drumstick or something.
The cat we just recently adopted, named Ferguson.
Named Ferguson. Good
yeah.
Cat.
Yeah, he's a hoot. Now that said, what I was going to talk to the chat about was the move that Emmanuel did on the 801.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that I noticed, at least from my end, and it could be completely local to me, is a little bit of lag. I was noticing that 333 was rubber banding just a little bit. In my opinion, like people that are like, oh, that accident is like netcode or something like that. No excuse. It's like you can, most of the time you can tell as you're approaching a driver if you are desynced with them.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that when you approach them to pass, you need to exercise some extra caution. You can't just you can't do those battles where it's like, man, we could barely fit a sheet of paper. No, that's not going to work. That sheet of paper is going to go away real quick when the network desyncs and you two come together.
That's the one thing, and the big difference between ACC and I would say iRacing is because, in ACC, there's obviously desync from time to time. I think once or twice during today's race, I saw some where a car would shift a little bit left or right, straight, sideways, which is not their driving. It's a little bit of desync. But it's very minimal, right? And by the way, Vila and Garflin both into the pits at the same time. Interesting because Garflin, 36 laps, but Vila only 33 this time. And they've typically been doing 34 to 36 laps every flip. So we'll have to see how that changes. But as I was saying, in ACC, it's these little moves, right? When you think there's a netcode issue or anything. That's the one thing in iRacing, when somebody's desynced. Because they start bouncing up into the air. They start flying sideways. I mean, it's ridiculous. Yep. The huge movements. It's awesome. I love it.
It's not. I know. It's comical. The collision physics in iRacing in particular is something I love. One of my first endurance races, I did the 6 hours of the Glen with my buddy Beltan, and we're going up the S's. And as I'm going up the S's, I noticed that there's a car going up into the air, like it's going into the atmosphere. I'm like, wait a minute, huh? And then I get to I crest the hill at the S's, and we're headed down towards the bus stop, and I see what happened. There's like cars littered all over the place, and the car that went up in the air still hasn't come down yet. So, I mean, I just love the collision physics in iRacing. It's magical. That said,
back out of the pits. Sorry, go ahead.
Something that the audience is probably going to want a little bit of attention on is look at P4 right now.
I see that. Yeah, Soldatov coming out of the pits just ahead of Kamasiuk. So now Kamasiuk still needed to make that stop, right? So, we're not overly concerned, but Jeremy Donahue must be happy because now with a 90-second gap, again, he's only 26 laps in. He's got no pressure now for the next 10 or so laps that he needs to run. And there should be plenty of time there with 90 seconds. Let's say it even gets down to 80. There should be plenty of time there, given the pit stops we've seen, for them to get in and out of the pits and still have a decent 10 to 20 second gap available to him between whoever gets in the car and Oscar Tringale. So
getting Lafile in the car right after that first Donahue stint, I think, is going to be the smart play for the team, because Donahue can maybe relax a little bit.
I think Mamad. I think Mamad's going to come back out for this next stint. We'll see. We'll find out in about 10 laps. But I think Mamad's, I think Mamad's going to come out. Mamad and Lafile had very similar pace, and I think no matter who comes out, they're going to have opportunity there to extend the gap, because that's what we saw during the first half. But remember, we had Lefebvre for 2, Mamad for 2, Donadue for 1, and then Lefebvre back out.
So the thing is that I agree with you on that. I think we'll probably see Mamad in the car. Getting Lefebvre that break with the double Mamad stint and then the single Donadue stint was really good, because you could put Lefebvre back in for a stint, extend just a little bit, do exactly what you're talking about. Donadue now, no pressure.
Yeah.
Like, he's got nothing but space between him and the 17, the Glitch Motorsport Ferrari. Can just put in like good, solid, average laps, probably for even 2 stints. He probably doesn't even have to come out after one. And then, put in Mamad to finish the race out, and that would be a pretty good strategy. The part that's going to be the thing that I'm interested in now, and we're actually getting a little bit of afternoon sun that comes in over the straight when it passes the grandstands, a little bit of shade on track. So
42C right now, though.
Yeah, we're definitely getting close to that noon sun, where it's gonna be bacon. But yeah, so Kamziuk in the number 5 right now, the Motorland Ferrari, losing a little bit of ground to Soldatov, who has done a lot of driving in the 991 today. Already starting to pull a gap. That's kind of what you want to see from the BMW Sim Racing M4. Trying to hold on to that third step of the podium. And who knows, maybe there's something to play for later on with the Glitch Motorsport Ferrari. But we're just going to have to wait and see.
And I will say, too, looking at the gaps chart that you showed me earlier, again, Donadue, I think, did a much better run this stint than his previous. If you look, his last stint, he went from, a 1 minute 9. Hold on a second.
But we had an aggressive temperature transition at that time, because that's when the sun.
Yeah, but he went from
just coming up.
He had a 44-second lead, got it, and it got chipped away all the way at one point down to 29 seconds. This time comes out with about a 29-second lead, and it only got chipped down by about 6 seconds.
Yeah. He's definitely
stint, so did a lot better this run.
He's definitely locked in. We're definitely seeing Donadue being able to take advantage of the fact that all the drivers are going to be struggling for pace in these temperatures. It's just going to be interesting to see later on what sort of struggles people are going to be getting as we start to get towards the hot temperatures. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't see any collisions. Azami, by the way, in the pits, the Iran Racing Team 789 Ferrari. I wonder if Sheffer is going to get around him while he's in the pits. I'm actually going to switch over to Sheffer real quick.
Yep, let's take a look, see where he's at.
So Sheffer actually at Europe car, it's possible. It's in the cards.
Yep, he's coming through the chicane now. He's got time.
Yep.
As we focus
I'm looking right now, 789. Yeah, he's rolling down. He's rolling down pit road. If he gets out in front, which I think he will, he still has a fight on his hands, because Sheffer's not that far away.
No, not at all. We'll see where these guys land out as Azami comes out on track. About 6 seconds. Now continuing to dive as he gets up to speed. But yeah, about 6.5 seconds there, locked in. So that could end up coming together very quickly on us too.
Looking at Jeremy Donadue right now, navigating some back markers right now. He's got the 55 DCF Racing BMW and the Racing Monkeys M6 in front. He is going to get past the 51 going into turn 1. He's got to cover a little bit of ground before he can catch up with the Racing Monkeys M6 as they go through Renault right now. And you can already tell, I don't know if you're seeing this on stream right now or not, but the sliding that's happening from the M6 is just unreal right now. It is. It definitely looks like it's a handful with the temperatures the way they are. Yeah, it's going to be. I think it's going to be pretty tricky. It's going to be a pretty tricky experience.
hopefully hold it down and get Donahue around, although he's already dropped 5 seconds at Tringale very quickly. It's only been, I mean, that's the biggest drop we've seen so far. It's only been 3 laps at this point.
I mean, Tringale came out swinging 44.817. Now, how many laps is he going to be able to put in that kind of pace? Because the thing about endurance racing and stuff like that is, yeah, you might be able to put mid 44 in the car, like right out of the gates. But are you going to be doing that mid 44 for the entire stint if you do that? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Are you going to jeopardize your ability to do mid 45s by pumping out those 44s? See, he's already down to 45.097. So as the grip starts to come away from the driver a little bit, we're going to see those laps
into the pits early. Only 29 laps done.
Whoa. Okay.
Donahue coming in.
Interesting. I wonder why. I didn't see anything like a collision or.
No. Yeah, but they're possibly seeing the same thing we did, right? A 5-second drop in 3 laps and decide, you know what, 30's enough. Let's get it flopped out. And 4:42 left. They might have to bring him out for another short stint.
They will. I
Right?
think they'll have to.
But-
I think they'll have to. If they double Mamad, they're going to have to get. They're going to have to try and get Donahue back in.
Yeah, but
I don't know if they can
possibly
just do,
for a very short stint. Eat that extra pit stop because you've got the time, you've got the gap, and if your other 2 drivers can continue to open that gap up, you can bring him out for the 45 minutes, whatever it might be, and he can maintain again, right? So
yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Let's assume Mamad and Lafile get back in the car for their a full stint, and they put Mamad in the car. Let's assume they go out for a full stint. What did that buy you? 12 minutes. We're at 4:41. 12 and 41 is 53. That means you're going to have to put Donahue in the car for 53 minutes at the end of the race to potentially.
That's what he just ran now. That's 30 laps.
Yeah, so that's 30 laps. So yeah, that might actually work.
You know, and he held. So
yeah, he held it. He held it. That's all that matters. And the thing is, too, is that I'm betting these guys are probably sharp enough to know that if they're only putting him out for 30 laps, they can do things with like the fuel where they only put in 30 laps worth of fuel, give him a fresh set of boots and send him out. Yeah, sure, you're losing a little bit of time because you're not putting that fuel in the car while it's already on the jacks, putting it on the tires, but it will be lighter. It will be more compliant. It'll be a more comfortable experience for Donahue.
And I'm just going to say, I was right. Oh, man, Mamad's in the car. Let's go.
Yep, Mamad's in the car. 14 seconds was the delta before the pit stop. I think if I understand correctly now, though, I think Mamad would have gotten around in the pits, wouldn't he? Yeah.
What do you mean?
I'm looking right now. No. The gap was big enough that Mamad could pit and still stay out in front.
Yep.
But the gap is now down to 14 seconds.
And again, another 1 minute 12 pit stop for them. Right? That double digit pit stop. So
yeah, and that is that's at least 4 seconds on the table. So it's gonna be interesting. We're seeing the thing that's interesting about this race in particular is we're starting to see these kinds of like strategy calls happening with 4 hours, over 4.5 hours left in the race. You don't start seeing this kind of like, I'm not going to call it panicking. I don't think they're panicking. I think they're smart enough to look at what's happening, make smart strategic choices. It's just most of the time you don't see this kind of reaction until like the last hour.
Yeah. Well, and that was actually one of the questions I had for you. And real quick, I'm just going to jump in. Sorry, but Will, I'm doing good, man. How about you? And I'm doing great. Dunn, I'm doing great. And I hope Patrick's doing great, or Philip's doing great. Patrick, I'm an idiot. I had SpongeBob on the brain. I don't know why.
It's fine.
Phil's doing great. We've both been here since 6 o'clock this morning with this endurance race. 4 hours, 38 minutes left to go. Having a great day. But that was one of the things I wanted to ask you, which has now popped out of my head again, because I'm an idiot.
We were talking about strategic choices and doing things like late in the race and stuff like that.
Well, and that's the thing is when does this become a sprint? Because again, we talk about putting sorry, I'm getting my computer went all nutty for a second. We talk about putting Donahue back in the car for the end of this race, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in that last hour, this goes from endurance racing to a sprint race.
Yep.
Right? So do you want him in at the end, or do we see Mamad stick around for, say, the next 2 stints, do a double, okay, and then bring Donahue back in so that he can cover, say, a 45 or a 53-minute stint like we talked about, run another 30 laps with a gap, open that, or let that gap come down a little bit, and then Lafille drops back in at the end of the race to run the sprint portion of this.
Yeah. I think so. The portion for me, like my favorite moment in endurance racing is when you hit that last stint. Like right before that last stint, you're on your next to last stint. That's when you're really looking around and you're figuring out, okay, who am I trying to beat to the line?
Mm-hmm.
And then what happens there is you start figuring out, okay, am I going to win this? Am I going to beat this guy, or am I going to stay out in front of this guy with an undercut or not? And my philosophy is, and I feel like I've been proven right. Oh wow, that Audi went way off track over at RACC. It looks like the big brain Audi at RACC chicane. He's back out on track. Wow, that was like he lost it big, but I think he might have kept it out of the wall. So winning with the undercut, like you never, like in my opinion, you never let the car you're chasing undercut you.
Mm-hmm.
You never let the car you're running from undercut you. Like in endurance racing, like you always you always force them into the decision.
Yeah.
Don't let them force you into the decision. How that rule ends up working out in terms of strategy. Oh, the guy I'm chasing is pitting. I'm following him in the pits. I'm not going to let him get the undercut right now.
Kamasuk into the pits, by the way. Speaking of.
Yeah, that is to me, in my opinion, not letting in endurance racing, especially when you get to that last stint, not letting the team you're chasing get the undercut on you. Now that assumes you're ahead of them in pit stops, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you've taken fewer pit stops, you do not let them undercut you. So it is very much about again, trying to force their hand, give them the smallest amount of time to react. That's just my philosophy on it, and I think we're going to see that happen when we get to that. I would put it at about. So if the Ferraris are putting in about 2 hours and 6 minutes, I would put it probably inside the last 2 hours of the race. We're going to start seeing it turn into a sprint.
Okay.
So that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to that moment when maybe it's Kamziuk is figuring out he's racing Azami, or Sheffer is figures out he can catch Azami, or even like I'm looking right now, T-Bird and Quint racing. That's when we're going to start to see these guys start really taking swings at each other in terms of the strategy.
Yeah. Now it's interesting. Catalano coming out of the pits in that number 5 Ferrari. The number 5 Ferrari. Azami able down a lap, but able to get around. So now, I mean, we'll see how much catch up he can do in the last 4.5 hours of this race, but at least able to unlap himself a little bit up towards P4 during the course of that pit stop.
Yep.
Quite a big jump. And as you said, Jostein Sheffer not that far back, about 9 seconds. That hasn't moved too much. But I'll be curious to see, especially when Yannick Kurtz gets back in the car, if that starts to slow down.
Question in chat about P1, P2 being synced on stops. I can look at that real quick. Give me a sec.
No, they're off.
So Mamad just came across the line. He's got, looks like 249 laps. And now here comes, they're synced now. So they are. It's about a 13, 14 second advantage to Mamad right now in terms of time.
Well, they're asking about stops, though. So stops, they both have done 7 stops.
Yep.
But they are off by about 8 to 10 minutes right now.
Yep. And again, this is where that undercut is going to become critical. They're not far enough apart in terms of the pit stop. where they're off strategy. Like when people talk about that endurance race and they're like, I'm off strategy. Normally, if you're off strategy to a car you're chasing, I normally put that at about half stint. So for like an hour and 2 minutes, I would put it at like 31 minutes. Like that's quote unquote off stint from the car you're chasing, because you're basically crab walking even stint times apart from one another all the way to the end of the race. And this might be another moment where people are thinking I'm John Maddening here, but the car that goes in the pits the least is probably gonna win. So you being off stint with the car that you're chasing, you need to figure out at what point can you be both off stint but get that one fewer pit stop in, so that you can save that trip down pit road. Which, I mean, you've got the time with the app you're using. You're looking at 30 some odd seconds off the jacks, 30 some odd seconds on the jacks.
Yeah, depending on how the stop goes. I mean, we're talking about 34.7, 34.3 for these front runners on the jacks, 32.4 on the last stop for Soldatov. Some are a lot faster than others, and that time, saving that one trip. And as you said, we talk about 108, 109, 110s, 112s. That's a minute and a half. That's well over half a lap here at Barcelona, right? That you're making back up that someone else doesn't get to. And there are 26 drivers left. Jan Barth's still with us. Individual driver. Done this whole race by themselves. Absolutely fantastic. Continuing. Had to take a quick 5-minute break in there, and well-deserved. But sticking it out throughout this entire 12 hours is just phenomenal. I love to see it. We
might need a wellness check for Jan before the end of this race.
I think the fact that Jan took a break when they needed to is like, that's probably a good thing. Like, I'm like, all right, you're good then.
Go have a sandwich.
Yeah,
just like
something.
Seriously. Looking right now at the times, and we are spread out, but there's a couple of fights on track that I'm really interested in seeing how they
I want Sheffer to catch
out.
a zombie so bad, but right now that gap's starting to open up a little
Same
bit.
way I am with the number 4 Audi and the Honkers 801, Quint LSL and T-Bird. Like they're close right now. They're getting closer, and I really want to see that fight happen.
Molson, what did you have for lunch? Would it be okay if I told you I'm having it now?
Go for it.
Red, Johnny Walker Red.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right.
Well, I had my breakfast and I wasn't hungry for lunch, so I'm like, I'm not going to.
So you're having a sensible meal.
Yeah, I'm having a sensible meal. I can drink it and not fill my mouth with food, so I can't talk to you and to the people in chat. That seems rude.
So I had, I've been going on mute, and I've been munching on some Mediterranean while, so I got my falafel, got my hummus. I'm good to go.
No, I'll eat tonight. I'll eat after the race. I'll end up with a chimichanga in me, so I'm allowed.
Fantastic. That sounds delicious.
Tomorrow, I'm waiting for tomorrow though. So last weekend we had guests at our house, and my wife had found this recipe because I got a smoker this year, so I've been smoking things. I smoked cream cheese last Saturday.
Yeah,
it was fantastic.
Yeah. It's amazing what you can do when you infuse things with smoke.
Yeah. Oh, just amazing. So I'm doing some more cream cheese tomorrow, and then we'll do our stuffed mushrooms for dinner. So I'll eat good tomorrow. Don't worry. Going into the
good deal, man.
Going back to work.
Looking again at lap times. Just wanted to check in real quick with Oscar Tringale. Last lap was a 45.132 compared to Malik Mamad's 45.962.
Yeah, so I think it took
Oscar
Mamad
moving.
Well, he is, and I think it took Mamad a few laps to get his feet under him because, that gap started at about 15 and a half seconds when he came out of the pits, shrunk down to about 14, even touching 13 once or twice, and then started to open back up. And if you look at those previous laps, what is it, starting with 248, 49, 50, and 51, I'm sorry, 50, Mamad opened it up there. So it was shrinking, but we'll see if it continues to do so. I'm not sure it's going to.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So Adrius Borchers, who races the Space Pace Esports crew, in chat, talking about how using the pressure of the undercut to force your team to make mistakes, and also how fresh tires and no back markers, you can do 2 seconds per lap. The other thing about the undercut at the very end of the race, you know what your lap times are. You know how fast you are. You know how much fuel to put in. So you have like the opportunity to run the car to the point where you basically run it out of gas after it gets past the line. And running with a light car and fresh tires, especially if you nail the undercut, especially if you can force a mistake on your opponent with the pressure, that's a huge advantage. So I'm interested to see if we're going to get some teams that are going to play those kinds of games.
Yeah. Laszlo now.
The interesting thing,
dropping quick.
The other interesting thing that I noted here is that we don't actually have any teams on the grid together. We don't have a single. It looks like we do not have a single team that has 2 cars on the grid today. So I also don't expect to see any situations where, because blue flags aren't mandatory, can't defend the corner. That doesn't mean you can't stop me from pushing to keep you from getting around me. So we're not going to see any of that stuff.
Yeah.
But again, there's still some things that I love about the endurance racing formula that I feel like we're going to get some good opportunities to watch some really good racing. 75, I believe that is the McLaren Andrews going into the pits, the Aspire Racing McLaren. He's going to hop on the jacks as he's trying to chase down Tom Bird and stay in front of Stefan Friends. Stefan Friends going in the pits as well.
Yeah, Friends hitting the pits as well.
And they're on the same lap as well. In fact, lap 249, you got the 801 of Quentin, the number 4 of Tom Bird, the 75 of Luke Andrews, and the 693 of Stefan Friends. That is going to be a drag race to the end of this 12 hours. I guarantee you.
Yeah, and Bird dropping a little bit back now from Quentin, but we'll see if he can pick that back up. I'd like to see this come together. And again, same with Azami and Sheffer. I'd really like to see these two come together and give us a battle here. But right now, it looks like our closest is Robert Seuss and Savinov. Savinov about 4.8 off the pace right now.
And not only is Savinov that off the pace in that respect, but also you've got an interesting scenario. So Savinov's got Azami in front of him. He's got the Nitrotech Maka Ivan Daniel, P17. So got some cars that he's not necessarily racing, but the thing is that he's not showing as a blue flag to Azami. But he will show as a blue flag to Daniel. So what happens there?
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to figure out how these two cars navigate around Daniel. And Ruse is trying to get Savinov's trying to get the best lap times he can get out of that Porsche right now so that he can try and catch Robert Seuss in the Racing Monkey M6. Last lap, by the way, was a 2:47.719, so that's after coming out of the pits for some reason.
But we also just now had Lester come out right ahead of Muxka. So we may have another tightening down here with about only a 5-second gap between those two for P11. I think we're getting set up to have a very adventurous end of race between now and the next, 4 hours and 24 minutes.
I want it to be a drag race. I want it to be an absolute drag race to the end.
And if we look at this here, if we talk about, let's start with Clester first, okay? So you look, this mid-pack where you said it was going to come together, you were right, because it's starting to form up now. Clester in P11, Muxka only 4.8 back from there, Robert Seuss another 9.4, and Savinov another 5.9. These guys all tightened up on the same lap, and slowly we're watching these times come together. I'm going to get very curious in this P11 run towards the end of this race, or in just the next hour.
Yeah, and the other part of it too is that, I mean, we've got these cars, they're all different, right? You've got a Porsche, you got an M6, you got another, well, actually you have another M6. So you got two M6s and two Porsches coming together. The thing is, those M6s are kind of split right now with Porsche. So if they get up to Cluster's going to slow them down.
Yeah.
Because he's not got the straight line speed of the M6. And that's going to give Savinov a time to catch up to the M6s that he normally can't catch in a straight line. It's going to be interesting. Dunn is like, we prefer boring ass finishes.
Dunn doesn't know how to tell time either, so I wouldn't pay any attention to him.
So with Dunn, basically, it might as well be the 12 years of Barcelona.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, 12 minutes, 12 years. He's not sure.
Okay, be kind.
There he is. I thought that'd get you motivated, you punk.
I've been in here for like 20 minutes.
Have you really?
Uh-huh.
Very quiet.
Just letting you all go on.
How are you today, Mr. Dunn?
I'm awake. I'm alive. It's Saturday afternoon now.
There you go.
Just hanging out.
Awesome.
Well, thank you for joining the North American sim racing commentary establishment.
No British
good to see you,
accents,
sir.
But we do our best.
Yes.
You
The race has been pretty good. Seems like you've been following it in chat pretty well. Any particular takeaways you've seen from the race that on the stream?
I'll be honest with you. When I watch long endurance races, the beginning is interesting to me, and then I zone out for like good 11 hours. And then the end is interesting to me. And so I have to be an absolute mess in the chat for about 11 hours.
So you're not the one that would be watching... You would not be watching the 24 hours of Spa next weekend all the way through?
No, absolutely not.
Even after the fact?
I would... I mean, I have not done a great job following anything this year, but yeah, I would probably be interested in the beginning. I'm like, ooh, okay, what are the storylines? What's the drama happening here? And then I would probably set on notifications in case there was some drama on like Twitter. And then I would wait until the end. I would watch the last like 30 minutes.
Unbelievable. Arash Azami out there driving in P5 right now. Mohammed in the chat. Can we get a shout out for Azami? He's a great driver and a veteran. He's having a great race today. That is for sure. Sitting up in P5 in that 789 Ferrari. The Ferrari's just dominating this race today. 4 of the top 5 positions held by Ferrari. Absolutely fantastic.
The Iran Racing Team boys really are pretty quick, and to give Mohammed like another nice little factoid about Azami in particular, the P5 car currently last lap was a 46.547, which is not quite on the pace to hang on to maybe shatter the top 4. He is starting to pull away from Sheffer in the 31, much to Mr. Molson's chagrin. He's hoping we get a little bit closer to have them have a strong race against one another. That said, top 5 in this field with some of the pace figures we're seeing, that's really strong. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Iran Racing Team boys end up finishing this race off. And can they keep Sheffer back? I think it's going to be a fight. Sheffer could knuckle down. Kurtz could knuckle down. They're pretty quick in the M4. I think it's going to be good. I think the 488 is strong here. That's my takeaway.
I'll see. It looks like Azami has a great chance to hold on to that P5. And when we look, I mean, that's down 2 spots from where he started today's race, or where the team started today's race. But given everything we've seen, not a terrible performance at all, especially this late in the game. Still looking back here now, Eric Muxka with Robert Seuss about 3.6 seconds off pace right now. It's going to be our next tightening, I think, and see these guys come together, because those numbers are coming down slowly but surely.
Yeah, the person right now that I'm watching is Alessandro Pallone in the 333. Last lap from him was a 45.640. Really out of place for P7 right now. He's on the same lap as Sheffer. Sheffer's last lap was a 27.862. So, like, Sheffer's really starting to step it up a little bit, but Pallone is blisteringly fast in that Audi. That's going to be tough to stay out in front of that.
Love all
Trying
the
to think
Audis on
where.
track today.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, man. So many Audis.
So many Audis. Now that gap back to Robert Seuss, now down to 2.3 seconds. Just that quick.
Yep, you get that traffic out of the way, and it's easy to start closing that gap down. Now, again, we're looking at like Muxka is 9.8 back from Klester, so Klester is pulling away. Robert Seuss, though, man, he can see the other M6. It's just right in front of this AMG on track, the Frank's AMG.
So we'll see how
I'm
hard
really
it is for him
surprised to
get
see
clear.
this many M6s, right? Like, are you surprised as I am to see this many M6s?
I don't know. I think a lot of guys drive it because they like it and they've mained it for so long, and then have no, maybe went and tried the M4 and decided they wanted to go back to their M6, right? It's very hard to change cars, I find. I've tried rolling over to the AMG and I just can't get myself to do it.
But going from the Audi to the AMG, man, that's like going from walking on your feet to walking on your hands. Like, it's just it's a different kind of animal.
Yeah. And there we go, Robert Seuss trying to get clear of this AMG. And there we go.
Just gonna let him go.
So
smart play. Don't need to lose that time if you don't have to.
Nope.
And then now it's Robert Seuss and Muxka in the number 7, the Boots and Gideon. It's going to be and the Boots and Gideon goes super wide at Repsol, and it's going to make it easy.
Robert Seuss forcing the mistake out of Muxka.
The mine punt.
Yep. And now Robert needing to settle in and not make the same mistake to allow the take back, right? Already starting.
Oh yeah, especially in this section. It's a terrible section for the M6.
Robert Seuss looking to clear out those back markers as quick as he can and open up that gap against Muxka. And able to do so relatively easily. People getting right out of the way for him. Malik Mahmoud up front now, opening the gap to 17.1 seconds. So as we said, starting to stretch that out a little bit.
It's going to be critical.
145.166 on average, and a 291 from Tringale. So, not decisively faster, obviously enough to open it up, but yeah, not decisively faster. Mamad over Tringale.
It adds up.
It does.
It adds up. That's how Lafile opened up the gap on the first 2 stints, right? He was doing like almost a half second, but he was doing it consistently every single lap, just pulling away and pulling away. And then when the car makes a mistake from behind, it turns a half second into 0.8, pulling away and pulling away. And it's just a smart move. Like just be consistent, run your pace. You know, it is very much about, again, just trying not to lose time.
So Robert Seuss easily pulling away now from Muxka. 3 seconds the gap and opening. Savinov going to be able to close in if Muxka can't pick up a little bit, get rid of some of these back markers, and around some of this traffic he's got. Savinov, the gap back to Savinov is starting to close in on him a little bit.
Yeah, when you're a blue flag, it's particularly challenging if you're faster than the car that has lapped you, because you can lap them and then run into trouble and then be a blue flag and then let them by and then get back around them and then get into some trouble, get blue flagged and get blown by again. Yeah. You can end up losing a lot of time just lifting for blue flags. So one of the things that's kind of a good strategy is to play it smart in terms of like positioning yourself relative to the whole lap. Like, I know this sounds like who on earth would think to do this, and it's not so much like you make a conscious effort to do it. It's just you try to lift a little bit here, lift a little bit there on average over the lap when you know you're about to be taken by blue flags, to try and lose the least amount of time over the lap possible. So it doesn't have to be down the middle straight, massive lift at the 200 board so that you can get this guy around you kind of scenario. You can have him within, 50 meters, 40 meters when he gets to the hairpin, so that it's not as much of a lift. It's just leave the door open, let the guy go.
Yeah.
So it does look like Muxka is starting to pick it up a little bit. The Space Pace and Iran Racing Team guys are negotiating whether or not Andreas is going to be in the 6 hours of Bathurst next month. Be a lot of fun.
It's absolutely. For sure, he says, there you go, we're getting Andreas back.
You'll get to drive around my smoking carcass on the mountain. Because that Lambo is going to be something.
I can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. And don't get me wrong, I love today too, but Barcelona, not one of my strong tracks when I drive, not one of my favorites when I watch racing on it. But Bathurst is just fantastic.
Bathurst is amazing.
Eat people.
The best thing to do is go hit up the Supercars YouTube channel and watch like historic races at Bathurst for the Bathurst 1000. Good stuff, man. Yeah. Good stuff. I mean, where else in motor racing can the race be postponed because an albino kangaroo hops onto the track? Come on. Or an echidna. I didn't even know what an echidna was until the Bathurst 1000. Just crazy stuff. Crazy
stuff.
Run
on the track all the time. That's what you need. Random things just hopping out onto the track.
Yeah, and because it's Australia, most of them are the deadliest form of that thing on Earth.
Like, the only thing saving you is the fact that you're in a very fast car.
Yep.
That provided you don't hit the thing that jumped on track, you can get away from whatever it is before it eats you.
Yep. Pretty much. Pretty much.
Mohammed asked, why, mate? Barcelona, it's so much fun. You know what? What attracts me to a track when I drive it is a certain flow and elevation changes. I like Spa, I like Bathurst, I like Brands Hatch. For me, those tracks have flow. If you put me at Paul Ricard, I cannot deal with Paul Ricard. Barcelona, I'm not saying Barcelona's a bad track, it's just not one of my favorites.
So
what works for you?
Oh, for me, I like track. For me, the flow of a track is pretty key. But the tracks that I tend to gravitate towards are I really enjoy Nürburgring GP. I enjoy Misano. I enjoy Suzuka.
Imola. I like Imola.
I like Imola. I've grown to really like Imola. I actually did a crap ton of practice for the Imola 24-hour when you guys were still going to have M2s. I was really hoping that grid would have formed with M2s.
Oh, that would have been fun.
That would have been so amazing. Those cars are so much fun on Imola. Yeah, Imola's one of those that I've gotten used to. If you like flow and you like change of elevation and stuff like that, if you ever get the opportunity to install it, pick it up on a Steam sale. It's a lot of fun. Get the premium pack from like Race Room.
Okay.
And do Macau.
Really?
Do Macau. Do it in something slow. Don't do it in something like a Formula One car or anything like that. Do it in something like a touring car, or and you can even get rear-wheel drive touring cars. They have the Silhouette series, which is basically like the version of the M2s for ACC.
Okay.
Race Macau. First of all, it's like walls everywhere. It is probably one of the deadliest circuits on Earth. And the elevation change is pretty nuts in some areas. When you're driving that close to walls and you have to do like hairpin turns and stuff like that, it's pretty wild.
Awesome.
Also, they have hill climbs at Race Stream if you enjoy elevation change and stuff like that. Yep.
I would love to get a good game that does that again. Which I guess Rally, you got Dirt Rally 2.0. There's no real hill climbs there, but
yeah, similar.
I just need a handbrake first because right now I can't do Dirt Rally without a handbrake. It's driving me up the wall. And a proper shifter. So.
Yeah. For me, handbrake is definitely required for rally.
Oh, it's a coming. I'll have one. Just gonna take a little bit. We check in up front. Malik Mamad continues to lead. Now the gap 18.3 seconds over Oscar Tringale. You can see the lap times there at the bottom of your screen. So he is opening that gap again slowly, but it is opening. So he's got to get this open to the point of having enough time so that his teammates can continue to open it or at least hold on to it. Take a chop in on Curtis Lee and Quentin Smith. I might not be able to see that, Apple, because as you can see, for some reason, Quentin Smith is 3,000 seconds behind in software. So very hard to tell. Hopefully with the pass, it'll fix it if there is a pass. What would bring me back to driving in ACC again? You mean like league races? Is that what you, because I can go drive in ACC anytime. I just usually end up in iRacing.
So the battle for P18 that he's talking about. So Quentin Smith is 2/10 behind Curtis Lee.
Yeah.
In the number 11 Audi.
That's what we're looking at
that
now.
Is,
but according to my software, they're 39 seconds apart.
Interesting.
It just means something stupid happened.
And it's also interesting how we both have the same livery packs, like because I use Awesome Sim Racing as well, and I'm a member of the Box3 Discord. I get the same livery set.
Yep.
Very interesting that I can't see Quentin's livery. Like it just shows to me as a carbon fiber Audi.
Oh, no kidding.
Oh, what is that 801 doing?
That is Quentin up there. Quentin LSL, who was yellow flagged as they came around.
What happened there?
I have no idea. Sitting by himself. He's in that mid pack, but now dropping way back off of Polone.
Lap time wasn't bad. I mean, slow in comparison to the front of the field, but 47.
You can, but you don't. Of course, either do I. Yeah, well, Dunn, the problem is you have other hobbies like boxing and things. I just race in iRacing. Plus, everybody at Box 3 races at like 10 o'clock at night, which is past my bedtime. Mohammed in chat, does anyone know what is the longest running race? Do you mean by overall time in regards to hours straight, or do you mean how many years it's been going on? I don't know the answer to either, but I just wanted to get clarification for the rest of the chat. Curtis Lee continuing to hold off. Quentin Smith, the number 167 McLaren.
I mean, the longest one that's probably still going is probably the Dakar Rally.
I was going to say, yeah.
The longest in terms of like a single day is probably going to be the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The longest in terms of ever is the Around the World in 80-Day Rally, which is 18,000 miles.
Wow.
Peking to Paris is also 9,317 miles. And a fact that your chat may not know is they used to do the Tour de France with cars.
Really?
They used to do the Tour de France with cars.
Doesn't that sound
Another
like fun?
one, another rally race that might be interesting to the folks in chat. There's a documentary on it. If anybody saw the really bad Incredible Hulk movie with Eric Bana, Eric Bana is an actor. He's also a racing driver in Australia, like a gentleman driver, and he participated in what is called the Targa Tasmania. It's a rally race over Tasmania. It's got some of the most treacherous terrain. He did it in a Ford Falcon, which is it's wild. It's an awesome documentary. It's called Feed the Beast.
Huh. I didn't realize he was a driver.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There's been a lot of actors that have gotten into motorsport. I mean, the one that's like probably the most successful in terms of like Le Mans is probably Patrick Dempsey at this point from Grey's Anatomy, or Steve McQueen. Sorry, no, it's probably Steve McQueen, and Paul Newman.
Fun times. All right, man. I'm gonna take a step away. I'm gonna leave you set
Absolutely.
right here on Curtis Lee and Quentin Smith. If I don't go soon, my eyeballs are gonna start floating. So. I will be back in just a moment. I think Mr. Dunn is still around. Maybe he'll want to talk to you for a minute. If not, you got this. I love watching this. Having a great day. Don't forget, guys, we're here for the entire time. 4 hours left to go as Curtis Lee heads into the pits. No sense leaving you there with him. And it looks like Quentin Smith following him. So these
might be a drag race.
These guys have decided to drag race. You know what? I will put it on the helicam and leave you with this. Let's see who leaves the pits first. And I will be right back in just a few moments.
And while we're waiting to see who's going to drop off the jacks first for this battle for P18, let's talk a little bit about some of the things that we're seeing in terms of the data. Mukska in the number 7, he's going to be having a battle on his hands pretty quick here with Savinoff. The gap's down to 1.8 seconds. We've also got some battles coming up later on, potentially with Klester and Grevison. Klester's got some really solid pace in comparison to the 75, the Aspire McLaren. It's going to be interesting to see if he can close that gap down and really take the fight to Grevison or not. It does look like Ovalin's in the car. So the Osiris Motorsports Maka gets off the jacks first, side by side with the Audi. They're going to race to the pit line. And away they go. I mean, they're free to race. That Audi is on the grass, though. They are really close to touching. He's on the marbles. Okay, so the Maka's got him squeezed. Maka's on the grippier part of the track. Shoves out wide, and it looks like the 167 is going to get the move done. And you can see the number 11 is struggling for grip. Being on the grass like that, getting in the marbles going into turn 1, I mean, you were trying to do what he could do to keep the position. But man, that's just a hard way to race, dude. Man, that's hard. Like you really don't have the grip. Maka was on the prime part of the track. You could see how he had the cornering advantage. The 51 car is off track at the Lakaicha hairpin. Does look like he's moving now. He is white flagged and slow, and the 666 is catching up to him. The reason why I'm telling you about this is this group of cars that we're looking at with 167 and car 11, they're getting close to approaching that portion of the track as well. The 911, I believe that is Yannick Plius going into the pits. He's trying to stay out in front of Ivan Daniel in the 199. I believe that is the Nitro Tech McLaren. How am I staying hydrated? I have I have water right next to me. Just hydrated just now. Yep. Good old fashioned. Can't be beat. Oh man, the Audi straight line speed on the Maka, you can see the difference. So now this time the tables have turned. So the Audi has the outside line, but notice how is that, who's that in the car now? Schwartz didn't really put the squeeze on the 167. If you'd have gotten a little bit of a squeeze on him, maybe get him into the marbles, would have had less traction going in the corner, but that's also very dangerous in terms of the car understeering on the inside and kind of like pushing you off track. Andreas, throw empty drinks or cigarettes out of the window. The race management does not like to see that. Just imagine throwing empty drinks out of the drive on the back of... Oh, I get what you're saying. Race without an ashtray or a cup holder. We are definitely got a good race on our hands here. So the number 11 is starting to pull away a little bit. Again, straight line speed of the Audi is pretty solid. But now we're in Sector 3. Should expect the McLaren to close this down a little bit. Do have a back marker in front of the number 11 Audi, the Team SRA number 3 Audi. Actually, we have 2 Team SRA cars on here. And that's I don't know how to pronounce that. Is that Evgeny Savinov? But he's going in the pits. He's going to be out of the way. So switching back over, taking a look around the field, just to give you guys more stuff while we are watching the battle for P18.
With David Costa back out. Matthew Schwartz in P18 right now, coming out in that car. What did I miss?
So there was a drag race off the jacks. So the 167 dropped first, and they raced side by side out of the pits, got to pit road. The number 11 stuck out on the grass, so kept it straight though. The problem is that when he came out of the pits, because he stayed on the outside, he was on the marbles. And the 167 gave him the squeeze and just had more cornering ability because he wasn't on the marbles and he wasn't on the grass.
Gotcha.
Got the pass done, but just the straight line speed advantage of the 11 down the start-finish straightaway. Schwartz was able to take the position back. So we've seen it kind of flip-flop.
Very good. Wow, we've seen some movement. And as Savinov comes out of the pits now, right in front of Antal, is he going to be able to hold this position? We get a battle right out the gate.
Antal and that Bootsinginian M6. Again, we're looking at a straight line speed advantage in comparison to the cornering capability of the Rowe Works. I believe that's a Porsche 991 Mark II.
And yes, Dunn, I went and used an actual bathroom.
That's shocking, truly.
It's... I wouldn't say I've never gone outside. I'm just saying I happened to use a bathroom today. So Istvan Antal probably not expecting a battle as he came down the start-finish straight, finds himself in one, able to pick up a position from Sergei Orlov, now in that number 29 Porsche.
I've got to say, we've been talking about the front of this field all day.
Mm-hmm.
But I really got to give it to the guys that are in the mid-pack right now, scrapping like this. with 3 hours and 54 minutes left in a 12-hour race. Like, this right here is the kind of stuff that, like, these are like the things that we'll remember about when we think about the Barcelona 12-hour. Because don't get me wrong, the guys at the front deserve credit for the practice and the time and the effort it takes to be the best in a 12-hour race, which, again, they still got to survive another 3 hours and 53 minutes. But these mid-pack battles are kind of like sustaining us up until the point where we kind of find out the ultimate conclusion of what is turning out to be a really good endurance race.
And here we go as Antal looks on the inside and is able to take it very quickly.
Straight line speed, man. Now he's got to hang on to it. He's going to be maximizing the grip on that M6 as he goes right now through Renault, leaning on that front left. It's been a very long time since we had a temperature check. It is 35 degrees ambient. It is 44 degrees on track. It is smoking.
44 degrees. It is blowing it up for these guys. And good call to Mohammed. The people sucking it out this entire race. Solo, Jan Barth, the only one still on track doing so. Currently running P26, nothing wrong with that. Down several laps, but Jan sticking through in that Porsche, that number 34, and not wanting to leave, even taking breaks when necessary. Love seeing it stay. Love seeing people like that stick around. And again, that's nothing against the other solo drivers who left. I get why they left too. I would probably be one of those at some point that would sit back and go, okay, I gotta go. But big ups to Jan for sticking this out the whole time. And
mad respect.
Effed up in the chat says, what's up, guys? What's up is 12 hours at Barcelona today. 3 hours, 51 minutes left to go in this race. Been full of excitement almost the entire time as we watch Istvan Antal keep Sergey Orlov at bay for one more lap. I'm going to bring it up again. If you do love endurance racing and you're here for the entire 12 hours, come back in a month, August 20th at 4 p.m. UTC. That's 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. For Mount Panorama, 6 hours with 949 and Trackalicious Sim Racing. You're going to be able to catch all that action right here at Box3 Motorsports on Twitch. And we should have a 3-hour coming up on July 31st at Watkins Glen.
Other fancy endurance racing news coming up, man. Mm-hmm. What do you think about the Trackalicious idea for doing the 24-hour relay race?
24-hour relay.
So they're doing 4 American tracks.
Okay.
6-hour races back to back to back to back.
Wow.
So they're going to do the race.
See that. There's no quality between the races, right? They're doing a quality up front and then no qualifying between the races. Whatever the grid finish is on the previous race, that's what loads into the next one, right?
Yep.
That sounds like a really good idea to me.
That seems like a very mental idea.
It does, but it sounds
I cannot
like a lot
wait
of fun.
to see. I cannot wait to see that. That's going to be a lot of fun.
That's a lot.
Because imagine being in a race where you're dealing with like balance of performance. Might not be like everybody that's racing at Laguna is like, oh, great, Laguna. Oh, look, there are 50 Porsches. I wonder what'll happen. That's fine until that Porsche's at Coda.
Yeah.
And has to run down that long straightaway up the hill. And then same deal with like cars like the like what we're seeing with the M6 or with the Lexus, right? Oh, you're at Coda. Yeah, sure, you're going to run away from me on the straights. Well, good luck when we get to Indy.
Yeah. Yep. And Eric in the chat says actually the total time of the combined races, i.e. cumulative race position, will be successive grid position, or cumulative race time will be the successive races grid position. So still a great way to do it. I mean, no matter how you put that together, I love the idea of no qualifying in between. And just real quick, I'm going to interrupt as we talk about that because I want to talk about another 24-hour race possibly coming up. Mamad now leading by over 70 seconds. Soldatov into the pits. Pellegrino back out for that number 17 Ferrari. It was about a 20-second gap there. So Pellegrino will be stepping back into P2 now with an 83-second gap up to Mamad. So with 83 seconds, again, Mamad should be able to get into the pits and get back out, maintaining P1. That gap was only about 18 seconds when they dove in. But we'll continue to watch up front here and see what happens as a couple drivers head into the pits. Tom Bird working his way up to P9 now. And as Dunn in the chat says, talk to me about charity. Well, let's talk about it just for a moment. I don't know what's going to happen yet, but sometime in the month of October, I've been on vacation, and there's been some discussion on it at the Box 3, on the Box 3 Discord, and I've ignored it because, well, I'm on vacation. I didn't want to do anything, so I didn't. But that said, as I get down here, because again, Antal and Orlov are back at it. So let's see where this lands. Box 3 Motorsports be coming up on our 1-year anniversary as a race league, as an ACC race league. And that being the case, when Box 3 was started, it was started because of a charity race. And so we'll be coming back with a charity race in October, looking to do a 24-hour. I really hope we can pull it off. As we watch Antal and Orlov get mixed up here, Orlov able to get advantage now over Antal as they drive amongst traffic. But now Orlov gets a chance to open it up in that number 29 Porsche.
You got to play it smart though in this. I mean, that he's gonna catch that McLaren, at least up until the point they hit that middle stretch. But he's got to be defensive enough on the M6. He really just needs to clear this McLaren as fast as he can.
Yeah, get a little open air in front of him and be able to just run.
Now, the problem is that they're both blue flagged to the number 75 McLaren that's in front of them. So.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So I don't know if the 75 is going to want to let this happen. But, you know, you're allowed to unlap yourself. Might be in 75's best interest to just let it go.
Mm-hmm.
Even when they cross the line, they're going to be a lap down to him. Porsche's in the draft. But look at the straight line speed of the McLaren. It's just gotten just enough. Oh, now that is a huge kick out. He went out on the marbles, which is terrifying.
The McLaren letting them sneak by, staying to the outside.
Smart move. Smart move.
We have to take a look up towards P5 as well. Justin Scheffer in that number 31, but behind him, Casterush only about 2.5 off that pace, so we'll be watching up there as well.
So, Dunn, if you are interested in endurance racing in cars where you can door bang, then might I recommend that you check out the 24 Hours of Melons in iRacing. Because the 24 Hours of Melons is multi-class, but only 2 cars, the Mazda Miata and the Volkswagen Jetta.
Oh.
That is it.
When does that run?
They've got their own little Discord. I think they're going to keep it going. They let me see if I can find some news over what their next event is going to be.
So that's not an official series out of iRacing.
No, it's a group.
Gotcha. No, and I just and because I know the 24 Hours of Spa is going on right now over at iRacing.
So they had mini melons and 24 Hours of Melons at Okayama in June. I'm looking right now to see if they've got anything on the calendar up and coming. Looking for
So Sergey Orlov being himself ahead of Istvan Antal now. We've watched these guys trade back and forth twice so far. Done. The problem with Wreckfest is you can only run 16 people or 24. You can't get more than that. I would love it if it were more than that, especially on that crazy track that has loops at both ends and just a straight piece down the center. It's just mayhem, but you need like 30, 40 people. And then half of them are gone in the first 5 minutes anyway.
Enduro meaning 45 minutes.
Well, if you can survive Wreckfest for 45 minutes, let's be fair, that you're probably doing pretty good for yourself, and you're probably the only one left on track.
With force feedback.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. I think I tried that once.
It's possible.
Oh, it's possible. Also possible I ended up in the hospital with 2 broken wrists.
Man, so watching this, the 12 and the 7 looked like there might have been a small touch, but
I saw that. Little bit of a push.
But everybody's going in the right direction, so hopefully that's good enough. Jan back there in the 34 Porsche, just doing his thing. Legitimately, like, doesn't need to co-op an endurance race.
Right.
I don't believe in co-oping endurance races. It's pretty hilarious.
We take a quick look at our position delta throughout this race. Again, Clester now showing in P11 how it's done, up 10 positions today. Matthew Schwartz as well at P18, but up 16 spots thus far. Really shows how some of these drivers have pushed and done very well, not just to gain the position, right? Because like we talked about earlier, you can gain a ton of position if you drive through just a blowout scrum of a mess in lap 1. The question being, can you hold it? And the Matthew Schwartz and team have done very well to hold on to that spot after getting all the way up there today. Josh Arnold, Curtis Lee, his teammates, those guys have done a fantastic job holding on to that. Take a look at those last pit stop lengths too to see who might be struggling in the pit stops. As we jump up front to Mamad so we can see the front of the team a little bit slower than the Pellegrino team.
Yep. It is closing down a little bit after the pit stop. He is losing a little bit of pace relative to the drivers that have swapped in to both Mamad, the... go ahead.
Mamad heading into the pits right now as we catch him rolling in there.
Interesting.
The catch up was Justin Scheffer, now running in 5th, but Amir Kashtarash catching up very quickly, closing that gap. We know it was about 3.5 seconds after pits, but Amir closing it down to 1.8 now. It's something we're gonna have to keep an eye on. Amir wanting to put
Grevison,
that 4th Ferrari up into the top 5.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the fact that Scheffer's gotten close enough with the pit stop cycle now to be able to flip-flop with Kasataresh is pretty huge. Like, he was not near the 789. The 31 was not near the 789 early on in the race, not after lap 1 shenanigans.
Yeah, no.
So they have made up a huge amount of ground. Very impressive. Clester is really starting to loom large in the background of Grevison. He does have a back marker between him right now, but they are starting to get close. Just looking also, so with Kassetarash in the 789, the Iran Racing Team Ferrari, gaps like 1.1, actually really close. I'm just curious between Scheffer and...
I'm trying to decide if Scheffer has damage or if it's just dust up from the track. The hood's not bent, but the hood's not bent, but it looks warped a little bit. So I don't think he's been involved in anything, but it's just curious to see whether or not he's got any damage. And as you said, Grevison now going to be coming under pressure from Clester as that gap is down to 1 second. Orlov and Antal may be coming back together once more. That gap down to about 1.8. As you can see there, Lafili is back in the 640 Ferrari with a 12-second gap back to Pellegrino. So these guys went from doing double stints up front to now single stints and changing every time. Does Lafile stay out for a double with 3 hours and 39 minutes left to go?
That's a good question. So did do 34 laps, and they've also chopped down their lap count too. Ahmad only did 34 laps.
Yeah.
I wonder, you know what I bet? I wonder if the tires are really starting to have an effect. I wonder if the stints themselves, I wonder if they're getting into the pits when the tires are really starting to go off. Because, I mean, you could just get back on fresh rubber and get that time back. Cluster is on the outside of the Seat hairpin, just harassing Grevison right now.
Grevison in that number 75 McLaren. Track temp holding at 44C. I really thought it was going to continue upwards. It is only 1 p.m. and 3.5 hours left to go in this race today. A few battles coming together. Scheffer, Kastarash right there.
Yeah, doing temps over 42C for long stretches of time, that's probably pretty uncommon. To your point about the track temp topping out at 44, we also could be experiencing a little bit of diminishing returns. We just hit 35C not too long ago. So it may be that we're gonna actually hit over 44. It's just gonna take a little bit longer to get to 45 than it did to go from 44 to 45 than it did to go from 43 to 44.
Gotcha.
We'll see. But yeah, it's pretty wild right now, and the racing is heating up on track with the 693. That's the Weber Racing Porsche, trying to chase down the Aspire 75 Grevison again. It's just like that's the fight on track to watch. Although Kasatarash is 0.3 off the bumper of Scheffer.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on both of these
P5.
here. See if we can switch back and forth quickly. Just taking a quick jump. It looks like Quinton LSL had a bit of an issue. Chris Reardon able to get along in the number 4 Audi.
Oh wow, and they were close to fighting for position too, if I remember correctly. So now the 801 1.6 back from the number 4. Wonder if that could be because of a pit stop, because 60 some odd seconds is about a pit stop delta.
Well, it kind of snuck up on me with the position change, so.
Switched over to the battle for P5 now. It's down to less than 0.2. I think what Scheffer's doing is Scheffer might have locked into the idea that he's racing the 789, and he's just trying to stay out in front before he gets to the pits. Just slow him down as much as you can before you get to the pits, because that'll keep him in touch. If he just gets out of the way and lets him go, well, he can build a gap relative to where you are on track. Whereas if you can hold him up, like he has to fight to get that time back after you go into the pits.
And really, Scheffer able to jump into the pits, or could jump into the pits at any time. If we look at their, if you look at their stints, they were kind of all over the place with how they were doing this. 36, 36, 36, but then 22, 14. You know, so some short stints in here where this could be Scheffer wanting to throw down any time and just shortchange, or you know, do the undercut on this and get into the pits.
Nah, I think he's gonna push his luck. I think for
BMW 's
him,
sliding in the back too a little bit.
I think for him, this is. I think that what we're seeing right here is Sheffer in the 31 has decided this is his race. So for him, keeping Amir behind him as long as he can is the goal.
Gotcha.
Like
Okay.
extend your stint as long as you can. Try and keep Amir behind. See, he just lost it at Renault. Now Amir's alongside going into Repsol. There's really no good offense on the outside line of Repsol, but he is going to try and pressure him. But exit speed on fresh tires, no shot.
Yep,
no
Amir's
shot.
got him locked in right there. As we jump back to Graveson and Klester, these guys tightening down. We'll keep an eye up on Amir and Jostein here in a moment. Door
So
banging.
we were talking. Oh, really?
Oh yeah, a little bit of door banging. Lester not quite able to get there, but he did let Grevson know he's around in case he had forgotten.
Just wanted to, sir.
Mohammed in the chat saying they have their plans.
Yep, and the thing is that if I'm Sheffer right now, after letting Kasetrash go, I'm immediately trying to think about, like, where am I in relation to my stint count? Like, can I get all the way to the end if I pit now?
Whoa. Lester able to pull ahead here. Let's back that up real quick. It didn't look like a push. Looked like Grevson just lost it. He did. Grevson going a little too deep into the corner and opens the door for Klester now.
Yeah.
To take up P11.
So Sheffer did try to keep him back as long as he could, but I'm thinking that Sheffer and the 31 crew don't have enough time under their belt already to be able to throw him into the pits and get him on fresh shoes right now. Gotcha. So that's advantage to the Iran racing team, because Sheffer's got. Let's look right now, because you were saying before they've been kind of like all over with where they've been pitting. They're at 29 laps, so they have to somehow try and hang on to Amir for another potentially 6 laps.
Yeah,
that's going to be hard.
Oh, that gap's
hats off to
2.3. So
yeah, hats off to Sheffer for trying. And to be honest, that's really, like, I think if he did the calculus and he's like, Amir's my race. To be honest, I think he's right. Like, Amir's the closest thing he's got going, because Pelone is just now exiting Renault, and Sheffer is going into the Lekaicha hairpin. So Pelone is not even in Sector 2 yet. He just entered Sector 2.
So don't forget, we got Yannick Kurtz to come back out, and I haven't looked to see who had the pace between them.
Oh, I can tell you. Give me a sec. We're looking at a 46.7, 46.9, and then Kurtz 46.0, 46.8 for Sheffer, and then 46.3, 45.4, 46.6. Yeah, it's definitely Kurtz.
Kurtz has the pace there, right? So
Kurtz has the pace. Yeah.
Kurtz back in the car, we may see that come back together very quickly.
Yeah, and not only that too, it might give them an opportunity to drive away from Pelone a little bit better, because the thing is that, like, if Sheffer's not racing Amir, he is racing Pelone.
Yeah.
But I really do feel like his race, the one that he needs to be focused on, is Amir. Drive-through penalty, track limits for Alman in the 911, so Duran's going to get a little bit of a breather. And it's going to give Costa an opportunity to catch up for P16.
Keeping an eye on Chris Reardon and Alex Whitby, as we have another Audi battle for P8. We've seen this more than once today, right? In this, again, this mid-pack is where all the action is. It's so much fun.
Yeah, 3 seconds right now with between Sheffer and Amir. Gap is opening up. Look at 29, just kind of like slotted in. He's like, you know what? You're on my pace. I got to catch Robert, so let's go. Drive me there.
Reardon and Whidbey coming to a head. Oh, that went a little crazy for a minute. There, you want to talk about some netcode? I don't know if you saw that.
I did not, sir.
Everybody shifted sideways into the dirt and then came right back on track sideways. It was fun.
So there's a little bit of contact. Looks like that's between Reardon.
So, Sneaky, you're going to have to go to the Discord, sir. If you have something to talk about with the stewards, file a report. They will take a look at everything, okay?
That is how it works.
Oh, no. And Reardon way off track. A little too deep. Whidbey able to pull up and take position over him, taking up P8.
So that's Pillone getting a little bit closer. So Pillone, like we were talking about, I didn't know if Sheffer was necessarily going to be racing Pillone, but if Pillone is going to be duking it out with Whidbey and Reardon, then perhaps not.
Yeah, but they're a lap down, though.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I've got them a lap out on Pillone, so...
But at least this fight between 801 and number 4 is spicy enough to watch.
It is. Alex Whidbey able to take Chris Reardon out of P8. That team of Reardon, Josh Frazier, Sam Bowden, and Tom Bird has done relatively well for themselves today. Up 6 spots.
Good result for them. I am going to step away for a moment, sir, because I need to brew something a little bit stronger than water.
Sounds good, sir. I will be here.
All right, be right back.
Check in on Jan Barth real quick. Jan coming out of the pits. Back out on track. Again, fantastic to see someone who can run an entire race solo. So with Jeremy Lafile back in the car, the times are opening up now up to 17.8 seconds. When this pit happened, as it happened, there was about an 11.8 second gap. So already opened that up 6 or 7 seconds. Starting to stretch his legs. Pellegrino averaged lap this stint a 145.3. Lafile this, however, an average of 144.8. So a good half second per lap gap there that Jeremy's able to hold on to and continue to open up as we jump back to Whidbey and Chris Reardon coming back together. Rob, 24K in the chat. Yeah, great weather in Barcelona today. 44 degrees track temperature, 35 ambient. As Alex Whidpy and Chris Reardon continue to battle in their Audis. Again, I want to thank everybody for being here today. You guys are fantastic, stopping in to watch these guys race in this 12-hour event. It's not a 24, I promise. In this 12-hour event here at Barcelona. My name is Adam Thursby. I am joined by Philip, Mr. Cakes, Whelp Cakes himself. Guy's a trooper, been here since 6 o'clock when we kicked off this morning. Been having a blast. Brings the data, and I love it. Good at it. I'm going to learn from him. Donatello Lagalante running in the number 5 Ferrari today. As we said, Amir getting around Jostein Scheffer, now stretching that lead out to 9.6 seconds. Continuing to open it up, so Jostein Scheffer needing to make up a lot of time. If we take another look back, it looks like Reardon is starting to close in on Whidpy again. Robert Seuss now out of the pits, along with Adam Grevison. We'll see if we've got driver changers sitting there. But we might have a battle for P11 coming, as Sergey Orlov is right there, about 4.3 off the pace of Robert Seuss. Grevison and Seuss only 3.8 seconds apart at this point. So things starting to come together again in the mid-pack, as we've seen all day today. That gap up front now up to 19.4 seconds. In our race leader, Jeremy Lefile and Patrick Pellegrino. Edward Lester coming back out in the 693 Porsche after the pit stop, so we'll start seeing these roll again. We need to see if Esteban Antal can close up on Orlov one more time. We've seen them battle several times today. Scheffer and Pallone now into the pits together. Scheffer coming out now. Pallone still sitting. We know there was quite a bit of distance, but both these guys on the same lap, so we'll have to see where this pops out. Amir gonna have to head in soon. In this race dominated by Ferrari today, BMW. Our Porsche is now a little more spread out than they were earlier. Friends, Orlov, Allman all running together earlier during today's race. But the Ferraris continue to own it, with the Audis running the mid-pack there near the top in the top 10, placing one right behind the other now. An interesting run coming up here. Stefan Frenz, Miles Hemming, Robert Soos, Sergei Orlov, Istvan Antal, and Dominic Duran all on the same lap, and not huge gaps between them, right? Anywhere from Duran's about 17 seconds back, but the rest of these guys are 5, 6, and 2 seconds apart. We could see a good little mid-pack battle going here for the top 10, or to get into the top 10 coming very soon. Okay, audio coming back. That's good.
So I'm looking at Lafile, and it looks like he's opened that gap up from Pellegrino up to 20 seconds now.
Yes, sir. He, if you look at your graph, it is dropping relatively quickly.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty fascinating. Also, that battle for P11.
Waiting
right
for
now
this to shape up. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what are we looking at? For P10, we're looking at 4.1 to Friends, then 6.1 to Hemming, 6.3 to Orlov, and then 2.1 for Antal. And Duran, the SRA number 10, not out of it. 16.4, could be knocking on the door of
and that's down.
top
Last
10
lap,
finish.
that was over 17. So
yeah,
he's already bringing that down a little bit.
yeah, like he's moving pretty quick. So this looks like this could get pretty good.
Yeah, we were talking about that just before you got back, that this is shaping up, this race for somebody to get into the top 10 is shaping up to entertain us here for the next few hours, possibly, once things start coming together. Dead Last, welcome in. Glad you're able to tune in today. Thank you for being here.
Nice weather in Barcelona.
Yeah, I'd say so.
You don't say. It is 35 ambient and 44 degrees on track. Looks like the Audis in particular, I'm watching Reardon right now. He is struggling on these tires. Car just does not want to seem to hold a line through a corner.
Well, and that's where he lost position to Whitby earlier. He went out a little wide and then ended up on the curb and not able to hold on. So we'll have to see if that's, Only 19 laps in, though. I mean, it's not as though he's been out there an extra long amount of time.
So relative newcomer, at least hadn't seen in the car yet. Andrea, is that Guidice?
Guidice? Could be Guidice.
In the 333, just pumped in a 44.8.
Wow.
So yeah.
Wow.
Now, can Andrea do that for very long? Probably not. Like, I'm betting we're going to see him come across the line. I'm betting a 45-1, a 45-2, and then that to drop down to a 3 and a 4, and then probably all the way down to a 45.5.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, getting nailed with a drive-through for track limits. Now, that's going to impact the top 10.
Yeah, it is. That's going to change things. Well, yeah, it is. Well, no, he should be okay. Now, obviously, it's going to drop him out of contention of being able to come at Alex Whitby, but Stefan Frenz, who's currently P10, is 2 laps back.
Okay.
With that much of a gap, he ought to be able to do a drive-through and not have any problems getting back out there.
That's true.
With plenty of space. Now showing 1 lap, but still that means Frenz just crossed the line and is still over a lap back at this point.
I think we're going to see more of that sort of thing as we go on in this later part of the race because of the heat. I think the heat is going to be the factor.
In regards to track limits?
Yeah. I think cars are going to start to slide a lot more. And it's going to cause you to go wide in areas where when you come back on track from going wide, you're going to get nailed for trying to carry too much speed.
Mm-hmm. This will be Reardon's 3rd drive-through today, or the team's 3rd drive-through today.
It's a minute and a half just in drive-through penalties.
Well, yeah, but let's take a look at the number 12, Aston, if we can for a moment. 5 drive-throughs today. 5. As we watch Chris Reardon run through the pits now on that drive-through penalty.
I'm just trying to get myself reacquainted with the data real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Hemming 1.8 from Friends.
Yep, I see that there now, catching up. Now, again, looking at Chris Reardon real quick here while we're focused on him. 37 seconds back off Whitby now. Makes sense, exactly where he should be, but still a lap up on Stefan Frenz. So, you know, plenty of time to not have, or I should say, if he's got clean air, doesn't really have to be concerned at this point. He's not going to get he's probably not going to get any higher, but certainly not going to lose out to Stefan Frenz because of that drive-through.
Watching him right now. Last lap was a 52.9. That's with the drive-through penalty, but man, still.
Mm-hmm. Friends with bigger concerns right now as Miles Hemming tightens it up to 1.3. With that, sir, I'm going to leave you on this battle and go take a little break myself. It might be an extra minute this time. I think I'm going to grab a bite to eat. Very quickly, just to get a little something in myself to make the final 3 hours of this race. Stick around, folks. We're not going anywhere. We will be here to watch the entirety of this 12-hour race event at Box3 Motorsports as Stefan Frenz and Miles Hemming start coming together through T1. Great battles during the course of today's race.
The battles have been great, man. I'm looking right now. It looks like Gilles Ailman, the Mission Spino Team Porsche 911, in front of the 693 of Stefan Frenz is going to be a thing. Like, Stefan really wants to clear this car as fast as he can.
Well, and
but at the same time,
too, being chased down by that McLaren of Miles Hemming, he can't afford to hang out back here.
Now down into Lekaicha, is he going to show him the nose? He is. And see, they're running up on a gaggle of cars. Look at the McLaren just sneak on the inside. Just caught 693 napping. Now through Banque Sabadell, it's going to be easier for the Porsche to get the advantage. 51's just going to stay out of it. Man, this is getting spicy.
Frenz able to hold on for now.
It's really down to getting around Alman. McLaren on the inside. He's staying there, compromising Stefan Frenz's line out of turn 1. But it does look like the aero wash did the McLaren in a little bit. Ooh, he had to back out of it because of the number 12 losing a little bit of speed through Renault. Oh, this is harrowing stuff. Now,
both drivers able to get clear, just barely though.
Stefan Frenz has the inside line into Sayat. Understeers, though, massively. That gives Hemming the opportunity, but he didn't have enough grunt to really push it out of the Sayat hairpin. Now uphill through Worth Curve. Both maximizing the grip. Both really good aerodynamic platforms. Looking at the data, looks like Kauset Tarash in the 789's in the pits. Don't know if that's an early stop or what. I'll look that up here in a minute, but we're going to stay focused in on Hemming and Frenz. Through Lekaicha. Frenz staying out in front. Last lap from Frenz was a 47.8 to 47.537 for Hemming. So Hemming does have a little bit of a pace advantage. And again, they're just barreling down and catching up to the 911 Mission Spino of Gilles Ailman.
And just so you know, for Castrash, that is an early stop. 22 laps in on that one. Previously, they've been running like most of the other teams we've looked at, 36. I mean, there's some 32s in there, but 36s. That's kind of where they've been sitting. This was an early one at only 22 laps in for them.
Yeah, I think they're probably lining it up more with the clock. Because if you think about it, if they can push that Ferrari for an hour and 3 minutes, they've got enough time in a full tank, in a 65-minute tank, to get them to the end with 3 full stints. So they might be taking an early stop to get on cycle to be full tanks to the end.
Well, Saeed Mohammed is taken over in the car. Andre Gudic is right there. Comes out of the pits right in front of the 333 Audi.
See, I don't know if that was the call, man. You just basically entered into a fight you didn't want to be in the first place. This is where, in the possibility of trying to undercut his opponent on track, he might have put himself into the clutches of another car that he didn't need to be racing. Because if he lets this Audi get in front of him, that Audi is going to make him hemorrhage time.
Yeah.
Which is only going to make it harder for him to stay out in front of Scheffer when Scheffer goes into the pits.
Back to Stefan Frenz and Miles Hemming. Jan Barth in the chat saying it's time for a break. Had a drive-through for track limits. Now a regular pit stop. Take a break for 3 minutes. Jan, take your break. You need it. 12 hours. It's insane. You got 3 hours left to go. 3 minutes. It's fine. Question is, Jan, are you having fun? That's what matters. Miles Hemming now making the play. Down
straight
into
line
T1.
speed.
Able to get around Stefan Frenz.
Porsche just can't keep up. Look at him. He's just blown away.
Opening that gap very quickly. Saeed Mohammed as well, falling back on Andrea Gudic. I hope I'm saying that right. A bad one. Now up to a 2-second gap there. Jeremy Lafila has opened the gap up front to 24 seconds. We've seen this happen before. Only 21 laps in. Meanwhile, Pellegrino 27 laps down. If these guys stick to it, he'll be going in about 6 more. But Lafila going to stay out for quite a while. Again, if they follow their pattern, that 145.3 average. Pellegrino 145.7, so a 4/10 advantage for our number 1 team right now. With Miles Hemming pulling away here a bit, I am going to step away, sir.
Yep. Go for it.
About 3 hours left, so might take an extra minute. Might grab a little bite to eat real quick, very fast while I'm up there.
I will keep the people informed.
Thank you, sir. And I'm going
while
to
you're away.
I'm going to leave you here on Miles Hemming, who is still leading Stefan Frenz after that pass.
So for the folks at home that don't know, we are 300 laps in to the 12 hours of Bathurst. 3 hours, 1 minute, 56 seconds remains in the race. It is 1:39 p.m. on track, almost 2 p.m. Do a quick temperature check. We are at 35 degrees ambient, 44 degrees C on track. It does look like we're kind of sit there now. Don't know if we're going to tick up 1 more degree to get to that 45 mark or not. Just taking a look at the field right now. The real place to watch is this battle for P10. Hemming does look like he is pulling away from Stefan Frenz in the 693 Weber Racing Porsche, but 4.6 seconds down the road, you got Robert Suze in the Rocket Monkey, or excuse me. Let me switch over so that I can get the name right. Had a bit of a brain fart. Racing Monkeys, 666 M6. 13 seconds back, you've got Orlov in the Row Racing 29 Porsche, and then Antal 3.6 seconds back from Orlov. And Duran, again, we've been talking about Duran. We've been talking about the SRA folks. Off what happened to Team Iran. Team Iran, they pitted early. And I think they might have put themselves into a fight, Eric, that I don't think they had planned to be in, because they came out of the pits pitting a little bit early which would allow Scheffer to get around, but on pit strategy they should be able to get Scheffer back in the pits. But Andreas Gudice in the 333 was close enough to be able to get around him, so they ran. Yikes. He'll be here all week, folks. So anyway, Andreas Gudice in the 333. I believe that is 4th place. Or no, 4th place is P9. What is number 333? Is that one of the SRA ones? Looking for where Gudice is. Just going to go to him directly. Gudice is FBL. Yeah. FBL Racing Team 333 was like 1/10 behind. And now Mohammed 2 seconds back. So now Mohammed losing ground to the 333 after the pit stop, which if he catches up to the 333, he's only going to have to deal with not losing time relative to Schaefer. So we'll see. Maybe the strategy call might have been the wrong one. I don't know. You know what, folks? We're going to jump around a little bit. Well, actually, I can't jump the feed, but I can tell you, I can give you some data. Oh, Costa getting nailed with a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane in the 199. That is the Nitro Tech McLaren. Hochran in the 55 M4 is 4.4 seconds away from the 182, the Scusa-Palooza Lexus. So even in the battle for P21 right now, there are some close fights kicking around. Hemming is really starting to pull away from Friends now. It is now up to 2.3 seconds, but Friends is starting to fall into the clutches a little bit. If I'm looking at Stefan Friends, 46.777. Although actually he does have a little bit of pace on Robert Sue's 46.872. Might be looking to try and stabilize where he is, Stefan Friends, and trying to get to the next stint. 2 hours and 57 minutes. We do have yellow flags on track. That is the 55, unfortunately. Fabian Hochran. And that is at Bonk Sabadell. That had to have been from contact. Had to have been. Is that between the 55 and the 12? Not sure, but the DCF Racing M4 off track, back on track now. Definitely lost some ground relative to the 182. Spencer Scott. Stop go 30 for Passetti, who's in the pits. We've also got Van Ovelen in the 167, 21 seconds back from Schwartz in the number 11. I believe that's one of the Team SRA Audis. Let me take a look up at the front of the field, give you guys a report on the top three so we can kind of figure out. Actually, let's do the top five. Oh no, the race leader comes in contact with a blue flag. That is Lafile and the Big Brains Audi. That is going to cost him some time. What did he lose in relation to Pellegrino? Not really a lot. 26.2 seconds still between Pellegrino and Lafile. It's going to all come down to did he take damage? How much? So let's hit the far chase cam. Maybe some splitter damage. I can't really tell if that's splitter damage or a shadow that I'm looking at. Okay, so a little bit of a scrape on the left side of the car, but it doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look like it's got significant damage. Interesting. We're going to wait to see the 17 come across the line to get an understanding of where they are relative to one another. In the meantime, I'm going to head on over to pit wall, see if we can get a little bit of information. So I'm going back to P6 because I want to get a little bit of an understanding relative to the field, where everybody's at. Looks like everybody's kind of holding steady with their gaps. Let me start to remove some of the guys that we know are close. Mohammed is starting to catch Sheffer. Last lap was a 45.655 versus Sheffer's 46.763. Oh, it looks like Mohammed's actually starting to get a little bit quicker than Gaduce. Let me go find Syed. Yeah, he's starting to gain on Gaduce now. Real good racing action here. There you go. Project Reborn TV. Let me hit them with a follow real fast. Bam.
I am back, sir. Hope I didn't miss anything too much.
So we did have some contact with the lead car.
Lead car?
But with the lead car in the Sayad hairpin. That said, it does look like Lafile is still pulling some really good laps out. Last lap from him was a 45.312. And Pellegrino's pace has fallen off significantly. 46.285 was last lap.
That. Yeah, dropped off quite a bit while I was away. And also, I see we've come together for P6 right now. Saeed Mohammed, Andrea Gudic coming together.
It is definitely looking like there could be more of a race for P2. Maybe a race for P5 is on.
Only 33 seconds of the gap there up to Sheffer now. Looks as though Boris Garfelin has dropped off quite a bit in P3, now showing back a full lap. That gap has really opened up.
I can take a look. So relative to P2, it is a 45 second, 46 second. No, it's gone up. Yeah, you're right. I wonder if you had contact on track.
Looks like it, because that dropped off a lot in one lap. They were about a minute and a half behind P1. Or, I'm sorry, about a minute 13. Or that's where they are now, a minute 18. But there's a huge drop right there. If you look at the graph, it's just a big drop.
Pellegrino's in the pits.
And Pellegrino is in now.
Let's go see if we can figure out why. Or 34 laps into the stint, so he's basically on time.
Yep, he's running right where he should be.
Same deal with the 991, although the 991 just short stopped. They just stopped with 31 laps left. 108, pretty consistent for their normal pit stop times. I think we are starting to hit that moment where we're going to start seeing some undercuts happen. I think the 991 is definitely an example of what that undercut could be. The 17 might be trying to cover it off. Or the 17 may be trying to put some pressure now on the 640. Although with the pit stop happening where it just did, they're going to have to unlock some monster pace. They did put Enrico Ferraris in the car. So we'll see how that works out.
94 seconds now backed up to Jeremy Lafile, but that's a huge gap. Lafile plenty of time to cover that, and as we said, we wonder, I wonder if he's going to pull another double here, or if we will see one of his teammates back in the car.
It'll be interesting.
They've been running singles since the first 4 hours, right? That's pretty much what these guys have done. As they went from running those double stints up to just singles, but we could see Donadue come back out. Mamad was in the car last. So Donadue coming out now with 2 hours and 48 minutes left, that would be his probably his last stint that we would see him in, right?
Indeed. You want to kick it over to 789 right now? Because 789 is chasing down 333, but they have the 55 to contend with, and they're going around the outside of Campos, and it is spicy.
Yes, it is. Here we go. Let's get on it.
So he's got the inside line into Lakaicha, the 789, but he's not close enough to execute the move on 333. They are going to clear the 55, which is good. And it is definitely heating up over here. Last lap from Gaduce was a 45.907. Syed had a 46.102. But they are dealing with traffic. Reardon's in the pits. That is the 4th place Audi. That is not in 4th place. They are in 9th. Boris is picking up the pace in the 991. Last lap was a 45.272, but he's got 2/10 on his previous session best going through Sector 3 now. Moving through traffic, 75. Again, hung around the outside. This is happening in the most awkward places for I believe that is 789. If they could get a clear shot out of Campos, I think they might be able to make a run in the hairpin.
Dropping back now off Gaduce though, outside of that 1 second mark.
They just, I think their line was compromised too bad out of Campos. Because the thing is, like with Campos, you think about that fast right-hander, you go pretty aggressively into the curbing and then shoot to the outside. But being forced to hang around the outside, you're taking the long way around. So while Gaduce got the racing line through Campos, Syed did not. And that, to me, kind of explains a little bit why we're seeing a delta like this. Now, it has been a 9/10 swing in the favor of Gaduce, so we're going to wait and see if Syed can bounce back. Both of them should be catching Shefford, but man, it's 31.1 seconds. I mean, when Shefford does finally pit, they should be able to flip-flop with him. But still seems like that's forever away. Let's actually look at the data.
And also, again, remember, we've got Yannick Kurtz going to come back in the car, who we know has a bit better pace than Sheffer. So if they do flip-flop, how long are they going to hold on to it?
Let me tell you what was definitely a problem for the 789, and another reason why they probably fell into the clutches of Gaduce in the 333. Pit stop number 9. 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Wow.
So that is probably 42 seconds too long.
Yeah, that's going to do it.
Or excuse me, not 42 seconds too long. That is probably 32 seconds too long. It is that is a lot of time.
I wonder if that was repairs or what would have caused that.
Maybe a stop go. Maybe a stop go. Wasn't watching the penalty tracker. But,
I don't see any stop goes on him though. So
DT for track limits. I could actually, I'll real quick, I'm gonna pull up the penalty list and just go through and see if I can figure out what happened.
Actually showing 789 with no penalties, where Gaduce's team, that 333 car, has had 2 drive-throughs so far today.
Now, how is that for pace? 2 drive-through penalties today, and still, like, P6 in this race and in front of a car with no penalties. Like, that's some good pace. Just think what could have happened without those. Just think what could have been possible without those drive-throughs.
I know, right?
Top 5 for sure. Maybe top 4 on pace alone.
Muhammad now able to close it back up on the back end of Guiducci. We're under a half a second gap here.
Yeah, this is definitely the fight to watch. Sector 3 should be a bit of an advantage for the Ferrari. I don't really know in terms of straight line speed who's got more grunt. I think the Ferrari does, but I also feel like the Ferrari has a better aero platform right now than the Audi. Especially around here. I don't know. Can you tell why? 3 in the top 5.
Right.
3 in the top 5 and 2 M4s. Like, that tracks.
Definitely stretching out a little bit down the hill to start this next lap. Opening that gap back up a little over 1 second.
And they're going to want to get this done and dusted because they are running up on that battle for P11, like or P10, like that train of cars. It's just right around the corner.
Which now, I mean, we've only got 3 involved at this point, but still, or maybe 4. Well, no, because Hemming's about 43 seconds back from Bird, so there's plenty of gap there. But Hemming, Friends, and Robert Seuss all running within about 4 seconds back to back.
And then you've got 9 seconds and 6 seconds respectively between Orlov and Penzies and Kim. And that's some of the cars that this crew, Guiducci and Syed, they're about to run into that train of cars. Now, it's spread out a little bit, but still, I mean, it is, when you look at the track map, it is kind of part of the most packed up group. Actually, the most packed up group is between the 666 and the 603 car now, which is a monster train. Like, that is a massive quagmire of cars. I'm trying to think who's in that is racing for some stuff. Does look like the 666, who's going to try and catch up to Stefan Friends. Oh, the 693 of Stefan Friends is in there, stuck behind the 640. Oh, that's Lafile. Okay, Lafile's ahead of that train right now. Oh, Lafile's actually about to lap Syed. Holy cow. Yeah. Lafile's literally,
yeah, that's where he's at.
Literally 1 corner behind. Hemming's benefiting from this gap between Lafile and Stefan Friends. Like, he's just basically got clear air in front. He's got a pretty decent gap behind. By the time 640 gets to him, he can just let him by. Car 5, track limits drive-through penalty.
Getting brutal today.
So Sheffer, 640 is just exiting Europe car and going into the final chicane.
And looks like they got 1 car between them and Saeed, so there's still 1 he's got to clear, the number 75 of Miles Hemming.
And Hemming is enjoying this right now because the 693 can't seem to get in the draft of the 640. So by the time the 640 gets on his gearbox, he can just let him go.
Yep.
Be comfortable. Maybe stick in his draft. You know?
Right, got somebody faster than me. I'm going to follow you for a little bit. Let's see how this works out.
That's definitely what I think they should be doing. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 30 seconds, 2:02 p.m. It is 45 degrees on track.
Wondered if we were going to get to 45 today. There we go.
10-point spread. Look at that. So, number 5 in the pits. I'm going to take a look at the track map real quick. Number 5 has a DT. He's got to take the Joker lap. Where is the 31 car? 31 car going through Banque Sabadell, nowhere near catching the 5.
No, we're 2 laps back. Justin Sheffer 2 laps back from there. The way some of these are spread out, we're not going to see any sort of catch. Canelano could pull 2 more drive-throughs, and I think he'd still be fine. Not that he should, but...
Dunn coming in with the Freedom Units weather report. 45C is 113 degrees Fahrenheit. Done. Would you say that those tires are well done? Hey?
Keep a look back at P11 now. Stefan Frenz and Robert Seuss coming together. That gap starting to close up. We'll keep eyes there as well.
Ooh, yeah. Robert Seuss clears the 55. That's the DCF M4, piloted by Fabian Hochran.
Andrea Gaduce now getting him past. Can't quite tell.
A done pun. That was better than my dad joke.
Jeremy Lafile now into the pits. Let's see who comes back out in this vehicle.
Probably the best joke I think I've ever seen played on a dad was for Father's Day. A coworker of mine who has he's a pretty cool guy and got a pretty cool dad. Got him, a shirt, a vanity license plate, a cup, and all of them say number 2 dad.
Wow.
It's just brilliant. Just brilliant, man. You're my number 2 dad. like what?
Check back on Stefan Frenz real quick. Again, Robert Seuss starting to close that gap up.
Ooh, Gaduce having a bit of a moment out of RACC and through New Holland. Losing a little bit of rear traction in the 333 Audi. I do see you're watching Lafile right now, who is put in
back in.
Oh yeah. Oh, they stopped again?
Yeah, Mamad back in the car after 36 laps. Pit stop of 113 though, a little long there. It still comes back out ahead of Enrico Ferraris by 17.5 seconds.
This is just getting so wild, man.
Saeed Mohammed continuing to try and close on Andrea Gaduce.
Yeah, I need to look real quick. Let me check in relation to Mohammed and Gaduce, like what we're looking at in terms of the times. So in terms of the pit stops, Gaduce did pit before Syed by about 7 laps. So I suspect, what would that be? Anywhere from 7 to 21. No, not 21. That'd be ridiculous. To 12 laps, 7 to 12 laps. We could see Guiducci going to the pits. That would give Syed an opportunity to run. So maybe what Syed's doing, he's just hanging in the draft. He's like, if I can hang with the Saudi, if I can hang in his draft, he's going to pit. I'm going to get past him. I'm going to have clear air. I'm not going to have to fight him. Push.
Mm-hmm.
That might be the play. $316 laps in the books, 2 hours and 33 minutes and 15 seconds left in this race.
How many laps?
Yep. And we got 2.5 hours.
We do. 2.5 hours left to go. We're here the whole time, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, I'm going to slam coffee until my kidneys fail.
There you go. You'll be all right. They got treatments for that now. You'll be fine. Mohammed tightening up now, though.
It's okay. I've got stock in Liberty Medical.
There you go.
4 more stints. You think? These cars are averaging an hour and 3.
Yeah,
I say an hour and 3. They're averaging about an hour.
Depending, yeah. I mean, we've seen some short ones, right? We've seen a few of these teams that cut a stint short for whatever reason. But our front runners at this point, I mean, we're looking at 3 stints, and one of them going to be a short one.
Can I just say, and something is kind of up with my pit wall. I don't really know or understand what quite has happened with pit wall.
Okay.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a screenshot, and so you can see how it looks like. It looks like the Iran racing team have put themselves into a race that I don't really think they were planning on having. The blue line control line that you can see there, Molson, that is the 333.
Yep.
And just look how, with every pit stop, it just gets closer and closer and closer until finally the last pit stop happens, and it's like, oh, I'm
here now.
We're right. I'm here now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, that's what it looks like. Holy cow, I guess. Threw themselves right in.
Oh, that's true. Huff's got the right mindset. We got 2 hours and 30 minutes, which, if I'm looking at a calculator, is
150 minutes.
Yeah, 150 minutes. So 3 stints. I mean, I don't know, Huff. 2 hours and 30 minutes is 150 minutes. At 65,
it's 3.
It still looks like 3. It still looks like 3. But not 2. 4, maybe, for the guys that basically ran their full fuel stints at the front. They're going to have to do the splash and dash. It's going to happen.
Here we go. Evan Kim looking for a play now down into T1, and he's able to swing the inside very quickly around Adam Penzis.
Beautiful. Clinical. Just being far enough along, it's almost like a little bit of that Red Bull F1 straight line speed. Just, I don't need DRS. I'm just going to clear you before I get to the corner.
As you said, Mohammed seems to not really be pushing, yet keeps tightening up this time.
Yeah, I think he's using Guiducci just to stay in front of him. Here's the thing about fuel saving. So chat may not think about this, but I'm a nerd, so I think about this. Why would 789 fuel save behind the 333? Because every liter of fuel he doesn't use isn't a liter of fuel that has to go back into the car by the time he hits the 65-minute mark. So that's the reason why you fuel save. So for folks that look at like fixed stint timers and say, oh, there's no reason to fuel save or anything like that. Well, there is, because putting fuel in car takes time. If you don't have to put that fuel in because you saved it, you save time.
You're staying out. Yeah, you're getting out of there quicker.
Getting out of the pit box quicker. So, however, this does come with a cost. For Syed to be able to pull that off in a way that is functionally possible, he probably can't take tires. Because if he takes tires, he's sitting in the box for 30 seconds regardless.
Yeah, no matter what.
No matter what. You're just on the jacks for 30 seconds. So the amount of fuel that you take might as well be enough to get you to 65 minutes with the amount of fuel that you can shove in the car in 30 seconds. So could Syed risk it for the biscuit and not change tires, just take less fuel, try and save behind the 333? Again, I still feel like the lead that's kind of buried in this conversation we're having right now about the 333 and the 789 is, up until this last pit stop, the 789 wasn't racing the 333. It was racing the 31.
Yeah.
Now it's racing the 333. So.
Yeah, Sheffer right now is pretty secure, sitting in P5. We get Yannick Kurtz back out. Again, we could see some flip-flopping here, depending on the pit stops, but
we will.
He's got an opportunity to just hold that P5 until the end of this race.
Yeah, they like Sheffer is firmly in the pit window of Syed and Guiducci. However, it is pit number 10 for Sheffer. Pit number 10 has yet to happen for Guiducci and for Syed. So he's ahead of them on the pit game. So if he can plan to take his last pit stop before them, he has an opportunity here to pull the undercut and hang on to that P5. It's just whether or not he can do it. And right now, Syed just seems perfectly content with letting Guiducci just drag him around track with the draft. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't really know quite what to make of it.
If I'm Sheffer and Kurtz right now, I'm sitting there trying to figure out when do we need to pit to line this up. So we're taking our last pit stop at 64 minutes. Right?
I mean, the one thing I will say about Sheffer right now is that he's got to be looking forward to getting Kurtz in the car, because the 46.7 is no bueno in this fight right now. Like I could send you another graph right now where you could see Sheffer's yellow line approaching both Syed and Guiducci at a pretty good clip.
Okay.
Like he is losing time to them pretty fast. If I just take a look between lap 306 and lap 315, we're talking 31.2 ahead of 333, all the way down now to 22.2.
Wow.
Maybe less. Like, he's losing time.
I will tell you this, though. If you look up front, Mohamed up there in that number 640, he's come out ready to play this stint.
Yeah, 44.8 last lap. That's
44.8 average right now.
Yeah, that's pretty quick.
If I look back through the last 6 where he's come out, he's done one, and it looks like, in the 45s with a 45.2. And since then, it's been nothing but 44s all the way through. So, and that gap is continuing to open with up to 21 now. I think when he came out, it was 19 seconds. We're up to 21 seconds at this point.
It is definitely turning into quite a race.
Now, it seems to me that 640 car, Project Reborn there, it seems to me that they're going to benefit from an overcut rather than an undercut.
Yeah.
Because of the gap, by overcutting, number 2 and 3 both head into the pits. That puts them up a minute and a half whatever it is, as long as they can hold for a couple more laps after that, they can get in and out of the pits before these guys ever catch them again.
Yeah. It is one of those things when you do have the margins to play with, it can work in your favor to just let the guy behind you pit, do the overcut, because again, it's kind of one of those things where, I mean, to be honest, the big metric that drives those kinds of decisions is pressure. Like if you don't feel the pressure, the 199 Nitro Tech Maka off the track at Box Sabadell.
Yeah, it is.
Looks like he might have gone to the wall.
Leo Passetti in that car right now. Doesn't look like a ton of damage on the front.
Gotta watch that rejoin though. Plenty of time though. Plenty of time. That is a real tricky corner to rejoin on because you're turning right and your mirrors are not really looking for the car that's coming out of La Caixa and into Box Sabadell. So you're kind of blind to it. So Gaduce gets a little bit of a buffer between him and Syed right now. He's got the number 7 with Pinzy's P15. Stefan Friends is 1.2 from Robert Suze. Robert Suze did find his way around. 13 and a half seconds between Suze and Hemming. That's 14 seconds that Hemming has made up on Friends in this last stint. Got around him, driven off in the distance to the tune of 14 seconds.
Robert Seuss, Stephen Friends not far back, about 1.8 at this point. And as you said, Mohammed happy to sit back here behind Gaduce at this point.
Gaduce looks like on the average to be a little bit quicker, to be honest. The thing that I'm kind of curious about is that, okay, I get it. You're staying behind Gaduce because, you know, you can save a little bit of fuel and you're still gaining on Sheffer, but you also now have to race Gaduce. And Sheffer's in the pits. They're going to pass him. He's 18 seconds back from ahead of Gaduce, so it's going to be an easy pass in the pits. But they still have to take their pit stop number 10. What's Sheffer going to do? I'm going to go take a peek at Sheffer while he's on the jacks. I just want to see.
Just taking a look here as those two go by. Gaduce and Mohammed both sending it by pits.
Yeah, Sheffer on the jacks here in a second. I'm just watching the pit stop clock for him.
Gaduce and Mohammed continue to run.
Friends is taking the fight back to Robert Sue. It's now down to half second. Yannick Koertz.
Yannick Kurtz getting in the car?
Yeah, in the car. The Utara Racing M4, now car 31, cycles out of the pits. 1 minute 9.116. So a really good pit stop for the 31. And that's pit stop 10 for them in the books. I suspect we're going to see Gaduce in somewhere between now and 4 laps from now is going to take the pit for pit number 10. And we're going to cross the 600-minute mark or the 10-hour mark in Sheffer's stint. So Sheffer is lining himself up, or not Sheffer, but now Kurtz, lining him up now to basically like pick when to pit for that last time. Do you wait? Do you hit the 65-minute mark and go? Well, he can't, actually. This is what Huff was talking about.
Yeah, this is where they're going to need 2 more stops.
They're going to need 3 stops to get to the end.
2 more,
maybe
right?
4. Yeah, well, I mean, from when we started talking about it. So yes, 2 more.
Yeah, so not counting the one we just saw. So we would talk about 2 more for the team of Yannick Kurtz and Jostein Sheffer.
And it's kind of the same deal for Gaduce right now. Gaduce is going to have to definitely take 2 more stops. Meanwhile, Syed has 26 laps on his stint. If he can push it to 30 to 36 laps, which I don't know if you can in the Fezza. I haven't seen. Well, no, you can. Looks like
well, that's where we've seen Mohamed running 36 is Ferrari
36.
well.
So let's talk about this for a minute. So if he's averaging, I'm going to bust out the calculator now. I've got to do some stint math. This is my favorite part of when the endurance race happens, especially when you're on a team and you're doing things like crew chiefing and stuff, like figuring out like relative to the end of the race. Like at least I don't have to do fuel calculations. That's a pain in the butt. But so if he's doing 60 plus 40, let's be generous and call it 47. So if he's doing 107 seconds a lap, and he's got 10 laps left, that puts him at 1,070 seconds divided by 6, gives him 17.8 minutes in the car from now, gets him straight to the 2-hour mark.
Okay.
So at the 2-hour mark, he still has to take 2 pit stops too. Yep. So the way they lined up their pit stops, the 7, 8, 9, I don't know if they're necessarily going to get a benefit. They are going to have to pit later, I think. I think they're going to have to pit later than the crew they're chasing, Gaduce and Yannick Kurtz.
Okay.
I think they will have to pit later. I don't know if they can really safely pull the undercut off and come out ahead of the game.
Robert Seuss now into the pits.
Which is going to give...
Stefan Frentz now moving up into P10.
Yeah.
Before that next step. Hemming with only 8 stops so far. This will be number 9 for him.
All right. So let me think about this for a minute. So if the 7, 8, 9 car has to do 2 more stops.
Yep.
Do they, Eric is saying your voice is a little bit low in the mix. 40. So if we get to 2-hour mark, so 600 minutes into the race, they've got to do 2 65-minute stints, which is 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Yes.
If they stop right before that 2-hour mark, do they have enough time to do the 2 full 65s to get to the end, or do they push over the 2-hour mark because they can? To make one of those stops a little bit shorter. That would be interesting because the way the timer works, if you think about it, it's 65 minutes, but you do have pit lane travel time. And the way the timer works is it stops when you hit the pit line. So what they could do, take tires or not take tires, fill up enough fuel on the last stint to get to the end on used rubber. Maybe they get out under that 108 mark that everybody seems to be hitting. Save some time there, maybe gain a little bit of advantage. Because if you think about it, Syed doesn't have to do a lot to get around Gaduce. He only has to make up a second.
Not at all. Or push him up into P5. I mean, both these teams are going to have to take 2 more stops, no matter what. Right? So, yeah, to your point, now it's a matter of how do I swing this to my advantage only by, 1.5 to 2 seconds. Yeah.
Now nickels and dimes matter. In terms of everybody left in the race that is going to hit that 2-hour mark has to take 2 more stops. So when they take 2 more stops, like what is the game plan to basically make that last stop as cheap as possible? It's going to be interesting.
Now, because again, I'm asking you this because I've never participated in an endurance event. How much time does the driver swap add? So in other words, if I'm not, let's pretend I want to make my last stop as Gaduce heads into the pits now. Pretending for a minute that I don't want to do tires on my last stop. Okay.
You need to keep the driver.
In other words, I just want to do fuel. I want to put in as much as I need to get in and out as quickly as possible. So no 30 seconds. Yep. I want to sit in this pit stop for 10 seconds to put fuel on. That means I'm keeping the driver, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So if Mamad doesn't swap in Lafile in this stop, Lafile won't be able to do the fuel no tires for his last stint, for example. Yeah. Same deal with like Syed Mohammed. Mm-hmm. Like if he wants to put in Azari or I'm trying to remember the third driver for the Iran racing team, but
so basically coming into this at this 2-hour mark, right? Whenever it is we go in, whether I'm Mamad in P1 or I'm Syed. What I want to do is I want to do tires, and I want to do a driver swap right after this 2-hour mark.
Yeah, your next pit.
I should be doing everything in my next pit so that my last one that's coming up, I'm doing fuel only, getting in and out of there as quickly as possible.
Yep.
All right.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to go look real quick because I can't remember in the SimGrid race. That's something I need to look at to be sure about, and I apologize to chat for not having this factoid for instant delivery. But I'm going to take a look at the Barcelona rules. I just want to see if tires are optional on a stop, because if tires are not mandatory per stop, then
I don't know. Huff is in the chat. I don't believe that we set anything mandatory on a race like this other than the stint timer, because nobody's tires or fuel are making it 12 hours. You're going to have to take some at some point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah. I mean, it offers it offers the most, like that format, to be honest, offers the most for drivers in terms of like pit strategy. Like it offers you like that opportunity other than fuel. That's the only thing. If you remove the fuel restriction, remove the tire restriction, it really does become about like, can you do the calculus in your head correctly enough to come up with the right sequence of things to do during a pit stop?
Yeah. So I'd be curious to see that, because most of these pit stops that we've looked at have been, a minute 8, minute 10, up to minute 15 if it was a slow one, right? My point being is I don't remember looking at any of these pit stops where anybody so far has done just fuel.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's possible, and we just haven't seen it.
Yeah.
And I'm
talking mainly about our front runners here, Mohamed, Ferraris, and Garfon. Like,
I'm not entirely sure, and that might also be a question to ask in chat, like after the race or something like that. Like did anybody double stint tires? Did it happen? Because it would just be a good fact to know, especially with these temperatures the way they are. It's up to 44 degrees on track. It did dip a little bit.
And the reason I say that is because if we look at these pit stops, the stop time on all of our drivers is over 30 seconds. Right? So if they're stopped for over 30 seconds, that's telling me they did tires.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm curious if anyone has yet dipped in and out with just throwing enough fuel in to last them the next stint.
I mean, to be honest, I really feel like it's an alternative that could lead to a pretty spicy outcome should it come to pass. And when you look at the situation that Syed's in with the pit stops, because in terms of the pit stop count game, Kurtz is ahead in the pit stop count game. In fact, with Emmanuel Real in the 333 coming out, Kurtz was still able to stay out in front. Syed has to pit. It's going to be close to the 2-hour mark when he pulls the trigger. Because of the pit stop count the way that it is right now, Kurtz is in the driver's seat.
He is, but I'm also thinking about our front runners, right? I'm thinking about Ferraris and Mamad, because there's a 24-second gap there, right? So if that 17 Ferrari pulls that last stop with fuel only, but the 640 has to do fuel and tires, or fuel and a driver swap, or tires and a driver swap, then our first place race just got very interesting coming into the end. With a 24 to 25 second gap there, they're going to come out very, very close to each other.
The one thing that is going to be something that is going to be to the advantage of the 640, and this is where they've kind of like played their cards right. I think with sticking with the I'm going to max stint. I'm going to basically just like what I think the 640 has had the luxury of being out in front is they've been able to just run their race, max their fuel, hit their marks in terms of time, even with what is it? Donadu with his like slower times, able to just basically hit everything exactly the way that it needs to be. And because they did it that way, when they take their number 10, they're going to take their number 10 pit stop so much later than the rest of the field.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are almost a pit stop ahead of everybody in terms of having to they will take their 10th pit stop 10 laps after the 991 car in P3.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, looking at the laps now, 25 and 23 from 991 and 17 respectively. We're only on lap 15 for Mamad right now. So he's got another, 20 to run right at this point? It's lap 16, just crossed over.
Yeah.
So he's got another 20 laps to go before he ever has to go in. That should be, no, that's still going to leave them with 2 stops, isn't it?
It's going to leave them with 2 stops, but I feel like the gap is far enough and the pace is good with the 640 that if they keep to this strategy, I don't think there's anything the 17 can do to pull this off.
It doesn't look like it. Yeah, again,
it would have to be something that the 17 does from a pit strategy perspective to try and make this race come to them. That means put your fastest driver in the car, hit your last stop, figure out what you need to do in terms of tires and fuel, and try and save as much time in the pits as possible. Will you save 20 plus seconds in the pits? Probably not. But you're not going to cut that deficit drastically without doing something drastic in terms of a strategy. And the problem is with the 17, with the Glitch Motorsports boys, is if they do something to try and win this, they may lose P2. Because the 991 car, while being further away, isn't out of reach.
Yeah.
So if they do something and from a strategy perspective, it doesn't go in their favor, they, just like with what we saw with Gaduce and Syed, they may suddenly find themselves in a race they weren't meant to be in.
Yeah, 100%. We've got a 3-way coming up for P11 though. Sergey Orlov holy cow, it gets hard to talk later in the day. Leading Evan Kim and Vajik Laszlo right now.
Yeah, just to give you an understanding of what it would be like if they took an early pit, the 17. If they took an early pit in the middle of their stint number, what would that be? Stint number 11?
Yes.
To basically line themselves up to try and take a shot at the 640. They're only 48 seconds ahead of the 991. That's in the pit delta. Like even if you're taking fuel, no tires, you still got to traverse the pit lane. That's getting dreadfully close to being in their window. Like I said, it doesn't work. They might have a problem on their hands. Somebody who's got a problem on their hands right now that I want to talk about is Catalano in the number 5. Went off track on turn 1.
Evan
I'm
Kim
watching him
ahead now. Sorry, we're watching this. Got a 3-way, now a 4-way battle coming in. Edward Klester going to join into this fray as we go 2x2 around the corner. Laszlo able to get around Orlov. Orlov now dropping 2 spots to Evan Kim and Laszlo. These guys are going to trade back and forth, and Edward Klester just sitting in the back waiting for this opportunity.
So Catalano looks like had to serve a drive-through, comes out on track, does 19 laps, goes into turn 1, just this previous lap, goes off track, costs himself probably 1.8 seconds, maybe more.
Okay.
And the thing is that I'm kind of watching now is the pace delta between Although actually Catalano really is pulling away from the 789. So it's not really a thing. It's just the part that's kind of confusing me now is I'm seeing the number 5 car make a lot of mistakes. They're getting drive-throughs. They're going off track. Like, I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, are you going to run into a car accidentally and cost yourself P4? Because it's 2 laps. It's a 2-lap deficit. But, you know, make a mistake. Find the wall. Find a car. Spend a minute in the pits. You know, don't do that.
If you look
it's
right
gonna
now,
be
in their last laps, Catalano and Mohammed are running a 147.9 to 147.8 respectively. Catalano can calm down and just drive. So to your point, I wonder why
probably what he should be
happening.
doing. Probably should be just basically focusing on the fact that I got P4. Not really going to take a shot at P3 because if I look at the delta between those two, it's about what is that?
It's over a lap right now.
Yeah, it's over a lap. It's about a minute and 56. You're not going after 991. Stay in front of 789.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Evan Kim still under pressure from Vajek Laszlo.
Somebody's in the pits.
Edward Klester right there with him. Orlov falling off just a tad.
That is the 12 of Newland. Pronouncing that right? Newland? All right.
Yeah, I have no idea. I've seen that name today and I'm like, I don't know how to say that. Avon.
All right, so let's look at, I'm going to focus in on the data for the battle for P5 because it's a spicy meatball. The 333 is about 21 seconds behind, 21.7, but holding pretty steady. The lead, or the space between P5 and P6 is closing down. Started off with a 109, 117. After the pit stop from the 789, it has dropped down now to a 1 minute .178. So they've lost about 9 seconds
right there.
Here we go.
So Yannick Kurtz will be taking up that P5 position yet again.
Yep.
We're going to continue to watch this battle between Kim and Laszlo, though. Laszlo able to get around Evan Kim. As we said before, Edward Klester right there. Just waiting to take advantage. Orlov about a second and a half back. Lux in between a second and 1.2. Letting these three battle it out.
So I'm watching Syed Mohammed's pit clock as he sits in the pits. I did just watch Yannick Kurtz pass in the pits going into turn 1 right now, which means that Emmanuel Riel in the 333 cannot be far behind. Let me find him. Emmanuel Riel coming across the line. Does pass.
Syed Mohammed now down 2 spots.
Yep.
Laszlo takes a more commanding
Arash
lead over
Azami
Kim.
in the car for the 789. So here we go. They made a driver change. Minute 10 on the jacks, though. Just
on the jacks or the whole pit stop?
So on the pit stop as a whole, minute 10, leaving 2 seconds on the table. That could be from a number of things. Could be missed pit stall. Could be repairing some damage in case they got like floor damage or something like that, or suspension damage from a curb strike. But yeah, it's you were asking at what point does it become a sprint race? Now. Right now.
Now's when it kicks off.
For 789, it's now.
For the next 2 hours. Here we go, folks. This is what you stuck around for. Speaking of sticking around, we are going to be here until the entirety of this race is completed and every driver has crossed. Spencer Scott now into the pits in P22. Karsten Cena getting around, moving up. The number 55 BMW as our current battle kind of calms down a little bit. Laszlo able to pick up 2 spots into P11. Lester not quite finished with Evan Kim right now. We have an Evan Kim fan. Full Metal F4I in the chat says, go Evan Kim. How many cars still alive? We're sitting on 26. Huff.
So once we got to about, I want to say hour 3, it kind of stabled off in terms of like the attrition rate.
Yeah, things calmed
Seriously,
down a little
nice
bit.
fight. Didn't have enough tires. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, Syed, we're watching. I'm watching the data right now. I'm very interested since you guys crossed right past that 2-hour threshold. If there's going to be any kind of strategy picks that come up to try and minimize your time in the pit stops, to see how the end of the race winds up, because you're within striking distance of both Kurtz and Real. But again, I think that between the 3 of you, it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of pit strategy games can happen with the pit time, not only the pit stop timer, but also fuel and tires. You wanted a drag race, here you are. Yep. Exactly.
Evan Kim now pulling away a little bit. Let's check in real quick. Jan Barth back in the pits. Jan maybe done. I don't know. The pit timer's not running. Car's not moving. So maybe Jan has decided.
Can we get a wellness check on Jan?
We better
wellness
check on Jan's sitting in the rig sleeping, taking a nap.
So drive-through penalty for Laszlo, which is going to put him in striking distance of he's probably going to lose like 4 spots.
Oh yeah, back to P14 easily. If not P15.
Yeah, that's a big F in chat for Laszlo. Azami comes across the line and he set a 48.400. He's definitely going to have to step it up if he wants to close down the gap to Emmanuel, who's putting in a 45.677 for an average. Wow. Kurtz is putting in a 45.503 for an average.
But 2 laps, I mean, that's a lot of distance to make up, even with 2 hours to go. You're going to have to be faster than, you know what I mean?
For who?
For Kurtz to catch Catalano.
Oh, no, he's not. No, I'm not worried about Kurtz catching Catalano.
I thought that's what you were talking about.
I'm worried about Azami being able to catch Real.
Gotcha. Sorry, I heard
because
the wrong thing.
He's 17.4 seconds back, but he just did a 48.4. Now, he was just straight out of the pits.
Azami was faster than that. I believe in previous stints, Azami was running a good bit quicker than that. And we saw the same thing with the 640 car. Those guys would come out of the pits. First lap or 2 would be about a second to a second and a half higher than what we had seen them do their previous stint.
Yeah.
And then they locked it down, were able to get their feet under them and just run.
Just 1.8 patch things with the tires. Takes 1 or 2 tires for them to really get into the optimum window where you're getting maximum grip out of them. Until then, it's like you can try and push the car to generate more heat in the tires, but what ends up happening is you might get like graining.
Yeah.
And then the problem with graining is the way graining works on a tire is once the outer part of the tire starts to basically tear away, it starts to shred. You know, the marbles that people talk about on the external portions of the track, that's basically what's attached to your tire when you go into a braking zone. So it is not really smart to push your tires. So if Azami's kind of just settling into the groove, you know, he's now 23.1 seconds back from Real, no sweat, that's within the pit stop window. Just get the tires up to temperature and start pushing in some good consistent laps. That could still, you know, strategy's still a thing, but all things considered, still possible for him to pass in the pit stops easy.
Laszlo in now, dropping to Kim and Klester and Orlov as they all come across the line.
The one I'm looking at is
able to get
7.
there as well. Yeah, if Adam Penzis is able to get past there as well. But Laszlo's got pace. I mean, it's going to hurt Laszlo, but he's got plenty of time to make up some of these spots. And obviously has the pace to run with Kim, Klester, Orlov, has been leaning over Penzis. I don't know what, I'm not going to bring up their, and Penzis does get around with Laszlo coming out about 3 seconds back.
Jan in Discord chat, last 2 hours, I'm fine. Little break. Thumbs
there
up.
You go.
Like,
all right,
yep.
Perfect.
Yep. Jan, unreal, man. Unreal. So, Jan, congratulations. You're doing a great job. Also, get some help. Stop. Get some help.
I think going forward for any endurance races we do, if anybody's doing them solo, we have to do something similar. We'll set up a channel. They have to come in the Twitch chat once every pit stop. They have to check in. They'll send a message says, "Yep, I'm good," and they can keep going then.
The other thing, so here's the thing that would be fascinating, and I don't know if you guys would be interested in this at all. Like, you got the number placards everybody's read right now. Mm-hmm. What would be interesting is if there are people that are soloing, just put them in their own class, make them race one another.
True.
So it's almost like multi-class with GT3, but that when you see like a red placard or a silver placard in the background, it's like, oh, this guy's solo. I'm not really racing him or her. But when the two classes come together, it's like, oh, well, we're racing each other for pride because we decided that being in a cockpit for 12 hours was a smart idea.
So Laszlo all ready to take back that spot from Adam Peznis. He's about I've got no time back. Missing time for Laszlo, so we'll have to wait.
0.9 is what I got.
0.9, okay. Orlov now. Oh, that's why Orlov into the pits.
Yep, Fife. We were just talking about that. Jan is taking a break, but he's going to jump back in the car, and he's now on track. Taking time to talk in Twitch chat while behind the wheel. Don't text and drive, kids.
Sounds like something that Fife would do. He can talk and chat at the same time he's driving. I can't figure out how these guys do it. So Orlov now into the pits, dropping to Laszlo and Penis.
Dangerously. That's how you do it.
Right. So Laszlo showing about 25 seconds back from Klester, but with Klester having to battle Evan Kim, we'll have to keep an eye on that pace once we get a full lap from Laszlo and see where he lands.
And pit stops. But the thing to remember about Laszlo's trip down pit lane for that drive-through, he was not able to stop for service.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he still has to take a pit stop.
Yeah. And Laszlo, I mean, if we talk about another one here that has struggled today, Team Laszlo, when it comes to where we should be versus where we are. Mm-hmm. Laszlo and Robert Seuss, the team members in that number 666 car, 3 drive-throughs and a stop-go 30.
That's tough. But still 13th right now, with all those things in play. Field of 26. That's still pretty good.
Evan Kim now diving into the pits, giving some clean air to Edward Klester.
Which I'm sure Klester is going to try to use to his advantage.
Absolutely. And
try and push as hard as he can.
Didn't realize Ferraris now into the pits as well, sitting.
Here we go.
Hold on.
So are they going to swap drivers? 2, how far into the 2-hour mark are we? Oh, Azami is off track. Inworth curve. He's on the racing line. Okay, he got out of the way. Oh, that can't be good.
Yeah, that's not going to help him at all.
That is not going to help the cause.
Now 36 back from Real. Ferrari's now out of the pits with a pit stop time of 1:09.5.
You got a raid, sir.
Oh, Weber Racing. Where are we in for?
Is that Gaming with Peoples?
Gaming with Peoples. Thank you so much for the raid. I would have seen it here in a second, but thank you. I was just looking at some times here. So Ferrari's back out now that gap opens back up to 91 seconds. And as I said, they had a 1:09.5 pit time. Gaming with Peoples, thank you for the raid. Welcome in from everyone that came over with Gaming with Peoples. You are here at Box 3 Motorsports. We are in hour 10 of our 12-hour at Barcelona race today. 341 laps turned. You are more than welcome to hang out with us for the rest of this time. We are here for another 1 hour and 50 minutes or so. Thank you again, Peoples, for bringing your folks over here to see us. Boris Garfield now in and out of the pits.
Real quick check on car 17. So in the pits, 109, that's going to be not quite full service. It's probably going to be enough fuel to get them through to the next stint that they're going to trigger, but probably new shoes on that Ferrari and a driver change. Patrick Pellegrino in the car. If they are going to try any shenanigans, Patrick's got to stay in the car.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tricky. He is now stuck behind Catalano. Catalano is down a lap to Pellegrino, but at the same time too, Pellegrino, if he's got pace in the car, he's going to want to clear Catalano as fast as possible. In fact, flashing them lights as he gets ready to go into T1.
And it may take him a lap too. I mean, he's just getting through this first lap, getting the tires warmed up, kind of like what we talked about a few minutes ago. So, and dips a toe into the gravel. Luckily,
that is not how you do it.
Back under control. And this is what I was talking about. Maybe the first lap is not the place you want to be clearing. Is not the place you want to be clearing that stuff. So, came from the 24 hours of Spa. Oh, wow. You are braver than I am. That is for sure. So,
Catalano, this is the kind of like sportsmanship you want to see right here. Not really getting involved in Pellegrino's race.
Yeah.
Like Pellegrino, Mamad, Soldatov, they're duking it out for how the final three is going to rack and stack. So the fact that Catalano is like, you know what? I'm not racing you. I'm racing to stay in front of Kurtz and to maybe, if something happens, 991 comes into play. So hats off to him. You love to see it. And Pellegrino, by the way, is starting to put the time down now. So I suspect we're going to see that time start to drop down, probably looking at a 46 maybe, which Mamad right now doing 46.2s.
45.6 on average. So
45.6 on average. That's good. That's a good time for Mamad.
But he's continued to bring that time down. I mean, I think we've seen this
45.1 for Pellegrino.
Okay. And I think we've seen this flex each time, right? The 17 and 991 head into the pits. They come back out, fresh tires, they're ready to rock and roll. Their lap times come down, and we start to see the gap tighten up. It's usually about 91 seconds, and as we can see here, it's down to 89.4 up there. So, yeah, but Mamad, is Mamad going to make it now to, 36 laps? I don't know.
This is just me. Given the delta between Mamad and Pellegrino, first of all, I think Mamad has yet to hit pit stop number 11, is in the drive.
Yeah,
is in the drive. No, not even 10. They're not even at pit stop 10.
Hasn't even hit 10 yet.
So he hasn't even hit number 10 yet. And to be honest, he can kind of like control when that happens a little bit. He does have a little bit of flex. He's got 8 laps under his belt. So I just kind of want to break out the calculator real quick. So if he's doing on average 146.
He's got 15 minutes left in the stint timer. Just crossed 50 minutes.
Yeah, he could push, give or take, I'd say about 14, 15 minutes into the stint. Because 15 minutes, again, you run into a blue flag, you run off track, something like that. You hit that stint timer, you get that time penalty. That's no bueno. So I'd say he's got about 14 minutes left in the car before he's got to go to the pit down pit road. 14 minutes from now ain't enough to get you to the 65-minute mark.
No.
So he's got to get. Well, actually, let me think about that.
No, because that's
nowhere near the 65 minutes.
Yeah, so you're still at 90 minutes at that point. You're about 25 minutes short.
So Mamad's got the opportunity to swap out, maybe put Lafile in the car, or if they wanted to put Donadue in the car. Here's the plan you can run with this strategy here at the end of the race. They're going to have.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So everybody, even P2, P3 have to take 2 stops.
Yep. One more stop. No.
I think what is it?
2 more. Yeah.
I think it's 2 more.
No,
I think
sorry.
it's 2 more for just about everything.
The 640 is going to have to take 2 more. Pellegrino and Soldatov should only have to do one more.
I think they're going to have to.
If they run out the full stint, they should be well under 65 minutes. They got in after the 2-hour mark.
True. Good point.
So we should be good there with one more set. Everybody's going to need 11, basically, is what it's going to come down
Everybody's going to need 11. But the thing is, since Mamad has to take 2 more stops, if they did put Donadue in the car, or they put even Lafile in the car, here's the kind of games they can play. If they're not going to change tires on that last lap, they can basically half and half whatever amount of fuel they need to get to the checkered flag. So if you think about it, there's about 13 minutes left. That's an hour and 30 minutes. That's divided by 2. That's what?
45 minutes of pop, right?
So if you think about it, you can basically stuff 45 minutes of fuel in the car, fresh shoes, go run, come in the pits, don't take the tires off, put 45 minutes of fuel in the car, go run. Like you got less fuel in the car, lighter fuel, or a lighter car, new shoes, you're a little bit quicker, you go in the pits, less fuel, lighter car, a little bit quicker. It'll also behave a little bit better on worn tires with lighter fuel.
Okay.
So.
But here's my concern that I see right now, and again, we've kind of seen this happen repeatedly. Mamad, again, came out at 90 seconds, the gap back to Pellegrino. Or I should say Pellegrino came out, had about a 90 and a half second gap up to Mamad. That's already been cut by 4 seconds.
Yep.
He's reeling him in. Now, granted, we know he's not going to catch him, not on this current lash up, but Mamad's going to have to go into the pits. What's the gap when he comes out? If I'm this team, I don't know that I'm putting my slowest driver back in the car.
Yeah, I suspect it's going to be a minute 8, a minute 9 second stop regardless, because they're going to take.
Yeah.
They're going to take tires.
Yep, 100%.
That or they might just be mental. Mamad may race to the very end and may take the same set of tires to the very end. That would be absolutely insane.
That would be crazy, and I don't think they could do it.
Yeah.
Only because
tough.
It's going to get so close. They're going to have to change tires one time. But I say Lafile goes back in the car at this pit stop. When these guys head in, Lafile gets back in the car and stays in the car. And like you said, changes tires, loads up the fuel he needs just for that half of whatever's left, which is going to be about an hour and a half when this hits, if they wait that long.
Yep.
And then stays in the car until the end of this race.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty tricky. I love this is the part of an endurance race that is so much fun when you're in it, and it is really a lot of fun when you watch it, because you get to have more than one of these. When you're in it, you've only got the one that you care about because you're in the car. But when you're watching, you've got all these fights happening on track. Like we've got Mamad and Pellegrino. We've got Kurtz and Real and Azami. We've got Widep and Bowden, Cluster, Laszlo, Duran. There's just so many good sections right now that we can kind of like switch over to and focus on.
Wait to see where this is going to go. Before we step on anybody else, though, I am going to take a quick step away.
Yep. Go for it.
Need a little break, and maybe this will be the last one. Hopefully, it can get us through till the end of the race. We'll see if I can make it that long.
All right. Sounds good, man.
Right back, sir. I'm going to leave us right here on Mamad, just because there's no real battles going right now, and I think it's going to be good to see when these guys head into the pits, and what kind of timer we can run down if I'm not back yet when that happens. So, be right back, sir.
Yep. See you in a bit. So for everybody in chat, we got ourselves a nice little fight to the end of the race. I think the battle that's probably going to draw the most attention is going to be that battle for P5. That said, I'm watching Pellegrino right now trying to navigate blue flags over on my feed. And this is just going to be costing him time. He needs to clear these back markers as fast as possible. He needs to try and put as much time on the ground to gain on Mamad, who still has somewhere in the neighborhood of about 5 laps before he has to take the pit stop. And again, thank you all so much for tuning in to the 12 Hours of Barcelona. This has been a blast to commentate over. There's been a lot of really good racing. It was. Don't get me wrong. During the night cycle, it was pretty hairy. There was a lot of cars, a lot of traffic to get through. But We got through it. We got to the sunshine. We are dealing with really extremely hot temperatures. We're dealing with 44 degrees on track. We're dealing with 35-degree ambient temperature. It's 3:01 p.m. But the drivers, I think, even with the slower times, have adapted really well to navigating around. And man, let me tell you, Pellegrino is trying to find his way around the 31 of Yannick Kurtz. So Kurtz gets over. Looks like he's going to give the lift to Pellegrino into Lekaicha. I'm just watching and telling you guys what I'm seeing over here, because I really do feel like Mamad is the thing to watch. A lot of stupid crashes. Man, it happens to the best of us, man. It happens to everybody. Don't beat yourself up. This ain't real. This ain't for money. No one got hurt. I hope no one got hurt. If your force feedback was up to 100, you might have got hurt, but I hope you didn't get hurt. Pellegrino comes across the line after dealing with all that traffic. He's going to set a 45.997. That's still pretty impressive, because Mamad is doing a 46.2, so enough to gain. That's about 0.3 in pocket. The car, though, right now that is setting the lap times on fire, that is Konstantin Soldatov in the 991 BMW Sim Racing car 991. Still weak, but no worries. Yeah, I remember having a Logitech G29, 100%. That was like the same amount of force feedback that I get when I pick up a can of soda. So none. But it was a great gateway drug into sim racing, and here we are. Just continuing to watch Mamad, waiting to see when he's going to pull the trigger for the pit stop. 33 laps under his belt. Got at least 3 probably before he pulls the trigger. And yeah, we've still got an hour and 37 minutes left in this race. Has negative force feedback. What's up? What's up, Legler? Legger. Is it Legger or is it Legler? I've never pronounced it correctly, I'll be honest. What it is you give, call me Leg, you give me a G29, the force feedback is what I give to the wheel. Much easier. Gotcha. So Pellegrino now setting some fast times, 45.140. Again, this battle is just going to tighten up. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pull up the top 6 in pit wall. I'm going to focus on Mamad and just let it roll. Let it ride. The battle between Kurtz and Real, that's the one that I'm kind of like got my eyeball on right now. But you give feedback to the wheel. The feedback is, I would like to talk to your manager. The feedback is in the form of a sternly worded letter. It is a 1-star review on Yelp. This G29 got a fingernail in my salad. 1 out of 5 stars. Do not go here. $349 laps in the books, folks. This has been a show. It looks like Jan and Solo Warrior doing the no co-op challenge, the no co-op endurance challenge. Not even a custom LUT can save this thing, sadly. Only 6th gear enduro challenge. Still waiting on Mamad. So if we think about this, both the Glitch Motorsport crew, BMW Sim Racing, and Motorload have all pitted at least one more time. Now, if I'm looking, unfortunately, I think the Motorload crew is going to have to take a 12 pit stop, unavoidable. The drive-through penalty got him. I'm really interested to see how close to that 65-minute mark we see car 17, car 991. We're probably about a lap. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, Mamad's got to be coming in soon. I mean, the most these guys have gone is 36, so I have a feeling we're going to see him come in on this one.
Or does he press his luck? Does he press his luck and go for 37? Because he's going to come across the line. He's going to come across the line, and I think it's going to be not... Well, no, it would be an hour in...
I don't know. He's
an hour and 3 and change. He's going to be almost an hour 4. Yeah, it's going to be an hour, almost an hour and 4 minutes. So he can't really press his luck, unfortunately.
This is going to have to be his last. But what's got me, and I don't want to say concerned as if I have a horse in this race. I don't, sitting up here. But Pellegrino has cut that lead down now to 79 seconds. And it sounds like a ton of time, but it's he cut it down from 90. And there
it just dawned on me.
Mamad into the pits now.
It just dawned on me what they might be doing.
What's that?
They might be fuel saving to not have the fuel to go into the car. Mm-hmm. The question is, does that mean Mamad is going to stay in the car and keep these tires
on? Eesh.
Oh man, here we go.
Gonna get
so we're looking at a minute 8, minute 9, folks, for a normal pit stop, right? I got the counter pulled up. We're gonna see how much less than a minute 8 they can take it. Because to be honest, to be real about it, to let that lead get cut down that much, Mamad's not that slow.
Yeah.
On the average. So, yeah, we're about to find out. I'm just waiting to see.
Watching that timer as well.
I'm just watching it.
Just dropped and rolling again. Let's see how quickly he gets out. I think he's going to be pretty short. Not one of their shorter. Well,
no,
108,
I think that's going to be around the normal conservative pit stop. So that probably means they took fuel. They probably took tires. Let's see if I can jump over to them on the broadcast and see if I can tell. Jeremy Lafile's in the car.
There you go. So Lafile more than likely going to finish this out today.
So Patrick Pellegrino now was 70.3. Now where is Pellegrino at
11.
now?
11.5.
Man, he is one corner behind.
Yep.
Lafile.
But
one corner.
We've seen Lafile open this up repeatedly throughout the course of this 12 hours. Now, it's going to take a lap or two. We might see that come down under 10 seconds. Again, as he gets his tires under him, as he gets them warmed up, gets the feeling back in the car. But from that, after that first lap or two, Lafile has just really opened this up every time he's been in the car.
So we've been talking a lot about these top 6. I'm going to go take a peek at the top at P8. We've got
Alex Whitby.
What is that? That is Alex Whitby in the pits, serving pit stop number 10. So needs one more to the regs. Pitting from P8. Probably going to lose that spot, I think, to Sam Bowden.
And we're watching Bowden now to see where he's going to come around. No, Whitby should be fine. Coming out of the pits right now, about a minute ahead of Sam Bowden.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's quite the spread.
So the 801, man, the Honkers 801 Audi, man, that crew has really head down, been putting in the work. Sam Bowden, the fourth place Audi that's in P9, also doing some pretty good work. I'm looking at the gaps between Bowden and the Aspire McLaren crew, and it's about, I want to say, 33 seconds. So definitely inside the pit window. And it does look like, although that gap's actually going to open back up because Andrews does have to pit before Bowden. So it's really between that P10 crew and down. So P10 to like P15, P16? No, I would say P14 at this point. Those are the ones that are all, I believe, still on the same lap. Yeah. P10 to P14. No, it might even be P15. That's a big crew that's still on the same lap.
I know. Those guys have stuck together pretty well this whole race.
Yeah. But shout out to the Whidbey and the 801 crew because they have really recovered some spots. How many spots have they gained total?
Whidbey, let's take a look. If we go in, Quentin LSL in the car right now. They're actually down a spot right now.
Interesting. They did get knocked back pretty far at the beginning of the race, if I remember.
Yeah, they got hit pretty hard. So they've maintained since then, been able to crawl back, scrape back as many as they could. I don't really have a way to look at, how far they were down and how far up they are now.
One thing I can definitely look at is if I actually scroll back in time to like the very beginning of this race. I just want to take a look at where is Whidbey. So there's Whidbey.
Yeah, you can do that in pit wall. Right?
Pit wall. Yeah, you can scroll all the way back. So it looks like early on they did have a sizable chunk of damage on the first pit stop. A 1 minute 34 second pit stop at the very beginning did set them back a bit. So good recovery on them to like really make up some ground, and really had some good solid pit stops throughout the entire race. So hats off to them. Nose to the grindstone. This was fun, y'all. The Bosworth. Thank you.
Bosworth.
Appreciate it.
Bosworth. That is good. I'm glad you're around. Yannick Kurtz now into the pits. P6. Arash Amazi with an opportunity to come up. Just coming out of the chicane, so it looks like Amazi going to be able to pick that spot up from Kurtz.
Well, Real and Azami. So that put Kurtz in P6, Real P5, or no, Kurtz will go to P7,
yeah,
Real
P7,
P5, Azami P6, but Real still has to pit as well.
And we did see this before. Kurtz now 3 seconds back. Kurtz with the better pace than his partner, but will it be enough to catch Azami if he's coming out on fresh tires? Maybe all it takes.
So if I'm looking at if you got the pit wall delta graph up, pull up Kurtz, Real, and Azami and take a look at their gap. It's pretty close. It's kind of wild. That we got a race this close at the end. Same thing with P1, P2. Like the fact that we're racing and we got a 10-second gap, now up to a 12-second gap between the front runners. That's pretty cool.
I'm showing 14 seconds from Lafile already opening that back up, and we saw it was 11 seconds when he came out.
That dude's got a jet pack.
Yeah, like a rocket sled on rails, and somehow taught it how to turn.
Somebody needs to. Does somebody need to talk to the FIA? Is Ferrari burning oil again? Like what's happened here? Like, you did get an Audi in the top 6 right now.
I know, it's perfect. Real.
In the top 5,
hanging out right there. Hey folks, if as Bosworth said in the chat, saying he had a good time today, whether racing, watching, whatever it might have been. Don't forget, if you enjoy endurance, it's ours with 949 and Trackalicious Sim Racing returns on August 20th, 4 p.m. UTC, 12 noon Eastern Daylight Time, and you're going to be able to watch it right here at Box3 Motorsports Twitch channel.
Yep.
We have a 3-hour coming up as well at Watkins Glen, I believe on July 31st, that should be available here. Kurt's already cutting the lead of Azami by a full 1.5 seconds down, getting into that 1 second.
Yeah.
Time. I see Kurt's making his move here at some point, getting back ahead of Azami.
I think that could happen as well. I'm looking at the stint delta between 333.789 and car 31. So I'm looking at stint 11 times because that's what I've got a full set of data for Kurtz. Average lap time 45.997 for Kurtz. Real, who took the pit second, 46.330. So Kurtz definitely picked up the pace, has some time in store. Azami, 47.648 of 20 laps. That is a struggle bus if he's gonna try and even remotely challenge for P5. Patrick Pellegrino, just monitoring his car on track right now. He is losing a lot of ground due to blue flags. He is getting touched on by some blue flags as he gets ready to go into Campos, just muscling his way through. I can tell why. He is trying to do that because he really desperately wants to clear these blue flags, desperately wants to close that gap up, knows that Lafile has to take another pit stop. They both have to take another pit stop.
They're both going to have to head in.
So, where does chat want to see a box? Where does chat want to see a box 24-hour race?
Yannick Kurtz taking position now, real quick. A little bit of door banging on the way through, not enough to push anybody off their line, but Yannick Kurtz moving up into P6 over Arash Azami here at the end. Towards the end, we've still got an hour and 22 minutes. You say the end, but as you said, at about 2 hours, this became a sprint race.
Yep, 100%. And Yannick Kurtz, just taking a real quick look at his pit stop time, beautiful, 1 minute 6.326. Wow. That might be the fastest full service pit stop we've had today, and saving it for the last bit, taking every second he can grab his hands onto to try and close that gap to Azami. Looks like it paid off. Now he's got Real in his sights.
And now, and here's the thing though. I'm watching this because we've still got focused on Azami as Yannick Kurtz pulls away. He's got Antonello Legalante behind him, number 5, currently sitting in P4. Now I get it. This guy's a blue flag, but you're 59. You're almost a minute behind Soldatov, and you're a lap ahead of Reale, right? You're fine. Calm down. He's flashing lights. He's riding his bumper. I'm like, okay, I get it. He's gonna, but take it.
So there's a meme on Twitter. There's a meme on Twitter about this that Jordan Taylor, one of my favorite racing drivers of all time, the meme about like how drivers actually react to flashing headlights, and it's just a meme where it's like he's got a disco ball in the car and he's just dancing along as the lights are flashing. It's pretty hilarious. But yeah, if I'm Azami and I'm getting flashed like that, the only reason why I'm gonna let someone through is if they're genuinely on pace quicker than me. And I really do think Legalante is quicker.
He is. So, I mean, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that Azami should be holding him up or anything like that. That's not what I'm getting at. But they were in sector 3. We know how curvy it is. How many good spots are there to let someone by without losing a ton of time? Because remember, he was within 2 seconds of Kurtz at that time. Do you really want to let off the gas to let somebody around? And as soon as we got to the start finish straight, he let him right by, right?
The thing is like if I'm in the car, like me, like low skill level me. I mean, like in terms of like a matchmaking, I'm Wood League. I'm not even silver.
Yep. Same here.
So, like, I'm gonna let Legalante through because if he's making it dramatic for me, what's he gonna do to Kurtz when he catches him?
Yeah.
So I might be like, I'm gonna let him through. Maybe he'll make it dramatic for Kurtz, and I'll be able to close the gap up. Maybe not.
That's if Legalante can catch Kurtz.
True. That is true. But at the same time, it's just like a matter of like, do I need to fight this guy? Is really the thing. And then not only that, what is this guy going to do to the guy in front of me?
Yeah.
That kind of calculus is happening. I'm looking right now at the top 6. I'm really laser focused in. I want to see who is going. We're getting super close.
So take this with a grain of salt. Sorry to interrupt you, but take this with a grain of salt. Lagalante sitting on 14 laps with an average of 145.714. Now, granted, Kurt's only in for 4 laps at this point. 144.504.
Yeah, Kurtz is a missile right now.
Yeah, so it is. So Lagalante doesn't have the pace to get Kurtz.
Not really.
And it looks like he's falling back right now, actually.
Oh, a wild Altruid has joined the chat with where do we want to see Box 3 host a 24-hour race? Of course, Bathurst.
I dare you do it. Altruid, only if you show up and you stay the whole time and you drive it by yourself.
So here's the thing about Altruid. He shouldn't do that, and here's why. He actually genuinely has like a problem with his wrist. He should probably not drive.
Yeah, you should
for
probably
24 hours.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that then. He could one-hand it though. Give him a stick shift. He'll be fine.
One-handed stick shift in the Jag.
Yeah, there you go.
Here's the thing.
If anybody's going to get
ladies,
injured, I would not want them to do that.
Yeah. Anyway, there's been talks. Wow, that's brutal. So Lafile, 44.217 last lap. Lafile is putting to bed any need for shenanigans with just average lap time muscle of a 44.524 over 7 laps. Like he's just like, you know what? I don't need to save fuel. I don't need to save tires. I'm just going to drive away from you.
And he's not wrong with anything over a 20-second gap. If they, depending on how they run their pit stop, he can get in and out before he gets past.
Yeah.
And can then just pull away for the rest of this race.
So he can basically sit. He is sitting in the catbird seat. He is very much like waiting. All I need is for 17 to pit after him. I've got like a 70+ second delta. Drive off.
Yeah.
Just drive off. Like the only thing that's going to save Pellegrino at this point is there something they can do in the pit stop to make it shorter? To find, what is it now?
21 seconds at this point.
21 seconds. Like, you got to find 21 seconds in the pits. To be honest, I don't know if you can.
Yeah, the only way I see that is, again, if Pellegrino stays in the car, no tires, just dumps enough fuel to get to the end of this race, while Lafile feels as though he has to take tires. Stays in the car, but has to take tires. And we've got cars spinning all over. The number 75 McLaren bouncing off the wall, Luke Andrews.
That is unfortunate because Andrews is trying to stay out in front of Cluster, who's 32.5 back. That is definitely going to not continue to be the case. Andrews... where is I see
Cluster's catching up now he's getting to 20 seconds, so Luke Andrews losing a ton of time, and it looks like losing speed because he should be back up to race pace at this point, and it doesn't look as though that's happening.
I think he might be meatballed. The temperature right now is 35 degrees ambient, 43 on the track. It has dropped a couple degrees on track.
It has.
But the 35 degree ambient is tough. He might be trying to limp to the end of the stint. If he's staying out, he's trying to limp. Yeah, he's trying to limp to the end.
He's got to get 10 more minutes down to only have one pit stop.
So
Best
we're getting close.
Ever, because if Andrews, hold on a second. Andrews should have maybe come in. He's got this lap. He's at a 101.15 right now on his stint timer, so he's gonna have to come in after this lap. Yeah.
And he took contact. That is no bueno. Like, if you're dealing with a broken car and you're trying to push your stint timer, you are playing with fire. Because you take I forgot what it is if you miss the pit stint timer. I think it's a 60-second penalty.
Yeah, I think it's at the end of the race we tacked on.
And that would be that
will drop him down at least 4, if not 5 spots.
Oh, sure. Yeah, Blaine, I realize that if he doesn't take tires, he's going to be 2 to 3 seconds slower. The thing is that I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is Pellegrino going to do to try and win this race? Or what is he going to try to do to stay out in front of Soldatov? I think he probably should focus on staying out in front of Soldatov. But, I mean, you can take a look when the broadcast delta updates. I mean, he's 22 seconds away from the lead of the 12 hours of Barcelona. Like, that is... I mean,
the thing
do you shoot your shot, Blaine?
Would Lafille be 2 to 3 seconds slower? And even if he is, let's pretend he drops 2 seconds.
No, he's talking about Pellegrino. He's talking about Pellegrino being 2
seconds. If Pellegrino doesn't take tires, forget about it. But if Lafille doesn't take tires and loses that time, does that matter? Right now, he's coming out ahead by 1.7, 1.8 seconds over 17 and 991. The next lap was a full second and over both of them. Now, the lap 360 was only 0.3 and 0.5 respectively, and he actually just lost a little time to 17 in this latest lap. But overall, if he's got a, say, 25-second gap, he can roll 45 minutes on that without losing the race, I think. If it means he gets to keep that gap, right? By not taking tires.
So Blaine coming in with the facts, hitting the stint timer is DT. So that's not really that bad of a penalty from perspective. I mean, it's not a 30-second stop go.
I didn't realize it was a DT. I thought that was a penalty added on at the end.
It depends. If you don't hit the stint timer at the end, it probably is a penalty at the end. So the thing that I'm looking at right now is, like, when is Lafille going to stop in relation to Pellegrino? Is he going to wait for Pellegrino to stop? To be honest, I think Lafille is sitting pretty. Like, all he needs to do is wait for Pellegrino to pit himself. He can take a full stop, doesn't matter, drive away. Pellegrino, I think, has to take risks if he wants to try and catch Lafille. But if he does, and we talked about this earlier, if he does and it doesn't work out for him, Soldatov is going to be right there because he's under no threat right now from Legalante. No threat at all.
No, none whatsoever.
He can basically just let the race kind of come to him. So it's going to be interesting because right now the gap between Soldatov and Pellegrino looks like
22.4
a minute.
I've got. Soldatov.
Minute 1?
Yeah, about 60.3.
So definitely a full service pit stop window. Within a full service pit stop window.
Yeah, so at this point, that 991 car has got third place locked up if that's what they want to do. There's no need for them to play any games. To make up 60 seconds to catch Pellegrino, going to be real difficult. Right, if not impossible, with only an hour and 11 minutes left to go. As well, Lagalante behind him is over a lap back. Just run your times. Keep your 146 1s, your 145 4s, and you are going to be set for the rest of this race.
I imagine that is probably what is going to happen. The other thing that is interesting, that would be wonderful to figure out, is Pellegrino. Basically, if Pellegrino takes the risk, I feel like he becomes vulnerable to Soldatov. And I don't feel like he needs to. I really don't think that even if he tries something risky, he's going to be able to make it happen. I know that 22 seconds seems like something where you can take a shot at it. I really think it's too far, especially when the car in front of you is technically a pit stop ahead of you. So
yeah, it's a huge gap.
It's a huge gap. And
with a driver who and keeping in mind too, not only is it a huge gap, it's a huge gap. If you're on pace, right? If Pellegrino and Lafille are on pace with each other,
and they're not
setting the same lap times, setting consistently within a tenth of a second, that's one thing. That's a risk to say, okay, how can I hack this down? That's not the case here. So Pellegrino takes the risk, tries to make the jump, and the next thing you know, Lafille just runs away from him anyway. So what did you gain at that point except possibly risking Soldatov catching up and putting you back into P3?
Yeah, and we're doing a lot of hand-waving speculation here. They could have put Pellegrino back in the car, done the full-service pit stop when they did, to basically match lap times from Soldatov and hold on a second.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not racing LaFile anymore. I'm just going to hang on to second. And if they did that, that's the smart play. So.
Absolutely. With an hour and 9 minutes left, you guys have to listen to us wax philosophical.
Kurtz, by the way, 19.6 seconds from Real. Real has yet to pit. Real's going to have
into the pits.
Yeah, he's going to have to pit. Yep. And wait a minute, where is he at? 1 minute 9? Whoa. That's unfortunate.
What's that?
There's 1 minute and 8 left in the race. If he takes a full service pit stop, there'll be
an hour,
1 minute and 7 left in the race, which is more than 65.
Oh, wow.
So, oops.
They're still going to have to take a full service pit as Yannick Kurtz moves up into P5 now.
That is big time unfortunate. So, Real, 333 might be out of contention for that top 5.
He didn't have a choice, though, really, with...
No, he didn't.
It was 104 when he came into the pits, right? So...
Correct. Yep.
Really had no choice. It's just bad timing now. That team's still going to have to jump in and take another pit stop as Kurtz and Azami both get around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're going to definitely have to take another pit stop, which is going to give Kurtz and Azami an opportunity to get around. Now, do they? Because, yeah, he can do a drive-through to reset the timer if he dumps enough fuel in the car. So Blaine actually has a really good point here. What they could do is use the fact that the stint timer stops when you cross the pit control line on entry, basically fuel up enough to do more than 65 minutes, take a joker lap.
Yep.
Because if you look at the gap, it was what? What was it before? It was like somewhere in the neighborhood of... Actually, I can pull it up in pit wall. Give me a sec. It was somewhere in the neighborhood of... Focus. 20 seconds. Okay. That's enough time.
It is.
That's enough time.
So now...
That could be spicy.
So if I'm Kurtz right now, I have to take another stop along with Azami.
Yes. Yes.
Am I going to do it real soon?
If you want to potentially cover off Real.
That's my thought, is right, Pallone and now in that 333 Audi. If I want to cover that off, I would wait till top of the hour, right? I've got six and a half, so run 2 more laps. And then look to get into the pits and cover my last hour and actually be done.
Yeah. Like I'm thinking Real might have to pull the trigger on or not Real, but both what is that? Kurtz and Azami might have to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
So we're gonna wait and see. The one who benefits the most from pulling the trigger now is probably Azami. The one who has the most pressure and has to get it right is going to be Kurtz, because he could run a little bit longer, stop a little bit later, but he's got to hope that his pace can start to pull a bit of a gap. Because when he does pit, even if he doesn't take tires, I think going up on the jacks, taking however much fuel he needs to get to the end, could be a struggle bus. So we'll have to wait and see.
Another battle we're going to have to watch for as we go into this last hour is going to be for P10. Dominic Duran currently holding that position, but Miles Hemming only 6'3" off that pace, and Bereznev another 15 seconds back, and even Stefan Frenz not out of the realm of possibility at 14 seconds off that pace too. Espen Kulin off track now in P24. Jan Barth, let's check in. Jan Barth continues to run the solo event. 12 hours. Just a killer. Look at him go in that Porsche.
To give you an idea of how far the Car 10 has come in this race, at the very beginning of the race, they took 1 minute and 28 after lap 1 pit stop damage. They then took a pit stop of 1 minute and 6, got back in the car, started driving their stints, have worked their way all the way back up to P10. from being basically stone last.
Yeah, these guys have done fantastic. We're
Yeah.
talking about Douglas Mitchell, Evan Kim, Dominic Durante. You can see there on your screen up 12 spots today
So
during this race. And I want to say it again. You can talk about gaining a bunch of spots. If you're starting the race in P20 and turn 1 is chaos and you get through it, right? And suddenly you're in P4. Well, you gained 16 spots during the course of this race. The question is, can you hold it? And these guys have. Not only, you know, with the longer pit stops, they lost position, gained it back and then some, and again, up 12 spots from 22 today. Great run for this team.
indeed. So, sir, I am going to need to take a quick step away, hopefully
problem,
before
sir.
the end of this race. We got some pit stops to watch for, so I would say laser focused on that battle for P5 because we got to figure out when Kurtz and when Kurtz and Azami are going to pull the trigger. And I'm going to go step away. I will be right back, sir.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll probably take one more after you get back, and then we'll be set for this final hour. The final hour of 12 hours of racing here at Barcelona. We are going to start a prediction. Now, I don't know exactly how these work. You'll have 30 minutes to get your prediction in. Race winning team, Project Reborn, Glitch Motorsports, or BMW Sim Racing. They are currently 1, 2, and 3 in our race right now. With this prediction, you'll have 30 minutes to get them in. And anyone guessing correctly at the end of this race will win channel points. So there it is at the top of your chat window, ladies and gentlemen. Get your predictions in now. Again, your choices. I can't see it. Here we go. Project Reborn, currently P1. Jeremy Lafile in that car. Glitch Motorsports with Pellegrino behind the wheel. Or Soldatov, currently running in 3rd. We keep an eye on Yannick Kurtz, waiting to see where these guys are going to land. Again, Kurtz, Azami, Bologna, all 3 vehicles going to need to make stops one more time. Now well within that 65-minute timer. So really it's anybody's play on who goes in first and a game of chicken to see which one's going to decide to do it. Now, as Ultruit said in the chat, Poloni can look to just do a drive-through to reset that timer, and if they've got enough fuel on board, that's certainly an acceptable thing to do. In fact, if I were them and I had enough fuel, I'd probably be doing it now. Get it out of the way, run out the rest of your race. Azami heading in, and there's our first of these 3 for P5. Arash Azami heads on into the pits for that final stop.
So can Azami do some magic?
Yeah, that was quick. Holy hell, you're fast.
I mean, I washed my hands. I'm not a monster.
I'm just saying you're speedy, that's all.
So 789 in the pits. Where is Polone right now?
Polone just went by. Just went ripping by and is coming down into T1.
Gosh, it is going to be so hard for the 789 to really make up this, I think. I'm watching the counter on the pit stop timer. We're up to 35 seconds.
Zami's still sitting. Going to the pits by Wasabi now and Kulin.
Hertz has to pull the trigger here in a minute, I think.
Well, that was my thought too, is but also, you know, what about Poloni? If we're talking about what Ultruit said in the chat, and we're looking at Poloni really just wanting to reset that timer. Maybe they dumped enough fuel in to get him to the end of this race. I'm going to go in. I'm going to reset that timer with a drive-through. I'm doing that right now.
So it looks like Azami got tires and fuel. So nothing tricky. No games. But when he cycles out, I'm interested to see how far he lands behind Poloni.
Showing right now
Kurtz,
about 48 seconds as it stabilizes. So
yeah,
quite a good gap there.
I think Kurtz has got to pull the trigger. Pellegrino and Soldatov, both 28 laps. What I suspect is about to happen is I suspect that either Pellegrino or Soldatov is going to pit, the other one's going to react. I suspect that 640 might react just to get the pit stop out of the way and then go to the end of the race. But that's me.
But if I'm Lafile right now, I've got to be feeling good. Let these guys get into the pits. Let me see what my full gap is. 32 seconds he's opened this up to. That
absolutely.
I think that has been, except for about 5 stints ago, 5 or 6, looking at the graph, I want to say that this is probably the fastest we've seen that drop during the entirety of this race.
Yeah.
And honestly, the lines are about matching. It just hasn't been as long yet, right? So
yeah, I feel like what Lafile has done is basically just running his race. He's like, you know what, Pellegrino, when you pit, I'm just going to follow, or I'm going to pit later than you. Doesn't matter. It don't matter. And then Soldatov, Pellegrino, those two pitting is probably going to be reacting probably in relation to one another more than anything. Legalante is not a threat. Kurtz, I'm still shocked that Kurtz hasn't pulled the trigger. We're in the 58-minute mark. It could be that Kurtz realizes what Pallone can do and is just like, you know what?
But he's 55 seconds up. If I'm Kurtz, now is the time to pull the trigger. He's not going to catch me before I'm in and out, is he? Yeah, he is. He is, but Pallone's still got to make another stop.
Oh, yeah. Pallone still has to make another stop, and he would catch Kurtz as is right now. But the thing is that it could be that you remember when I was talking to you about not letting your opponent get the undercut on you? Pellegrino's in the pits. So I suspect that we'll see Soldatov react, and maybe even Lafile. I suspect that what Kurtz will do is he's going to react to Pellegrino, or not Pellegrino, but Pallone.
Okay.
Like when Pallone goes to the pits to do the Joker lap, that's when I take my last pit stop.
Gotcha.
Because he's already going to have to tack on that extra time anyway. Just go ahead and get it knocked out.
Yeah.
And do it that way. It looks like they put in Syed for the final stint in the 789. So 789's
Muhammad.
He's going to try and run his race to see if he can catch Pallone. Where is Quint in relation to Pallone? I think he's
31 seconds. Quinton, well, we've got Quinton back 31 seconds off of Saeed Mohammed.
Really now?
Yeah, back quite a ways in P8. Sam Bowden in P9, a full 90 seconds back. We do have a dust-off kicking up. Yep, but we do have a dust-off kicking up. Dominic Duran getting chased down by Miles Hemming right now for P10. And we said, I think while you were away, this P10 was going to kick up a little bit towards the end of this race as these guys get these pit stops in. Dominic Duran now going to be under pressure from Hemming.
So Oscar Tringale in the Glitch Motorsport Ferrari back on track. I really feel like we'll see either Soldatov or Lafile pit in reaction. Just looking at, so with them putting in Oscar, they had to do full service.
So they're coming out fresh for the last stint of this race for the next 55 minutes. Fresh tires, fresh driver. Tringale able to put down some good times previously in his stints during today's race.
He's pretty quick.
But Lafile now with a 92-second advantage.
So Bursanev in the pits in the 29. He's going to start dropping down the order, probably going to fall behind Laszlo, depending on what he's having to do for service. Actually, might even fall below Muska. We'll find out. Rips in chat for Wasabi's Tasty. Lost his force feedback. Had to do a full stint without force feedback. So basically driving like he's playing on a PC in the 90s.
Yep, like you're floating everywhere.
At that point, you're not even really motorsport racing, not in the sense of cars. You're mostly boating at that point. It's like you're sailing.
Yeah, but even boats have force feedback when you drive them right. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's true.
We watch Miles Hemming continue to chew away at Dominic Duran and apply pressure. Duran not cracking so far.
I'm actually shocked we haven't seen a reaction from either Soldatov or Lafile. Soldatov, interestingly enough, P2 was able to pass Pellegrino when he was in the pits.
Mm-hmm.
What's the gap now? 5.724 seconds. So it's going to be interesting.
It started out at over 6. So Soldatov's slowing up at this point. It's now under 5 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think Soldatov's racing Tringale.
Yeah.
I think the top 3 is what it is, unless something happens on track. Hemming now 4/10 behind Duran.
Yeah, he's been tucking that McLaren under the wing of that Audi for the last.
Oh, and that is actually the 789 in front of him. That is a 789 of Syed Mohammed in
Hemming looking to the outside in the chicane, not able to pull that off. Oh, and Dominic Duran shutting him off into T1, swinging her out wide to cut the angle.
Espen Coolin almost broke his arm with the force feedback, was on 100%. So if you're using a wheel like I do, when I actually do a driver swap event, when it just puts me in the car, it always sets my force feedback to 100%. But if you change the force feedback gain on your wheel, you can map a button to it to turn it up or down. If you toggle it up and then down, it will set it back to what the value should be.
There you go. A little bit of ding in there, but Miles not quite able to finish. These guys were door banging for just a moment. I thought we were going to have a real battle here. But Hemming dropping back around 3/10.
Duran just holding that inside line, man. It's gonna be hard. Sector 2, Sector 3, it's gonna be hard to make a pass around the outside. The one corner where you might be able to pull that sort of thing off is around the outside of the Lakaicha hairpin, because it sets you up for the inside of Banque Sabadell. But you got to get a monster exit. You cannot goof around out of the hairpin.
Oh, Hemming with the lead going into the chicane. He's got it on the second turn. Duran going way wide, but it's enough. Hemming just had to back off too much as Yannick Kurtz lines up behind these guys now.
And Kurtz wants to not lose time.
Yeah, Hemming backing off and letting him right through. Now Kurt's going to line up between the two of them. I'm going to take my last break right here, sir, with 50 minutes left to go. I'm going to leave this battle running with this right here.
Sounds
as
good.
Hemming and Duran continue to stay together. Be back in about 3 minutes, and we will finish this out, ladies and gentlemen. 12 hours. Me and Philip Whelpcakes, the man, the myth, the legend himself. We're going to finish this out. Don't forget, get your predictions in on the race-winning team at the top of chat. You can win fabulous prizes like channel points that let you do things like go on board with a driver, your favorite driver, whoever that might be. And Kurt's getting a ding from these guys. Wow, that's abusive. That should not be allowed. Hemming gets himself around. And now, Duran almost put in a position where he has to slow down with Kurtz right there, applying that pressure.
And 991, that's Soldatov.
Yeah. Wow.
Now this right here is a moment when and he goes into the kitty litter and saves it. He almost bought it. Now, Tringale behind him is going to dive him on Lakaicha.
Yep, we're locked in on Soldatov now.
It is a race now. Soldatov trying to get away from Tringale. Now, the thing is that this isn't really a race between these two, because Soldatov still has to pit.
Yep, he's got to get into the pits.
He's got to go into the pits.
Lafile still has to get into the pits as well. So I'm going to leave this right here with you, and I will take that quick step away, and I will be right back.
Fantastic. Man, we have such a train of cars right now. Car 75 Hemming is like a cork in a bottle. We got the 31991 Car 17. Car 10, so that's Dominic Duran going into the pits now. I bet he is pitting to serve his last stop. Might be the case that he's serving his last stop in relation to Hemming, who probably may still need to stop towards the end of the race. Actually, I'm gonna add him to my list real quick just to watch. I want to see when Hemming last pitted. He last pitted out of the 65-minute mark. So Hemming's still going to have to pit. So all that drama, all that racing with Duran might be for naught because he's still got to pit. Duran going to definitely undercut him in this scenario. We're just going to keep our eye on the prize here. Hey, how's it going? Is that Arash Azami? How's it going, man? What are you... I don't know what those emotes mean. I know... Is that a guy yawning? Oh, are you tired? I hope you're doing well, Azami. Man, you guys have got a scrap on your hands here towards the end. Are you guys going to be able to pull the trigger on Polone? Because all Polone's got to do is take the Joker lap. Are you guys close enough to be able to maximize and get around Polone when he takes that Joker lap? Let me actually cut out the top four, and I want to take a look at the battle for P5. It looks like, in relation to Azami, you guys are gaining. You are within 35.5 seconds. No teammate drive? What do you mean? Yes. No. What I'm saying is do you think that Syed being 35.5 away from Pelone still has to stop? Not stop. He has to take a trip through the drive-through. Do you think that you guys have enough pace in hand to be able to catch Pelone on track, the 333, and maybe get in that get P6? I mean, you guys might still have a shot at P5 too. Margins are small. Super small. Watching Soldatov right now, who's duking it out with Tringale. That is a righteous scrap. And the thing is that Tringale is just getting held up by Soldatov. Soldatov's got a pit still. So Soldatov just making it where Tringale's got to do something to get around him or just lose time. Can Syed P5 even? Like P6 is definitely close. Can he P5 as well? You think he can P5? Okay. I'm going to watch. So into the pits we go with Soldatov, who's reacting now finally. Has to take one more pit stop to the regulations. Well, so Polone only has to take a trip through the drive-through. He doesn't have to actually stop Azami. He stopped close enough where if he overfilled for the 65 minutes, he just takes a trip down the pit lane to reset his timer. What we're looking at with Tringale is going to get around for sure. Lafitale is no longer, to be honest, a threat to Tringale or Soldatov. Yannick Kurtz might also get a shot at Polone. We're going to wait and see. Coming in with that BDE. Now you guys are gaining. It is down to 33 seconds, 33.359 on the gap to 333. So it does look like you have the potential get him on the Joker lap. What does BDE mean? Eric, I'm feeling stupid right now. I feel like I should know that. So is Yannick going full service to the end of the race on his next pit stop? Is he putting on new shoes? That is the question that I have in my mind. Vasili's in there. Anufriev. Vasili's in the car for the final stint. Tringale is off in the distance. Good to the regs. How far back is Vasily going to be? So in relation to Soldatov, so still 2 minutes ahead of car 5, but it does look like the pit stuff hasn't come in yet. Oh, gotcha. The BD, the BD energy. So Quint LSL in the 801
what did I
in
walk
the pits.
into?
So Azami's saying they got P5. He thinks.
Azami's saying
And I'm
P5,
like,
huh?
So I'm like, okay. Like Polone, all he's got to do is a drive-through. Now you guys are closing down the gap. I mean, it was 33 seconds last time I took a peek.
36
I think it still
now.
is. Oh, 36 seconds?
Sitting at
So
36
Polone's.
seconds now. So Saeed Mohammed dropping back a little bit if we were at 33.
Yeah.
Poloni with a drive-through. Yannick Kurtz, though, just under a minute ahead of Poloni. And I'm assuming it does look like Kurtz did make his pit stop, right?
Yeah, Yannick Kurtz has not made his pit stop
He's
yet.
got to do one more. Okay.
Yep. Soldatov did. Soldatov's good to the regs. The only car in the top 3 that hasn't pitted to the regs is Lafile.
And I got to assume he's going to hang out, right? He's only 49 minutes in, so he's got another 15 minutes. He's going to hang out there. He's got a 100-second gap at this point.
Yeah, he's
so
fine.
even if they do a full stop,
he's fine.
I mean, even
he's
at this
driving
point,
away.
yeah, doing a full stop, throwing Donadue back in the car. These guys, I think, are fine to come bring this checkered flag home.
I mean, we got 41 minutes left. But man, hats off to the 640 crew. They really have got the team. They got
Great
the race strategy right.
Absolutely.
Just good pace. Good pace from all 3. I mean, 46.5s were what we were seeing from Donadue. 46.5. I mean, sure, there are people in the top 6 that are put in those towards like the lower end and stuff like that, but it was enough.
Mm-hmm.
He got his teammates, got them the break they needed so they could get back in the car fresh as a daisy and run away with this thing.
And if we look, I mean, this is amazing to me. Lafile has just gotten better during this race. His 28 laps that he's run at this point, we're looking at an average of 1:45.069 across those 28 laps right now.
Yeah, that's such good pace too.
He's brought that pace down throughout this race. If we go back and look at some of his other stints, his last one was a 1:45.5. Prior to that, a 1:45.2. So, his pace has just held throughout this entire race, if not gotten better. The first 2 stints, 1:44s, but that was when the temperatures were way down too, right?
Kurtz is pitted.
Yep, Kurtz into the pits now. We're seeing him and Lafile in right behind him. So both drivers we've been watching. Let's take a look though. Laszlo about to get into it with Miles Hemming for P11.
So Hemming, and who was it?
Catalano
Duran.
now with a problem. Hold up 1 second. Catalano sitting in the gravel, not moving.
What happened there?
No clue. Let's run it back. We're going to run it back 30 seconds. It's a lot of time.
I don't see any incidents.
He's been sitting there for 30 seconds, and now we're stuck watching him. He's been sitting there for over 30 seconds at this point. His lap time is running at a 2:20 right now.
Wonder if it's a hardware failure.
Yeah, because like
Maybe
you
a
said,
DC?
not seeing any sort of incidents listed.
That is very unfortunate. Where is Yannick Kurtz in relation?
Yannick Kurtz now out of the pits in P6. Polone still a lap down from Catalano, even with him not moving. And it looks like Catalano is back out on track. He's got whatever was broken is now fixed. So Catalano and again, Polone still showing about 1 lap down. Yannick Kurtz only 6.9 seconds from Polone though. We'll have to see if he can tighten that up. Saeed Mohammed 25 seconds back off of Yannick Kurtz.
He's got to take that Joker lap. There's no way he's going to stay out in front of Kurtz. No way.
Let's jump back to Laszlo and Hemming though.
So we were watching that battle between Hemming and Dudarev. Or not Dudarev, Hemming and Mitchell. Like Mitchell went to the pits like right after you left. Hemming, I believe, still has to pit.
Oh, really?
If I remember correctly.
Let's see. We got 11 in.
No, Hemming. So Hemming has taken his 11th pit stop with inside. Where is Mitchell?
38 minutes left and 33:37 on Laszlo's current stint. No, Hemming is good with only 9 minutes on his current stint. He should be able to stay out.
Was it?
Laszlo, though, may need to make another pit stop.
Laszlo definitely does.
Yeah, Laszlo's going to have to
definitely
go.
does.
Hemming is good. Hemming can sit. He does not need to run this down at this point. Happy, by the way, spin now. First time chatter. Welcome in. He did not DC. Catalano back on track, but into the pits now. So
I think that's going to be an equipment failure of some type.
Yeah,
they're going to try and get somebody into the car, finish this race out.
And they've got
time. They should move because they're losing that lap to Polone the longer that they
moving out of the pits now.
Yeah.
And just a straight pit stop. So Catalano back out on track. We'll see if another driver has jumped in here in just a moment. Polone now 70 seconds back. So, as we were saying, though, Laszlo still needing to go into the pits on this stint. Hemming
no, it is
out.
Lagolante.
Has it changed?
They got back in.
Okay, so Catalano with some sort of equipment failure. Insider info, as we were chatting in Farsi, some of the Iranian team have only been sim racing for 7 months. Absolutely incredible. Those guys have had a great race today. Saeed Mohammed, along with Arash Azami and Amir Asarash. I wish I could say that one right. So Jeremy Donadue back in the number 640 Ferrari out front with a 34.7 second lead over Oscar Tringale. Jeremy Donadue going to finish up the race for this team.
I'm just waiting to see when we're going to see Polone pull the trigger.
Polone's still out there right now. 32 minutes into the stint with 35 left to go. Definitely going to have to head in. But to your point earlier, did they dump enough fuel on board?
I think you can fuel the Ferrari to drive for more than 65.
Yeah, I'm just
wondering. Not the Ferrari, the Audi.
I'm just wondering if they did though. Did they throw
actually the
enough fuel
person
in
to
there
ask?
get there?
The person to ask is actually Altruit, Mr. Blaine Hall, if he's still in chat. Like how many minutes can you run on a full tank in the Audi? Because if it's longer than 67 minutes, they're fine. 68 minutes. We don't know when the white flag will pop for them.
Donadue doing well, very well so far. No average lap time, but 2 laps in, and the gap is actually going up a little bit over Oscar Tringale, who's running right now a 145.5 for an average.
Donadue's fine. 34 second, like just run your race, man. Yep. Get the car home.
Yeah, that's all he's got to do.
Glory waits in 34.5 minutes. Like, What a race, man. The fact that we're even talking about these kind of gaps after 12 hours. And look at the battle for P10 still.
Yeah, still waiting for Laszlo to get there. Now, so we know Laszlo's got to go in. Stephen Friend's currently holding P10. 34 minutes on his stint. He's going to have to go in as well.
Correct.
So this is going to come down between Laszlo, Friends, and Hemming. Now, I think Miles Hemming has the opportunity here to really take up P10 very easily, because with that stint timer on Hemming of only 13 minutes, he does not need to get out of that car again.
Yeah.
So I think we see Hemming moving up into P10 when Friends and Laszlo head in. Yannick Kurtz has brought it down to within 1.5 seconds of Alessandro Pallone. Now, if I'm Kurtz, do I push? Do I even try?
Oh, for Legalante?
For Pallone. Yeah, for Alessandro Pallone.
Oh, Pallone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm bringing it down. Pallone's got to go in, right?
Pallone's got to go in. No, I just sit behind him.
Yeah, even if it's a drive-through, even if he just runs it through, it's going to take, what, 30 seconds? I got this.
You sit behind it, you just chill, wait for him to go in, and then drive off. Right now, Pallone is racing Muhammad. Like, he's not racing Kurtz. He's racing Muhammad. Like, he's got to make that play. He's got to make that move when he's ready. And he's got to do it with the idea in mind that he's going to try and stay out in front of Muhammad. That's it. So if he's doing anything where he's running into traffic, anything slowing him down, he gets the Joker lap as an opportunity to basically position himself to try and get to the checkered flag before Muhammad.
And I'll be very curious to see if they're able to just run the drive-through or if they feel they need to stop.
It's 28.086 seconds. To be honest, I really feel like Pallone might have waited too long.
Yeah.
Because his average lap time's a 46.755. Muhammad's doing a 45.416 on average after 15 laps. Like, Pallone should have pulled the trigger the second that the Iran Racing Ferrari went into the pits. Like, no question. Maybe even pit before. Like, once you get to that 60-minute timer, just go ahead and pit.
Yeah, just run it through and be done.
Just run it through.
Yannick Kurtz not content to just sit back there. Going to look to take it to Pallone, whether he needs to or not.
He needs to play it smart. He should not dive Pallone, because the thing is that if they come together, it's on him to pass him. It's on him to pass him. Like, it really is on him.
Huff in the chat said he wants to be left alone for the last hour, and we're inside the last hour. We need to leave Huff alone.
Yeah.
And probably you too.
So, Kurtz, oh man, he gets a good run. Pallone going to try and cover him off. Kurtz is going to be on the inside now into Lekaicha, braking late. Pallone's just going to let him go. Oh no, Pallone on the switchback. Into Bonk Sabadell. What are you guys doing? You're not even really racing each other. So
Yannick Kurtz able to pull it out through a little bit
save.
of a warble there, and cutting inside as he comes through Eurocar. Oh my goodness! And Kurtz locks it down. Pallone
Kurtz needs to drive off. 27.8 seconds between Muhammad and Pallone, and Pallone really needs to take that pit. He really, really needs to take that pit.
Azami in the chat thinking P5. I think they might be a little off, but P6 is very respectable over the course of this 12-hour race today.
We got Donadue looming large in the background. So where's Kurtz in relation to Legalante when he crosses this sector boundary? I'm kind of curious. I think he's still almost a lap away.
Yeah, 78
but we're about
seconds,
to find out.
So.
Yeah, 78 seconds. Okay. So Emming 6.2 from Laszlo. Mitchell 26.682 away from Hemming. So that is interesting. So Hemming did exactly kind of what I was talking about. Like, you want to talk about that undercut formula we were talking about before? Like, Hemming really nailed it. in the 75 car. Duran goes into the pits, immediately Hemming pits after him. Gets that 11th pit stop out of the way, gets a fresh driver in the car, and, you know, just not going to give him an opportunity to undercut him in any kind of capacity.
Laszlo in now, so that'll bring Hemming up into P11. Friends still needing to make the stop.
Mm-hmm.
I suck at this. Is rating with a party of 6. Well, you don't suck as far as I'm concerned. Suck at this. Thank you for the raid. You guys have come to Box 3 Motorsports. Thank you so much for being here. You are catching us with just 28 minutes to go in a 12-hour Barcelona race. Stick around. We're having a blast.
Poloni's in.
Tight racing to see.
Poloni's in. Where is Syed Mohammed?
Let's see where Poloni...
that is going to be.
Well, Poloni's sitting as well. This should
give he's
Mohammed
on jacks?
time. Yeah, he is in the pits and sitting. This is not a drive-through.
Oh, dear me.
Suck at this says just got done with a 6-hour at Watkins. Fantastic.
Did he half and half? Did he half and half his fuel? Blaine.
Yeah, that's
Blaine.
what it looks like.
Blaine, you're in chat. How long can you run on a full tank in the Audi? Tell me.
We need to know.
We need to know.
Poloni still sitting in the pits. This is a long pit stop. This is a real long pit stop.
Is that an equipment failure?
I don't know, but this is a wicked long pit stop. Now, the question is, where is Quentin at LSL? And where can they tighten this up? Altruit saying about 67 minutes in the Audi.
Oh, so they probably looked at their fuel burn rate and figured out that they could not run to the end on a tank. So that's probably what happened here. And they just got nailed with the drive-through for speeding in the pit lanes.
Oh my, that's their third today. And how do you do that? 38 seconds on the stands in the pits. Wow, so Poloni with some serious trouble. Stefan Friends now has dropped into the pits, which puts Miles Hemming back up into P10. Ready to cruise. 42 seconds back from Tom Bird. But plenty of time with Stephen Friends and Douglas Mitchell behind him. Miles Hemming can now run to a top 10 finish for the rest of this race and the 27 minutes that remain. So I suck at this. Great on you. Did you run that Watkins 6-hour by yourself, or were you part of a team? How did that work for you? And again, thank you for bringing your viewers over here. For all of you that were watching I Suck at This, we are Box 3 Motorsports. We broadcast ACC races on the regular. If you enjoy endurance racing, we've got some coming up. We'll talk about them here in just a few moments. But until then, hang with us here at Barcelona. Don't forget, we appreciate y'all being here. Stay true to your streamer. I Suck at This is on. Go watch him, support him. Every interaction, every chat, he's going to love it, as he should. But if I Suck at This isn't on, you're looking for some race action, come on over here to Box 3 Motorsports when we're around, and we will be more than happy to give you what you're looking for. Also, Trackalicious and 949 guys stream regularly their races. You should be jumping in on them whenever you have an opportunity.
Indeed.
Quentin Smith right now running out for P19. Johnny Manaram about 4 seconds back.
Looking right now.
First one trying to longer than a 3-hour race. Good for you guys, man. I would love to jump on an endurance race. I have never done it. It's something I should do just to experience it once, but I also get very tired because I'm old.
So what I would recommend there, especially because you're big into the iRacing fair.
Let me take a nap.
So I don't know if you do a lot of GT3 racing in iRacing.
Not in iRacing, no. I'm a D-class licensed dude. I'm not playing with GT3 cars yet.
So you're so you're D-class. So what I would recommend is a good start for getting some experience with the endurance stuff is take a look at the Michelin Pilot Series. It's going to be a 2-hour race solo.
Okay.
So that's a decent chunk of time. That's a good stint or two. When you get up into your C class, take a look. I don't know actually if it's C class. They might have upped it to B class now. The VRS Endurance Series 3-hour races with driver swap.
Wow. Okay.
So I mean, we're talking a normal SRO sprint event worth of like racing.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It's not bad.
But yeah, there's plenty of team-based challenges in iRacing that you could take a look at.
I need to get better first. That's why I've been spending. I spent most of my week off this past week of vacation. Spent a lot of time doing time trials. Gives you a little SR, and I get to get used to the car and the track, etc. Trying some different stuff. So I need to get better first, and I know that before I dump in with a team that I'm just going to disappoint and make feel bad about myself.
The thing that I would tell you is don't worry about jumping into the pool. Just go to the deep end, throw yourself in. Like, just find an endurance series that meets your SR requirements, because the thing is that the strength of field is going to balance you to around people that you should be driving with anyway. So, you and your friends just get together, let your strength of field average out, and figure out where you guys fall. Focus on running your race. Focus on learning. Don't focus on winning. Focus on learning, and I think you'll enjoy it. I raced my first endurance race was the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Wow.
After I got my C license.
Wow.
So, I mean, just do it. Just get in there. You're gonna mess up. You're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna go into the wall. You're gonna hit cars. That kind of stuff is gonna happen. Your goal is to try and minimize that. Learn how to minimize that sort of thing on track. Yeah, you'll figure it out. It's easy.
Yeah, I'll give her a shot, I'm sure, at some point. Let's take a look, though, real quick. Jeremy Donadue, running right now an average of across his 9 laps this stint of a 145.3.
Good times.
Oscar Tringale sitting at a 145.5. So, Jeremy
Donadue really picking it up.
Really picking it up this last stint, opening that gap to 36.2 seconds. None of these drivers have to go back in. It is his race to lose at this point. Trinigale and Vasily sitting in P2 and 3. With Lagalante, again, same kind of position, right? Just run your race, mind your business. Our entire open, with all these pit stops now over. The one that really surprised me is Polone now serving the drive-through. Coming back out, losing a good bit of time. We'll see if Quentin LSL can get around, and that's not going to happen.
No.
So Polone with plenty of time.
Poloni's going to be frozen in P7 as long as he finishes the race.
Yep. 30, Quentin about 90 seconds back now as everything catches up with him coming out of the pits.
So all the drama, all of the boil that we were dealing with, the agitation of like the strategy element, has kind of played out for the folks at home a little early. Which is good. We had like really good, exciting strategy stuff. Now it is time for these drivers who are probably white knuckling these last 21 minutes of Barcelona to just get the car home.
Yeah.
There is still opportunities. I'm looking at P20, P19.
That's where I'm looking
right now.
There's
a close battle still happening over there.
Quentin Smith leading Johnny Marinum out by about 2.5. That was a 4-second gap, so we'll stick it right here for now and see if this closes down any further.
Plus, the gap between Kurtz and 789 is not a done deal, right? Kurtz could have a mishap on track. Muhammad could have a mishap on track, and everything could kind of like fall away for their race. So it is very much now a matter of safety.
Now I
getting
don't know
the car home.
Yeah, and I don't know the Iran Racing guys. I don't know, Polonian team in that 333. But I will tell you this: I will be exceedingly surprised if you see Yannick Kurtz make a mistake at the end of this race.
Oh no, I'm sure he's probably laser focused. He's probably been, I could probably think there's probably not been a lot of races where he's probably been more focused than right now. 20 minutes in, it's 4:20 p.m. It is 41 degrees on track. So the track is starting to cool a little bit, which could play into some of the tire shenanigans. Maybe people overinflated. You never know. But yeah, I feel like the heat delivered in the last half of this race, and I really feel like the strategy was something super exciting to watch.
No, we had a lot of great battles today. Just a fantastic race throughout this entire 12 hours. Had a lot of opportunity to grab on stuff. I had opportunity to learn. I've got pit wall now. I'm trying to get it set up for the league. I already sent them the thing because you can get it for free, so I'm going to try that. We'll see how it works. Learning stuff, hanging out with you, Philip, has been fantastic. So everybody stick around, though. We're not going anywhere. It's not over.
Yep.
And if you do enjoy the endurance racing, again, we're going to throw it up there. 949 Box Motorsports and Trackalicious Sim Racing come together for one more endurance race this summer at Mount Panorama, August 20th, 4 p.m. UTC. You can, instead of listening to him talk, you're actually going to get to watch him drive. Whelp Cakes himself will be on track for 949 during the course of that Mount Panorama race, and you'll be able to watch it right here at Box 3 Motorsports. It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait.
It's gonna be an adventure. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Well, let me put it this way: it's gonna be fun for me. I don't know how much fun it's gonna be for the drivers, Mount Panorama, but I guarantee you it's gonna be fun for me. I'm gonna have an absolute blast watching it. Mount Panorama is one of my favorite courses to watch drivers throw themselves against, because there's only one winner. Either the drivers win, or that team wins, or the mountain wins. There's no real race winner. I mean, somebody crosses first, right? But the fact is either the driver wins or the mountain wins, and that's what I love to watch.
yeah. Eric, who's going to be my teammate for the race in chat, Trackalicious, 100% on the money. The outlook doesn't look
not good right now.
Good, doesn't look good right now. My goal is basically get us set on a good, solid, average lap time. We're not going to be setting the world on fire. I'm not going to be pumping in 202s or anything like that. I don't know about Eric. Eric might figure out the setup and then start driving faster than me like he did at Barcelona. But average lap times, and spend as little time as possible on the jacks. Because you hit the wall, you go to the pits, you start losing positions.
And that's the thing. And, we talked about it about 6 hours ago with Bathurst. Is here at Barca, you throw it down into the gravel, you might lose a spot, you lose a couple seconds getting back on the track. If you do the same thing on Mount Panorama, no, you're going to the pits and possibly towing to get there, because you've slammed the wall so hard, because that's all there is to hit is the wall. There's no gravel. Especially in the Skyline S's dipper section, like that right there, like you get the car sideways or facing the other direction, you're probably towing. Because even trying to get the car to turn around, you're basically just blocking the road and going to get drilled by the next car that comes through a blind corner. Exactly. Altruit wants to put Eric in some bubble wrap before he drives down the mountain. You might want to do that.
You might want to do that if you are interested in preserving the collectible version of your Eric. Maybe package him in some bubble wrap.
There you go.
Yes, Chronotis. He's got the strats. Chronotis, bringing in that big brain energy. Pro tips: drive faster and crash less.
That's right.
That's how you get around Mount Panorama successfully. Back in P19, Q Smith in the 167, he's got to do something, because that Frank's AMG,
Johnny is
only
just
8 tenths away.
In. Yeah, sucking him in real quick. We've been keeping our focus here on stream, and it's coming down slowly, but it is coming down. Now I'm showing about 1.3 seconds, the gap between these two, with just over 15 and a half minutes left to go. Plenty of time there for Johnny to make a move and pull himself up one more position today.
Now, it's time to play everyone's favorite game of, did you put enough fuel in the car? Because the time is ticking down. And there are definitely some people that short-stopped because they could. So now we get to play everyone's favorite game of, did you put enough fuel in the car? I mean, gas prices are high. They're coming down. They're not coming down everywhere, but they're coming down. Gas is free in the sim, so if you didn't put enough fuel in the car, it's kind of on you.
Taking a check-in on Jan Barth while we talk about fuel and waiting to see who's going to run out. Jan Barth running this entire event by himself. Amazing.
Here's the thing, Blaine. I don't have to drive fast and cause crashes or drive slow and cause crashes. I'm probably going to be sitting still and cause crashes because, you know, the mountain, it's dangerous. 394 laps in the book. We're going to break 400 before the end of this race.
I think we are. Yes, sir. And here's the thing also, as we watch Johnny Mannerham going to make the run on Quentin Smith down the hill into T1 on the outside. Here's the thing with Bathurst is I would encourage everyone, look, it's not until August 20th. If you're participating in that race, start working now to pump your SA. Get yourself up an extra 5 to 10 points just so that when you lose them during the course of that race, you're back to where you started. I think it's a good idea if you're going to participate.
Wow. That right there, like, words of optimism from Molson. Like, so here's the thing. It's going to suck. You're going to lose SA. Just go ahead and bank it early.
But here's
and
the
if
thing.
you're
I'm
at
not even
99,
saying it would suck.
well, I'm sorry. You're a try-hard.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I'm not even saying it's going to suck. I think Bathurst is a great track. I thoroughly enjoy driving it. But let's
100%.
face it, it takes being off your line by 3 inches onto the curb, coming down that hill, to ruin that lap and spin yourself into the wall. It's not a matter of it being a horrible race. It's just a matter of the tolerances are so tight, you have to prepare for it, right?
Yeah.
And so
I could
that's
just
what I mean by that
ask.
is go ahead and pad your SA now, just so you have it available.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. So, like, I've done the Bathurst 12-hour in iRacing. I actually 0x'd a triple stint in the M4, which was dope. That said, still pretty slow, and the M4 ain't the Lambo, and Bathurst and iRacing ain't Bathurst and ACC. So I'm thinking we're gonna die a lot.
Hey, real quick though, I gotta interrupt you. Meek Aska, rating with a party of 8. Thank you so much, Meek, for being here. Appreciate it. You guys have found Box3 Motorsports. We are down to the final 12 minutes of our 12-hour event. Just 1% left to go. Is that how that math works? I'm not sure that's how that math works.
Yes.
But we're almost at the end, and I just want to thank Meek for bringing your party in here of 8 watchers. If you guys like sim racing, if you enjoy endurance racing, you have found the right channel at Box3 Motorsports. I am joined by Philip Whelp Cakes, the man, the myth, the legend himself, up here in the booth. My name is Adam Thursby Molson. You can call me Molson FL. Love having you guys here. Thank you so much for coming in, Meek, and thank you, Meek, for bringing everybody. As we get here,
it's a good deal. Getting here just in time to watch the end of this long.
Oh, and a push right there on Quentin Smith from Johnny Mannerham. Sorry.
I mean, he might go by the name Magnum right now because
Quentin Smith that was
blasted
bad.
his way around.
Just decided to push him out of the way. Huff, you've got one more to take a look at, sir.
That is a broken Maka. That is a very broken Maka.
Yeah, Quinn Smith not feeling good after dinging the wall from that push.
It wasn't Marnham?
It wasn't Marnham that pushed him?
Maybe not. It was the Ferrari. Ooh, interesting. Then that means that would have been Muhammad.
What did I miss?
Because that was the 789 on screen.
Oh, okay. Completely missed that because,
just like
because they were so close.
Thanks, guys.
Johnny Marnham just ran by so quick that I figured it was him. I didn't look at the number on the side of the car.
Oh, like Atlante? Okay. Interesting. 1.5. Here's the thing. Altruit brought up a point. 1.5% of the race left. A rule for the folks at home that are watching, and a rule for the folks that take trips in their normal cars. The last 5% of the race is the last 5% of your trip, any trip, a race, going someplace, it's the most dangerous because you get comfortable, you get relaxed, you're going to get to put your feet up, you're going to get to drink a beer, all that stuff, and you stop paying attention. You got to knuckle down in that last 5% because that's when mistakes happen that cost races.
Espen, I'm not sure there can be a battle for P24 and 25 when they're 2 laps apart. However, Robert Seuss looks to be narrowing the gap on Stefan Frenz here at the end. Down to under 6 seconds. I've just left work, so...
Well, even then, I mean, by the time they get the footage and stuff together, that's probably going to have to be a review after the race. I'm not sure. Depends on how fast they get in. They may get the footage in quick.
I would almost think once you're inside the last hour, it's probably time to stop live stewarding, given what has to happen in sim racing. You know what I mean?
Because it's definitely not going to be the case that anything's going to happen that's going to get car 167 their time back.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, for sure.
But at the same time too, that was unfortunate.
Really was, and sorry.
I just saw the aftermath too. By the way,
and sorry to blame
so that everybody knows. Not laying blame, just saying. Saw the aftermath. Saw a McLaren in the wall. Thought it was the AMG, but saw the Ferrari. Brain didn't put two and two together.
Yeah, same here.
It's gonna be something where we're gonna have to probably have that taken a look at after the race. Now, 35 seconds between Mohammed and Kurtz. Polone, man, feel for that dude. Had to take the stop. Probably didn't have enough fuel to get to the end, and gets nailed with the drive-through.
Now 66 seconds back. I mean, still sitting in P7. Going to be able to hold on to that, right? With just 8 minutes left to go now.
Yep.
But still, you got to feel for him. I really wish they would have been able to just pull off the drive-through to clear that stint timer and stay out there. Probably could have stayed ahead of Saeed Mohammed.
Indeed.
With that. As we run down towards the end. And take a look at Jeremy Donadieu. Now, we talked about him being the slowest team member for that 640 car today. But I'll tell you what, this stint has really opened it up, running a 45.7 average lap over the 45.8 of Oscar Tringale.
Yeah.
That gap has continued to open now well over 40 seconds.
What I think is first of all, Donadieu, not taking anything away from him, man. I'm telling you, there are plenty of 20-second deltas, Bosworth, plenty.
Yeah,
there's less than 20-second deltas at the front. There's less than 20-second deltas in the middle. There's less than 20-second deltas at the back. Like, there is. Again, we're playing this wonderful game that I love to play at the end of a race, which is, did you remember to pack enough fuel for your last stint?
Douglas Mitchell only 7.1 over Dudarev right now, and Stefan Frenz sitting only 3 seconds over Robert Seuss.
In fact,
we'll see if they start to tighten down.
We're 6.5 minutes from the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Let's take a look. I'm going to start to take a peek at this spreadsheet over here, the broadcast app. I'm looking at, is that Beckman in the 911? Last lap was a 49.1. Let's see what he puts across the line when he comes across this time, a 47.8. So maybe not doing some fuel saving. I'm basically looking around right now trying to find out who's putting in ridiculously high times with 6 minutes left, because those are the people that are like, oops.
In the crack, yeah. Robert Seuss appears to be pushing. I mean, he's a half second off his previous pace, or off his fastest, but still holding within 3 seconds of Stefan Frenz right now.
Oh yeah, it's a wonderful race, Bosworth. Wonderful race. I'm just looking to wait. I want to see some. I don't want to. Let's be real. I don't want anybody to have to deal with like a shortcoming. But at the same time, too, it's on you to pack enough fuel for the final stint. I'm just waiting to see somebody crack 150s like 2 laps in a row, and then I'm going to be like, "Oh, it's you."
Yeah, you're the one.
Yep. And they may still get to the end. You can fuel save.
Checking in on the
drivers have to do an in lap. I don't believe they do.
No, there's no requirement here.
Which, it's a simulation. Like I'm not really like that hard up to see people do an in lap. Especially because I love seeing people blow off steam and start cutting donuts.
Right. Taking a look here Saeed Mohammed closing up on Yannick Kurtz. Kurtz got yellow flagged for a moment, and that gap just came way down. Now it's starting to open back up, a little over 30 seconds, but still, it was very interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on Kurtz and see what happens there, but right now, the gap has continued to close between Stefan Frenz and Robert Seuss. Down to a second and a half. Looks like we're going to get a battle here at the end. Just over 4 minutes left to go in today's race.
Oh, yeah. Seuss is like right there. Like he's got the 801 in front of him. And if I'm Quentin, I'm going to let him go. Oh, you want to fight that guy? After you.
Yep.
Like, because you don't want to get mixed up in races that aren't yours right now. And Bird is 2 corners back, but you could just let him go and then try and stay in front of Bird to the end of this race. I really feel like you so Meek Hasaka is going to sleep. It's 4:20 a.m. there.
Oh, you should definitely sleep, Meek.
3 minutes left in the race. 3 minutes 20 seconds left in the race.
Yeah, but it's 4 o'clock. That's when I got up this morning, was about 4:20.
I believe Quentin in the Osiris Maka is trying to limp that thing home with damage. He just set a 49.4.
I think Stefan Frenz woke up and realized what was happening and decided to put his foot back down, because that gap back to Robert Seuss now opening up over 2 seconds.
Yeah.
3 minutes left in the race.
Definitely don't sleep on that one.
Meek says, I'm not sleeping.
Yeah.
Guess I'll stay up.
We're definitely to the point now where it's going to be interesting. Where is Donadue? So Donadue right now coming around New Holland. He's probably going to have to take this lap and one more to get the white flag. Although, let's take a look at his time when he updates in Sector 1. He might be able to slow roll it and get the checkers early. Which, if anybody's trying to fuel save to get to the end of this race, would love him for. But it's not a done deal. It's 401 laps in the books, by the way.
We did cross 400, as you said, sir.
That 12-13 battle is a spicy meatball.
13-14.
13-14, yeah.
But as we look up here, P11 and P12, Mitchell and Dudarev, we'll have to see, again, gap coming down, still about 3 seconds with just a minute and a half left to go. Waiting to see if Robert Seuss is going to throw something down here in these
We
final
got
laps.
car 12, car 51 off track in turn, exit of turn 1.
Yes, we do.
Slow car 17 might get involved, which is Tringale. Looks like all is well. Stuff happening here at the end. It's getting spicy, guys. Spicy here at the end. It's going to be white flag conditions for Donadue when he comes across the line.
Is that Kurtz right there behind him? Yes, it is. Yannick Kurtz right there behind Donadue.
Which is going to be fun for Kurtz. He's probably thinking to himself, he's like, yes, when this guy crosses the line in checkers, I'm done.
Let's take a look at that position delta one more time before the end of this race, just to see how folks did today. Douglas Mitchell in P11 right now, that number 10 Audi, up 11 spots during the course of this race. Check in on Stefan Frenz and Robert Seuss. That gap down to about 1 second. We're going to keep our eyes right there, right until the end. But the big ones today, and it doesn't sound like much when you say P18, but Joshua Arnold and the team driving that number 11 Audi up 16 spots.
That's the SRE3 car.
Race.
Yeah.
These guys did a great job. Again, not able to just get up there, but able to hold the position, which is the really hard part. They didn't get pushed back down through lack of pace. And now this gap, Robert Seuss down the hill, running hard on the back end of Stefan Frenz. Gonna swing outside.
That M6 has got so much more straight line speed than that Porsche.
Turning in, and he's gonna have advantage. Oh, and a bump though. These guys are gonna door bang in this final lap. Frenz able to take the spot back. Our race is right here.
No prob, Huff. It's fun. White flag conditions. We're going into Europe car. We've only got 3 more corners left for Jeremy Donadue. We got a dead Lexus on the exit of RACC.
Right now, we're stuck with Robert Seuss and Stefan Frenz.
Your race winner's crossing the line right now.
There, Jeremy
Donadue.
There it
wow.
is.
There it is. 12 hours of Barcelona in the books.
Seuss looking for any shot around here as our race winners cross. We're going side by side. Frenz just banging him back out of the way, letting him know he's not going to give it up that easy. Yannick Kurtz finishing the race in 5th. Anatello Lagalante in 4th. Oh, and still door banging as Seuss goes wide through the chicane. And it looks as though Stefan Frenz is going to hold on to it for P13 across the line as these guys bash each other coming in. Robert Seuss taking a little aggression out. Oscar Tringale, your 2nd place winner today.
Now that is just uncalled for.
A little rough there at the end, wasn't it?
I mean, if that dude's got force feedback on his wheel, like, you could have hurt somebody.
Yeah, that was a little
That
rough.
is straight up.
Crossing the line right like that, and really no call. But let's congratulate our winners. Vasily Anofriev still running down, but going to place in P3 today in the 991 BMW. And there is your list of winners. Your top 10 is complete as the rest of the drivers come across the line. Just Craig Townsend in P23 to finish out at this point, ladies and gentlemen. 12 hours of Barcelona down. Project Reborn, your race winners today. As we complete our predictions, the people having won will collect their channel points here at Box 3 Motorsports. Sir?
Yes, sir.
You are an officer and a gentleman. I appreciate you. You came and you joined me for this entire time. Mr. Dunn, I want to thank you for stepping in here as well to cover. I think this worked out exceedingly well. I think we had a great time today. I hope the drivers had a great time.
Had a blast.
I want to thank everybody who watched us today. Thank you all for being here, sticking with us the whole time. Thank you to all the drivers. You know what? Here's an extra thank you. Thank you to my wife. Thank you to Phil's wife. Thank you to the drivers' wives who tolerate this hobby and allow us to spend 12 hours on a Saturday doing it instead of out cutting the grass and doing things around the house that still need to be done. So many thanks to them as well. It takes all of us to do this. Don't forget, guys, Box 3 Motorsports is back definitely on August 20th for the 949 and Trackalicious rate 6-hour endurance race. We're going to be back before then. We've got some events planned between now and then. I personally need to get caught up because I was on vacation, but stay tuned right here. Thank you to all the new followers today. And Phil, again, you're the legend. Thank you, sir.
No problem, man. It was a blast.
Crazy.
Thank you so much for having me. And yeah, I'm looking forward to Bathurst.
Oh, and you're not off the hook. You still got to teach me some more about pit wall. So you're going to help me with that.
Fantastic. you can ask anyone in 949. I won't shut up about the damn thing.
Oh, perfect. I'm going to beat you up over. We're going to have some fun because you're going to have to show me some stuff. Trying to do like 2 different things at once was kind of crazy. So I'm hoping if I get with you, you can show me easier ways around things to see the data I'm looking for. I love it.
Gotcha.
All right, buddy.
Sounds good, man.
Take it easy. Thank you, everybody, for watching. You guys have yourselves a great weekend.